The Duchess of Kalevala, by knightsister. Summary. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. A Jedi, his Padawan, and a Duchess. What could possibly go wrong? 40 BBY through 39 BBY year 1 the run. Prologue. Obi-Wan's heart thudded hard with aggressive fortitude. He grabbed Satine's hand, then half-dragged her through the woods, the sound of branches snapping under their feet and the wind whipping through their hair. The Duchess stumbled as she tried to find her footing, her breaths coming out in short gasps. They kept a swift pace. As they weaved through the dense foliage, a sudden blaster shot echoed over their heads. The danger intensified. Obi-Wan's grip tightened around Satine's hand, a quick yelp from her lips. The pair came bursting out of the woods into an open clearing and found themselves at the threshold of a sloping cliff face. Below, the harsh, unyielding river. Waves churned over on themselves, crashing against jagged rocks and pebbly shores, creating white, frothy breakers that surged and tumbled downstream. The powerful current propelled the river forward, as if it had a life force all its own. Obi-Wan's chest felt tight. I don't suppose now would be an appropriate time to mention I can't swim. Wait, is he serious? Satine blinked, trying to figure out if she heard correctly. Yes, it would. Her eyes rolled so hard in her skull just then. She had to bite her lip to reset the urge to groan. She didn't chastise him, not when they had bounty hunters nipping at their heels. She took a peek over the edge, quietly judging their odds. We have to jump, she declared, and left no crumbs, not room for him to insert an argument or second thoughts. I'll keep you afloat. They jumped. The rush of wind filled their ears as they plummeted, the rushing waters rising up to meet them. Chapter 1. Coruscant. The entire planet was one giant city. Countless years of urban growth and development had erased most traces of its pre-metropolis state. The imperial city had multiple layers of city blocks stacked on top of each other. The tallest level consisted of skyscrapers that soared up to thousands of meters in the sky, with sleek and modern transparasteel buildings alongside older Duracrete structures. The hub of global political operations was the Federal District, which housed vital government structures like the City Municipal Authorities Building and the Galactic Court of Justice, but also the Jedi Temple, serving as headquarters for the Jedi Order. Additionally, the 500 Republica, a massive residential tower containing numerous of Coruscant's most powerful and influential people. A luxurious and heavily guarded residential complex, housing numerous diplomats from countless star systems, was also located in the Federal District. This complex, which had a parking area on a lower floor balcony, was close to the Senate building and occupied by several individuals. Satine Kryze's suite was located several floors above this parking bay. She stood at the large, arching windows, staring out at the hundreds of buildings just below, and the dozens upon dozens of speeders zooming past the windows at an alarming rate of speed. The traffic here could be quite daunting. She had nothing against Coruscant, but it wasn't home. Satine had been brought to Mandalore as a baby, taking her first steps and speaking her first words in the throne room of her fathers. There was a time, too long ago, where she remembered Mandalore's grassy plains and vibrant wildlife. Life was so much simpler then. She hated how war had become the sole focus of everyone's attention. It seemed like everything else had been forgotten. Art, music, literature, all overshadowed by the constant drumbeat of conflict. The nostalgia for those carefree moments with her sister around the radio only intensified Satine's longing. She sighed. Maybe one day. Satine had been bogged down by too many meetings, too many council sessions, too many lessons on diplomacy and whatnot. Enough in her schedule that made anything and all else seem completely irrelevant. The monotony was getting to her. She had to leave. Get some air. As far as she was aware, it was just her. Satine felt 95% certain she was alone, and so slipping into something less formal, throwing on an overly large poncho, and sneaking out quietly shouldn't be an issue. Out the door, down the hall, around the corner, several flights down in the elevator. And she was out. It wasn't ground level, but it would do. Satine tugged the hood tighter around her head before moving down the staircase and eventually vanishing around the corner. The district city was not unlike one she wasn't already used to. It was designed to be the seat of power for the political regime on Coruscant. The architecture was grand, the wide boulevards meant to convey a sense of importance and authority. The district had a unique legal status compared to others. The governance structure differed significantly, with a set of laws and regulations which catered to specific needs of the central government. And not unlike more regulated districts, the federal was not without its higher level of security presence. But just as others, she was sure, the federal district wasn't without its dangers. Satine kept her head low and her hood pulled tight around her face. It wasn't just the less than savory she was hoping to avoid. There were political enemies everywhere, those who saw Satine as a threat, enemies who sought to undermine her authority or exploit her weaknesses, people looking to do her in, gain an advantage. She was the heir of Mandalore, after all, and her planet was in the midst of its own turmoil. Still, there was a certain thrill that enticed her. She wasn't always the reserved person people assumed. Before coming to Coruscant, she was raised in the tradition of her ancestors, in the old ways of Mandalore, but she didn't take the creed when she turned 13. She didn't thrive under the complexities of warrior traditions of Mandalore. Her Mandalorian heritage clashed with her notion of pacifism. So many of her kin were forced to change perspectives to the harsh reality several years of war had brought to their world, destroying what once was. This had them rethinking their ancient traditions and seeking reform in order to prevent their society from falling apart. Satine's father sent her off-world, here to Coruscant, for her own protection as the great clan wars erupted, to study diplomacy and political science, perhaps a combination of the two. There was quite a lot she learned. Not quite the far cry from the girl who first arrived, and some would say she was tainted by the lies of the Jedi. To be honest, there was a lot of their culture and their code that still baffled her. She'd been fascinated by the Jedi, their abilities, and dedication to peace, but their teachings had her questioning things. The strict adherence seemed limiting to her, as if it denied the complexity of human emotions and experiences. It was the philosophy that clashed with the black and white views of both the Jedi and the many traditional Mandalorians. The time she spent here on Coruscant had altered her in a way that would cause conflict with conservative-minded people of Mandalore. She started to reject customs she was born into and instead support a more progressive cause aimed for change. She walked a tightrope between conflicting ideologies. As Satine rounded another corner, descended another staircase, her nostrils were assaulted by the smell of freshly grilled bantha burgers. She stopped, allowing the aroma to waft around her head like a wreath. Satine's mouth watered as she gazed at the sizzling burger. The vendor, a burly alien with multiple arms, grinned widely, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Despite the language barrier, his friendly demeanor was evident. He beckoned her forward and thrusted a plate on front of her as she dropped into one of the stools at the counter. With a grateful smile, Satine reached for the burger and took a tentative bite, the flavors exploring in her mouth, juicy meat seasoned to perfection, accompanied by tangy pickles and a hint of space. Too little, she thought. Colorful stalls lined the bustling streets, selling an array of exotic fruits, fragrant spices, and tantalizing street food. The melodic chatter of various languages filled the air, creating a symphony that matched the vibrancy of this intergalactic hub. Laughter and conversation intertwined harmoniously. Satine noticed other patrons gathering around nearby food stalls, drawn by the delicious aromas and sounds of sizzling meats. 2 people removed themselves from stools on either side of her. A third replaced the one on the right. Cloak draped over a pair of lanky shoulders, hood pulled loosely, observing view of the face. The vendor greeted the stranger like an old friend, a familiar face he'd seen around these parts. A cup of Jawa juice was placed in front of him. A hand reached for it, and the person leaned forward. "You should not be out here by yourself, princess," then satisfied his thirst with a quick sip from the cup. His robes hung loosely on his newly lengthened frame, and he often stumbled over the extra length of fabric. What once was a tiny human now stood a young man, not quite shoulder length to his Jedi master, but at least a head or two taller than Satine. Satine looked in surprise, her eyes twitching. She turned her face to her addresser as he lifted his head, still slightly concealing most of his features. She stared into the piercing blue eyes of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Caught between an indignant groan and eye roll, Satine muttered under her breath, something that would have any other person asking her to repeat herself, not Kenobi, who seemed to find amusement in the princess's infuriation. "I could say the same thing about you." She wiped at her mouth with a napkin. Obi-Wan tapped at his hip. "Jedi." The right corner of Satine's mouth curved slightly upward. "I welcome your due diligence, Kenobi, as always. If that were so, you wouldn't be making my job harder." Satine drank. "Is that all I am to you, a job?" Her brows raised, she eyed him with scrutiny. Sometimes Obi-Wan wondered why the female of the human species could be so damn irritating. Was it him? Was he the problem? He tried hard. He really did. Maybe it was just bad luck. Or maybe it was just the fact he'd known the princess long enough. Despite the attempt to get a rise out of him, Obi-Wan chose not to fall for the trap so obviously laid out before him. Instead, he handled it as he always did, with a smile. "I don't doubt your abilities, princess. You must understand that your political enemies are everywhere. Going anywhere outside the Senate apartments without an escort is dangerous." Satine's heartbeat skipped. "I appreciate the concern," replied the princess, swallowing down the last of her drink. "But I've been dealing with political enemies for years before you even knew me. I don't need a persistent babysitter." Obi-Wan's smile remained steady. It infuriated Satine, and he knew it. "You could try to be a little more cooperative, you know." "Oh, but where would the joy be in that, then?" she retorted with a sly grin. She knew he hated that. "Besides, I prefer to rely on my own instincts and skills rather than constantly depending on others." His smile widened. "And that is precisely why you need someone like me, to ensure your safety and provide a different perspective when needed." "So now you imply I can't handle myself, Jetty," she scoffed. Obi-Wan replied calmly, holding his hands up in surrender. "I would never dare to imply anything of the sort." His look was a blank stare. Satine tried reading him. Her eyes searched his. There was something there. At some point, the smoothness to his forehead wrinkled as his brows lifted, and then his eyes twinkled, his mouth upturned. Try as he might to keep an austere look, Obi-Wan couldn't hold it any longer, and he burst out laughing. Dropping a look, Satine punched him. "Oh!" Explosions echoed. Citizens, once proud and strong, now reduced to lifeless bodies scattered across the pavement. Buildings once architectural marvels now engulfed in flames, billowing smoke darkening the sky. Sparks danced, carried by the gusts of wind that whipped through the decimated city. Flickering flames casted an eerie glow upon the devastation brought from years of war. Grief hung in the air. The streets were filled with sorrowful cries and anguished wails as loved ones mourned their fallen comrades. Fear gripped onto the hearts of those who remained, unsure if they would be next, or if this violence would ever come to an end. Desperation has tainted every breath as the survivors scrambled for safety, seeking refuge from the nightmare. Explosions continue to sound above them, reverberating down long stretches of buildings. They cower, shielding themselves as glass rained down upon them. Amongst them was Obitine Kryze, Duke of Mandalore. As a member of House Kryze, had held a deep sense of loyalty and duty, something he instilled in his daughters from the moment their eyes had opened the day of their births. With such strategic prowess, he organized his forces in efforts to repel aggressors. The clashing sounds of blaster fire echoed through the air as rebels and staunch traditionalists advanced, movements so swift and calculated. Bo-Katan's heart raced with adrenaline, fueled by unwavering desire. Her armor became an extension of herself, each piece molded perfectly to her body, empowering her with strength, each one with its own story to tell, one in which was sure to be passed down through her lineage, such as her father had passed it down to her and his father before him. A set of blue, white, and yellow made with Beskar alloy, notable for its high tolerance to extreme forms of damage. In its purest form, the metal was durable enough to withstand a blaster shot at point-blank range and even repel a strike from the white-hot plasma blade of a Jedi's lightsaber. What should have gone to Satine, as the eldest daughter, was given to Bo-Katan instead, when the younger swore the creed upon reaching her 13th birthday. The ritual in the living water in the mines of Mandalore had been attended by subjects of the royal family, as well as her father. She made him proud that day, and she was affectionately showered with many gifts as well. As they pushed forward, Bo-Katan would steal the occasional glance. Her father's presence was a constant source of inspiration, his experience guiding her every move. There was a sense of pride in his eyes whenever he looked at her, knowing that she had embraced her heritage wholeheartedly. The battle raged on. Bo-Katan's mind focused solely on the task at hand. Her training kicked in, guiding her every move. Her reflexes were lightning fast, allowing her to dodge incoming blaster fire with ease. But it wasn't just her physical prowess that set Bo-Katan apart. It was her unwavering determination and unwavering belief in the Mandalorian way of life. The creed had become ingrained in her being, reminding her of the values she held dear: honor, loyalty, and resilience. With each enemy defeated, Bo-Katan felt a surge of pride swell within her chest. She fought not only for herself, but for all those who called Mandalore home. Every swing of her blade and every shot fired from her blasters became a testament to the indomitable spirit of Mandalorians. Time seemed to blur as the clash between opposing forces intensified. But through it all, Bo-Katan remained resolute. She pushed past fatigue and pain, drawing strength from the legacy of Mandalore's warriors who came before her. Amidst the chaos of battle, Bo-Katan caught sight of a fellow warrior in distress. Without hesitation, she rushed to his aid, deflecting incoming blaster bolts meant for him. Obitine charged forward. "Bo-Katan!" An insurgent whirled swiftly, raising his blaster to eye level and made a lunge at the young teen. Bo hadn't recognized the danger. A shot was fired. Too little, too late. Bo flinched, gasping, expecting to feel the sting of the blaster fire ripping through her shoulder. If death was to claim her, she was prepared to embrace it. But she hadn't died. As Bo glanced back over her shoulder, she saw her father. There he stood, towering above his kill, the barrel of his weapon still smoldering. "Up! Get up, Adika!" Bo's heart skipped a beat, watching his figure silhouetted against the setting sun in the background. Obitine reached a hand for her. She grasped it, pulling herself to her feet, and then assisted the fallen warrior. The moment was slashed by blaster fire. Time itself came to a screeching halt. Bo watched as shadows enveloped over her father's face, and then she saw the blood. It spilled from the edges of his mouth, trickling down the sides of his chin. He was dead before hitting the ground, the person who shot him standing just behind the body, now staring through his helmet at Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan's heart pounded in her chest as she stared at the lifeless body of her father. Shock and grief washed over her, threatening to consume her entirely. She wanted to scream, to unleash all the rage and pain that surged through her veins, but she couldn't find her voice. The person who had taken her father's life stood there, their helmet concealing their face. Bo-Katan's eyes bore into them with a mixture of fury and anguish, wanting nothing more than to make them pay for what they had done. But even in her despair, she could see no trace of remorse or regret in their eyes. For as long as he could remember, Valorum always harbored ambitions to rise to the position of chancellor, and so he pursued a career in politics. He took up various roles as a civil servant, once serving as administrator under Supreme Chancellor Skor Kalpana. As a man, he was decent enough and held good conversation, but he lacked the backbone needed for the political arena. Everyone saw it, including Valorum. Sometime later, he ascended to the role that was so coveted for his whole life. Out of the shoes of just an ordinary senator and into those of the chancellor. His administration, however, was anything but easy. He took pleasure in the benefits that accompanied his position, yet his mindset proved disadvantageous for him, and the political power he so enjoyed became hampered by massive bureaucracies of the government. No matter what he did, what bill he had passed, no one was completely happy. He expected it. Such is the life of a politician. He held a negative view of senators who prioritized corporate interests instead of the well-being of their constituents. However, he did not openly express this opinion and kept it to himself, demonstrating his traditional and old-fashioned mindset. Valorum made conscious efforts to maintain his bias towards one senator over another. Sitting in his office, surrounded by stacks of paperwork, a holocom message then interrupted the silence. He actually welcomed it, the tedium of the day weighing on him. He thumbed a switch to accept the call and sat further upright, expecting another report on Senate proceedings or diplomatic negotiations. Boy, was he far from right. To his surprise, the holographic image that materialized before him showed a stoic-faced official from Mandalore, but in his pixelated eyes was something troublesome. His eyes were filled with grief and regret. Valorum was on his toes, not literally, but his attention was definitely full and undivided. "Chancellor Valorum," the official spoke with a heavy heart and a tone that almost betrayed the stoic look he was trying to convey. "I regret to inform you that Duke Obitine Kryze has become an unfortunate casualty, sir." Valorum was taken aback. The news hit him like a sudden blow, stirring a mix of shock within him. His death raised questions. Recovering, Valorum asked, "What happened?" He leaned forward, tugging at the hem of his suit. "We are still investigating the circumstances, but initial reports suggest he fell in defense of the city." It was not news he delivered lightly. Valorum's mind raced. Relations with Mandalore were not great, but he always respected the Duke. Obitine was quite the influential figure in his home world. His heart felt weighed down, but he had to ask, "And what of his daughters?" Bo-Katan suffered only minor injuries, but was treated. As the late Duke's eldest child, the Princess Satine, "I've already patched through a communique to Raj Osit. He is to inform the princess himself." Valorum nodded, his stomach grinding in knots. "Of course," his voice tinged with sadness. "Please do keep me updated on any developments and extend my condolences to your people." The holocommunicator ended, and Valorum sat back in his chair, feeling a heaviness settle over him. Satine was the epitome of grace, a wondrous girl with a rare ability to bring people together. Valorum enjoyed mentoring her. She was but barely a teenager when meeting her, and now, everything has changed. Satine paced the carpet. She spoke aloud, moving her hands about in front of her as she did, as if gesturing the words coming from her mouth. She claimed it helped her keep focus. As part of her diplomatic education, Satine would sit in on small council debates, oversee passage of bills, and when on occasion shadow a senator. These last few weeks, she's had the pleasure of doing so with Bail Antilles, the senator from Alderaan. She was amazed at how much power and influence these senators wielded, and how important their decisions were for the galaxy as a whole. Senator Antilles has been a particularly impressive mentor, always listening carefully, never letting his personal feelings cloud his judgment. Everything she gained from him was written down in mental notes stored in her brain. Obi-Wan was her soundboard. The issue had been about trade disputes in the Mid-Rim. Her solution was a bipartisanship bill. Satine favored a neutral approach that avoided conflict. Satine liked bouncing ideas off Obi-Wan. He was a Jedi, after all, trained in diplomacy and negotiation. She suspected he hated this, though. The politics. His insights were valuable and his advice helpful, but she knew his heart wasn't really in it. Placating her? Maybe. But at least he brought food. Nerf steak sandwiches from Dex's diner. She's still never been there. If the sandwich was any indication of quality, Satine knew she was missing out. The food did its job to fill their bellies and give her fuel. Obi-Wan was still cleaning up from lunch when she was getting back to it, pacing the carpet, gesturing wildly. The way she spoke so passionately really lit up Obi-Wan's heart. He smiled at her from the kitchen, though he could only see glimpses as she walked back and forth across the room. He kept quiet most of the time, nodding his head so often to show he was paying attention, regardless of his own take on the matter. Once the dishes were done and drying, Obi-Wan put a kettle on. As Satine continued to talk, she noticed his smile and paused mid-sentence, with her eyebrows raised. "What?" she asked, curious, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Oh, nothing," he shook his head. "Just admiring your passion." Obi-Wan emerged from the kitchen with a smile. "I think you've got something there," he said, handing over a fresh cup of tea. "I hope Senator Antilles thinks so. It's true my heart lies more with the teachings of the Jedi than political maneuvering, but I help when and where I can." He tapped the edge of his cup against hers. Satine smiled back. "Still, I appreciate your input, even if politics isn't your favorite topic. Master Qui-Gon thinks I should be more attuned," Obi-Wan went on, and quietly puffed out a tiny breath from the corner of his mouth to cool the tea as he lifted the cup to his face. "And what do you say?" Obi-Wan got quiet a moment, and then perhaps a bit sad. He trusted in Qui-Gon's teachings and wisdom a great deal, but he still felt there was more to be had. His first few months as Qui-Gon's apprentice had been wrought with difficulties and challenges, it's true. His master attempted to adapt his own teaching methods to suit Kenobi's strengths, but this always seemed to fall through. And although it had been a few years since they first became master and apprentice, they still struggled to establish a workable affinity. Qui-Gon continued teaching Obi-Wan the basic cadences of lightsaber combat, but only focused on those which prevented the latter from picking a specialty. While it annoyed the young apprentice, Obi-Wan was grateful to his master and spent a significant amount of time training and honing what techniques had been taught to him. There was strength and nobility and restraint. He trusted in the Force, and he trusted in Master Jin. Obi-Wan sipped his tea. I think Master Qui-Gon is right." "Wow," Satine scoffed. "What?" Obi-Wan half snorted, half chuckled. "Have I surprised you? You just always seem so sure of yourself, Obi-Wan," she replied with a lightened smile that quickly spread. "It's refreshing to see you admit that maybe there's more to learn." Obi-Wan reflected her smile. "There is always more to learn, Satine. We Jedi are constantly seeking knowledge and growth." She nodded her head in agreement. "Well, I'm glad to see you're open to it." Satine finished her tea, and Obi-Wan next. Then she took both cups into the kitchen to have them washed. She left her companion in the middle of her living room for the moment while she slipped away to the refresher for a shower and a change. Alone, Obi-Wan clasped his hands behind his back and had a moment. He walked to the window where a steady stream of traffic buzzed by this way and that. The hum of the engines reminded him much of his training saber as a youngling. The longer he stood there, the more tuned out he became. He almost didn't hear the door open, the footsteps approaching. Obi-Wan turned when the man cleared his throat, and the young Jedi Padawan held an inquisitorial gaze. "Raj, what's happened?" "I have urgent news for Her Highness," the man answered. He wasn't much older than Obi-Wan was now, and spoke with a tone to match his age. Had he not come off so straightforward, Obi-Wan may not have guessed something was ever wrong. Moving away from the window, Obi-Wan dropped his arms. "She's having a shower. Is there something I can help you with? I must speak with her." Obi-Wan's brows furrowed. "Raj, what?" He studied the man's face hard, the way his expression held. So stiff. Not a hint of anything but determination. Though maybe there was something just there in the crook of his eyes. Yes. Sorrow. Obi-Wan took a breath, and then again, and then exhaled. His heart thudded in his chest, which felt tight, as if something he delivered a blow to his sternum. Then realization sunk in. Oh, he looked back over his shoulder, in the direction of the refresher. He could hear the water and the jovial singing. "When?" was all he asked. "I only received word not long ago. Sir, shall I?" "No." He heard the shower click off. Satine was done. She'd be climbing out about now, wrapping the towel around her, drying off. She'd go into her bedroom to change. It gave Obi-Wan only a few minutes to think about what he wanted to say, and he didn't really want to say it. He didn't want to be perceived as the messenger of death, the person who'd tell Satine that her father was dead. But he had to. He would. A glimpse of a shadow crossed the threshold of the doorway. Satine was coming back from the bedroom. Obi-Wan could smell the flowery fragrance from here. It choked him. Satine saw him first and smiled, but then saw Raj, and that smile began to fade. She felt dread settle in her belly. It was an unpleasant feeling, the acidity of bile as it had risen in her throat. Her stomach threatened to expel her latest meal. Satine knew that look all too well. She was familiar with it, like an old, unwanted friend. As she dared to take another step, and then another, the weight of impending sorrow pulled her down. It held her, suffocated her. Satine's heartbeats were gallops of pain, and when her vision cleared, Kenobi was still standing there. Raj was her guardian. He came to Coruscant with her 2 years ago, a soldier in her father's royal guard. He trusted the young man above all else, and Satine trusted him. He was an optimistic man, tall and sun-kissed with a lean, muscular physique. His face was rather square, but his chin dipped at an angle, eventually blending with a cleft chin. But when he looked at her, with that downtrodden expression, Satine knew. Obi-Wan was the first to walk to her. "Satine." "No," she protested, her voice wavering, and she gestured as if telling him not to say anything else to her. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it." Tears started rolling down her face before she could stop them. She'd be lying to herself if she stood there pretending like she didn't know there was a possibility of this happening. Her father was the greatest warlord of Clan Kryze, and the great clan wars pitted friend against friend, family against family. And her father was at the center of it all. Her mother was the first to fall. A political assassination. Everything snowballed from there. Satine felt sick to her stomach. Next thing she knew, Obi-Wan had his hands over her, and she had her forehead propped under his chin against his chest, and his hands were rubbing circles along her spine. He didn't say anything, just held her close and let her cry it out. Satine sat at the edge of her bed, staring out the open window, long dried tears staining her face. Behind her was Obi-Wan, who neatly folded and packed her clothes away in 2 equally sized suitcases. He had felt anything at all, then he did well keeping it to himself. His thoughts were one of grief. Obi-Wan was still an infant when he was brought to the temple. Memories of Stujon were really fuzzy at best, and completely non-existent at worst. The whole idea of taking custody of force-sensitive children as early as possible was to prevent emotional attachment. A majority of parents consider it a great honor to give their children to the Order and are happy to do so. Some, not so much. Qui-Gon never told Obi-Wan which category his parents fell into, and he didn't think to ask. When he was 15, he had the opportunity to go home. Most Padawans were given the same option. Not all of them took it. In fact, most didn't. These Padawans had no connection to the family that gave them life. They didn't know those people, and ultimately chose not to get themselves involved. Obi-Wan was like that. He didn't think he wanted to at first. Qui-Gon eventually convinced him, though said the choice was still his own. Obi-Wan thought it would be awkward, and he was right. It was. Mostly consisted of him sitting there with his birth parents in silence, each one waiting for the other to start a conversation. It was eventually his mother who did, and his father. He went on to say how proud of his son he was, how much he could see Obi-Wan had learned and grown. They wanted to maintain some contact. For the first few months, numerous attempts had been made. Almost all went unanswered. Eventually, they stopped altogether. But Satine was different. She knew her parents from day one, both of them. So while Obi-Wan couldn't sympathize in the same way, for him, his parents may as well be dead. It hadn't been that long since he saw them, much less thought of them. Today, he was. He was picturing the last time he saw them, the gratified look on his father's face, the tears stinging his mother's eyes. It was the first time he realized he had her eyes. There came a knock at the doorframe that pulled him from those thoughts. Obi-Wan looked up. It was Raj at the door. It was hard to disconcert one thought from the other, but easy enough to read an otherwise impassible expression. It was not a conversation Raj wanted to have, but he had a duty. "Ma'am, might I have a word, please?" Obi-Wan stopped packing long enough to look at Satine. Satine hadn't said anything. Apparently staring out the window was slightly more enjoyable than whatever Raj came here for. Enjoyable might not be exactly the right word for her to be thinking about, but thinking about that was better than trying to picture her father's last moments. Eventually, though, Satine pushed herself to stand. That is all she'd been doing as of late, pushing herself to stand, to move on, to continue. Somehow now, putting one foot in front of the other was so much harder. Obi-Wan joined them in the living room. Satine was already sitting on the couch, Raj on the one opposite them. On the table in front of them was a pitcher of cold water. Raj started first. "Ma'am, I should tell you that I have apprised Prime Minister Almec of our intentions, and he will be expecting us within the next 4 days." "Right, of course." Satine whipped at her face, and Obi-Wan took the liberty of pouring a glass of water for her, then handing it over. She sipped at it casually, before nursing the glass between her hands. "Should I say something? When we arrive, you'll no doubt be expected to, and I imagine there will be a funeral, in the tradition of Mandalorian culture, of course." Satine nodded, choosing to swallow down the rest of the water instead of responding as she probably should be. Obi-Wan clearing his throat. We should also discuss security measures for the princess. Given recent events, we cannot be too careful. Satine had remained silent, not because she had nothing to say, but because the words she wanted to say just weren't formulating right. She couldn't push the thought out of her mind of what her father's last moments alive might have been. But what she did know is that he wouldn't have wished for her to be so melancholy about his death. Death was celebrated in Mandalore. It signified the end of one life and the beginning of another, like a journey from point A to point B, accompanied by great feasts and songs and tales of the Mandalorians' victories. As she listened to Obi-Wan and Raj go on and on about what to expect, preventative measures, protection details, etc., Satine sighed. She found her voice again, although it was only to correct them. Duchess. It was so muted that both Obi-Wan and Raj hardly heard her, and it was quiet for a moment when they both looked in her direction. Satine set the empty glass on the table. I believe you should refer to me as Duchess, not Princess. That is, after all, what happens when the current monarch dies, is it not? The oldest takes on his titles and responsibilities. Obi-Wan didn't know the protocol of royal hierarchy. What he knew was directly related to the Jedi Order, that when a Jedi Master died, or could no longer continue on his or her duties as Master, their Padawan would be given to a new Master. It was the closest comparison he could think about. Raj was more familiar, and understood what the princess scratched that what the Duchess was saying. Well, he cleared his throat. Long live Duchess Satine. It was the realization that dawned on Satine, the idea that at 16 years old, she was now the ruling monarch of Mandalore. Chapter 2. The Etier-class shuttle was 14.2 meters long, with its sleek and compact design easily allowing for swift maneuverability. As it rocketed through the Coruscant system, its body glimmered under the distant stars. The metallic exterior gleamed, reflecting the celestial light that surrounded it. The dorsal fin at the rear end added to its streamlined appearance, enhancing its aerodynamic capabilities. The roar was anything but ferocious. Instead, it emitted a gentle hum, akin to a contented kitten. The state-of-the-art propulsion system propelled the shuttle forward, propelling them towards their destination at impressive speed. The two wings on either side of the vessel were folded up neatly against its body during flight, reducing drag and allowing for optimal efficiency. They appeared almost like wings of a bird, ready to take flight once they reached their intended landing spot. Inside the cabin, a low hum permeated as various systems worked harmoniously together. Control panels blinked with vibrant lights, displaying vital information for navigation and monitoring ship functions. Observing at a glance, Qui-Gon's eyes darted back and forth, and then a few minutes' finger clicks at the controls brings a map of the Outer Rim territories to materialize before them. After a few more seconds, he taps at the screen. The holographic image hovered above the control panel, showcasing the vast expanse of space dotted with various planetary systems. As if on Quay, the map zooms in until its sole focus was on Mandalore, a once thriving green planet, now ravaged by centuries of war, transforming the surface into a barren desert. Sand dunes stretch across its surface like waves frozen in time, while ancient ruins bear witness to its once prosperous past. Key landmarks are marked with precision, indicating areas of importance or potential strategic value. The journey to Mandalore was not a short one. It required long hours spent traversing hyperspace. Qui-Gon took advantage of this time to meditate, finding solace in his connection with the Force. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to be enveloped by its energy. Obi-Wan, however, directed his attention towards studying reports about recent events on Mandalore. Their starship hummed quietly as it cut through the darkness of space. The silence between them was broken only by occasional communications from the control tower or updates from their astromech droid companion. The atmosphere inside the cockpit remained calm, yet charged with anticipation. Jedi knew that they would soon face challenges upon reaching their destination. Obi-Wan glanced at Qui-Gon beside him, sensing his master's deep contemplation through their bond. "Master," he spoke softly, breaking the quietude, "do you sense anything specific? Any danger we should be prepared for?" "The Force is always in motion, Padawan." Qui-Gon opened his eyes and turned toward Obi-Wan. His serene expression held a hint of concern as he continued. It whispers its guidance, but it does not reveal everything at once. We must trust in its flow and remain vigilant. Obi-Wan nodded, absorbing his master's words. Understood. As their starship zoomed onward through space towards Mandalore, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan settled back into a comfortable silence. Satine would be somewhere in the ship, most likely in the back with Raj, probably discussing further the proceedings of what she should be expecting. Obi-Wan couldn't hear their conversation, but he imagined it. There was nothing he could say that would make this easier for her, and she didn't seem eager in talking either, not to him anyway. In truth, Obi-Wan really knew nothing about Mandalore. What little he did know came from the bits and pieces told to him by Satine. The rest he discovered for himself. He did know about Mandalorians, a society made up of individuals from various species, organized into clans that excelled as skilled mercenaries and bounty hunters. Throughout the galaxy's history, they were renowned for their prowess in battle and their ability to conquer new territories. Due to their warrior culture, the Mandalorians engaged in multiple wars of expansion during the Old Republic era, establishing colonies on neighboring planets like Crownest, Ordo, and Concord Dawn. This led to the sector around their home planet being referred to as Mandalorian space. These events took place long before Obi-Wan was born and were not discussed at the Jedi Temple. He suspected there was far more to it than he realized, but didn't pry. Obviously, whatever it was had been a sore subject amongst the Jedi and the Republic itself. The ship dropped out of hyperspace. Ahead of them was the Mandalore system, home to Mandalore, the moon Concordia, and the planet Kalevala. Population was a little over 4 million. The ship's descent slowed as it entered Mandalore's atmosphere. Obi-Wan was far too busy staring out the windows to really notice. He watched intently as the vibrant hues of Mandalore's surface came into view, the planet's distinct cityscape painting a stunning landscape. The ship descended further, passing through wisps of clouds that obscured his view intermittently. As they neared the landing zone, Qui-Gon glanced over at his apprentice. "We need to remain focused, Padawan," he said. A few more finger clicks as the ship touched down on the landing pad, and then the engine powered down. Qui-Gon gestured for Obi-Wan to follow. Obi-Wan obediently followed his master as they made their way out of the ship and onto the landing pad. The air on Mandalore was different, carrying a unique mix of scents and sounds that stirred excitement within Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon approached the landing platform. Obi-Wan pacing behind his Jedi master, gangly appendages struggling to keep up. Puberty had did a number on him. Over the course of one rotation, the teen's growth spurt had skyrocketed. Qui-Gon supposed he should have anticipated this and did what he could to guide his Padawan through the thick of it, like Dooku had once done for him. As they reached the platform, a sleek starship awaited them, its engines humming with anticipation. The pilot stood nearby, a grizzled man with weathered features and a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, Master Jin," the pilot greeted with a nod. "You must be the emissary I was told would be meeting us here. I was not expecting a Jedi." Given the history between Mandalore and the Jedi, Qui-Gon wasn't surprised by the pilot's reaction. Obi-Wan first looked up at Qui-Gon, maybe trying to suss out the Jedi Master's expressions, but the man's face remained almost unreadable. It was easy enough to take a gander, though he'd probably be wrong. Things between him and Qui-Gon were very raw these days. The whole Melita Dayan incident was a memory best left forgotten. If only the young Padawan could do just that. While the Jedi Master accepted Obi-Wan back as his apprentice, Obi-Wan had his work cut out for him to regain Qui-Gon's respect, and it would take a long time for either of them to fully trust each other again. This assignment protection detail, he'd been told, was the first he'd been allowed to since the Council put him on probation months prior. "Don't screw up," Obi-Wan was told. He had no intention of doing so. Instead of offense, Obi-Wan saw his master smile. "The Republic and Jedi Council thought we would be best suited for this. I assure you, it is not necessary." Qui-Gon and his apprentice lifted their heads, eyes drawn to the young man in Mandalorian armor descending the ramp. The man removed his helmet. "Raj Osset, Royal Guard to Duke Adonai Kryze. I've been assigned guardianship of his eldest daughter while she remains here. Qui-Gon and Raj shook hands, but Obi-Wan found himself otherwise, distracted. From behind the Mandalorian guard walked another, a young girl with golden blonde hair seamlessly framing her Caucasian skin, and a set of blue eyes which sparkled as the rare sunshine on Coruscant caught glimpses of her face. Obi-Wan Kenobi's breathed deep, trying to quiet his accelerated heartbeats. He took notice of the phony smile she's adopted. She appears sad. The two Jedi swept themselves into a bow. As Obi-Wan stood straight, he became acutely aware his heart rate has increased to a pulsating rhythm behind his ribs. He tried to dismiss the feeling, attributing it to the intensity of the situation and his own nerves. But deep down, he knew that there is something more to it, something he can't quite put into words. Obi-Wan watched as the girl gracefully approached them, her eyes scanning her surroundings with a hint of weariness. Her emerald green gown flows around her like water, accentuating her regal stature. Despite her elegant appearance, Obi-Wan sensed a heaviness within her gaze, a weight that seems to burden her soul. She studied them each in turn, noting the glint of silver on their laser swords as rays of sun passed over them. Raj and Qui-Gon observed their interaction keenly, trying to decipher any hidden emotions or intentions between them. The Jedi Padawan maintained an air of professionalism despite the swirling thoughts and feelings within him. She smiled at them, and Obi-Wan's etiquette escaped him. He became breathless, and a subtle blush appeared on his cheeks. His mind went blank, words escaping him like fleeting whispers in the wind. The tightness in Obi-Wan's chest intensified, making it difficult for him to draw in a steady breath. He felt a mix of exhilaration and vulnerability, caught off guard by the unexpected surge of emotions coursing through him. The flush on his cheeks deepens, betraying his inner turmoil. He silently chastised himself for losing control over such a simple gesture. Yet, he couldn't deny the warmth that spreads throughout his entire being in response to her smile. Qui-Gon cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. He nudged his apprentice's shoulder gently, prompting Obi-Wan to cough discreetly behind a closed fist. The girl couldn't help but hide a giggle behind her hand. "Greetings, Your Highness." His smile was quite warm. Satine felt an instant comfort. "I am Master Qui-Gon Jinn." He then gestured to the younger Jedi standing beside him, who was quite shorter in stature, but coming close to her own height. "This is my Padawan, Obi-Wan Kenobi." She offered a nod in turn to the both of them. The girl observed their appearances as if attempting to assess them, while Obi-Wan, mostly staying still, had a slightly puzzled yet intense expression on his face. Her gaze softened, a playful smile turning into a more genuine one. "Obi-Wan," she repeated, her voice filled with warmth and curiosity. "Obi-Wan." The name rolled over and over on her tongue as she said it aloud. His heart rate increased. Qui-Gon watched the exchange between the two with growing interest. There was an undeniable connection forming, a spark of understanding. "You may call me Satine." She noticed first the stillness in the air, before getting a whiff of the sulfur. She'd never forget that smell. The Mandalorian landscape had changed so much since her last time touching these floors. Her eyes fixed on the horizon, where smoke rises from the distant. The encumbrance of the war pressed down on her shoulders, suffocating her with its relentless despair. Her heart arched, and she felt the sorrow deepen within her as more and more news of devastation reached her ears. Families torn apart, homes reduced to rubble, dreams shattered into fragments. The anguish seeped into every corner of her being, leaving no room for hope or for solace. The once vibrant city she called home now lay mid-ruin, the streets all but completely deserted and lifeless. The laughter and joy that used to fill the air had been replaced by the haunting silence of loss. She could hear the cries of those who had lost everything, their voices echoing through her thoughts like a never-ending lament. It was as if the war had become a part of her, consuming her whole being until there was nothing left to devour. It was a small and fragile thing, like a delicate flame struggling against the wind. It was the flicker of hope she clung to. Her hands clenched in thought. She was the daughter of a prominent leader, raised to be strong and independent. But this war had tested even her resilience. In the end, there wouldn't be any winners. Both sides would suffer immeasurable losses. She wished it hadn't come to this. Her heart ached for those caught up in between the innocent civilians, those who became collateral damage. Satine was silent as they entered the palace, and Obi-Wan, observing her, wanted to walk side by side with his friend, but reminded himself how inappropriate it might come across at such a difficult time. They were met by a gaggle of others, Prime Minister Almec and his deputy minister, Jarek, amongst them. Satine hadn't seen her home in years, and it had felt even longer since she met with Almec. She had been but a child then. Now it felt more like she was an adult well before her time. And yet, according to Mandalorian society, she was. Almec spoke first, issuing his commiserations to her. "On behalf of the people, I'd like to first welcome you home, and to extend our heartfelt condolences." Satine said nothing at first. If her father were here, he'd tell her to swallow her sorrows and move on. It didn't bode well to dwell on those who were no longer here. But it was mindset of the warrior culture that bugged her. For several years, it had been the true backbone of their society. But Satine could see it had gotten them nowhere. And now, her parents were dead. What was this supposed to prove? She swallowed down the bile in her throat as she introduced her companions. Of course, Almec was already acquainted with Raj. Almec was not the only one raising his eyebrow at the two Jedi standing behind Satine Kryze, and others in their company seemed to echo his expressions. They shared a look amongst each other, and their thoughts were easy enough for Satine to decipher. Mandalore had a long-standing history with the Jedi. None of it good. "We have come on behalf of the Jedi Council and Republic Senate," explained Qui-Gon in a very low-volume calm. Almec and Jarek stared past Satine's shoulders. Behind them sat another. His name was Pre Vizsla, of Clan Vizsla. They were the leading clan of House Vizsla, one of the political factions of Mandalorian society and government. His chair inched back as he stood. His brows furrowed and came together in tight knits. The Jedi were not a welcomed sight to see. During the fall of the Old Republic, members of House Vizsla snuck into the temple and liberated the Darksaber, a unique black-colored lightsaber that would later become the symbol of their house. It was created by Tar Vizsla, a Force-sensitive Mandalorian inducted into the Jedi Order as a child. The Darksaber had at one point been used to slaughter many Jedi, and Pre Vizsla would have been more than willing to see these two fall upon its blade. Satine cleared her throat, breaking a tense silence that had settled. Pre Vizsla, however, did not stand down. "We do not need the help of the Republic, Jedis. Mandalore can handle its own affairs without interference from outsiders." Qui-Gon remained calm in the face of hostility. "Governor Vizsla, we must consider the potential consequences this war has already brought to our people," interjected Satine, earning her a scowl. She ignored it. This conflict could spread beyond the borders of Mandalore, eventually threatening the stability of the entire galaxy. Vizsla scoffed. "I do believe your time on Coruscant has made you soft, Princess. The arrogance of these Jedis know no bounds." "Duchess," Satine corrected, trying to cool rising anger. "I am a princess no longer, and you will address me as my station sees fit, Governor." Raj had stood silent, but there was a hidden smirk there on his mouth. The diplomacy and statecraft Adonai wanted for his daughter had paid off. He was more than confident seeing Satine standing up to the likes of Pre Vizsla. Satine held Vizsla's stare, refusing to back down. "There is valid concern here. Mandalore has been marked by a long history of warring factions, both internal and external. We've been in the midst of an identity crisis for years. Many Mandalorians believe a change is needed." She spoke with the air of a practiced politician, but even the words coming out of her mouth felt a bit foreign. "You would be willing to forego our warrior traditions for what the sake of peace? Peace is an illusion." Satine did not back down. "Peace is not an illusion." Vizsla openly laughed. "It is a luxury you cannot afford in the face of our enemies. Our warrior traditions are what have kept us strong, and we will not bow down to the likes of the Republic or the Jedi." Satine's resolve was unwavering. "It is not about bowing down, Governor. It is about finding a way to coexist with others without constant conflict and bloodshed. We must consider the future of Mandalore and its people, not just pride and honor. It is time we evolve past our primitive ways, embrace a new way of life." Vizsla looked past her again. The Jedi at her heels had said nothing. This Duchess, a simple child, was weak-minded. perverted by the ways of the Jedi. She had a child's faith in goodliness and rationality. She would be proven wrong. Governor Vizsla. Raj stepped forward, his voice calm and yet firm. I believe the Duchess makes valid points. The people of Mandalore have suffered under years of countless wars and conflict. How would she know? She was sent off-world as a child, and from what I can see here, a child she still is. This gained the ire of others. Satine remained composed, her gaze steady. I may have been sheltered from the worst of it, but I have seen enough to know there is a better way forward for Mandalore. We cannot continue down the path of destruction and violence. We must strive for peace and unity. Mandalore will always be a warrior society, and we will not hesitate to defend ourselves against any threat. He snapped, his voice hissing. To abandon our ways would be to betray our heritage. Our heritage should not define us. Vizsla glared, his jaw clenched in frustration. You spit on the memory of your father, first by refusing to take the creed, and now with your talks of peace. If the dig at her father had gotten under her skin, Satine did well not to show it. Though it was easy enough for Obi-Wan to sense what she was feeling, he'd been the one to tell her, and the one to comfort her. I will honor my father's memory by seeking a path of peace and prosperity. We must adapt and evolve. Vizsla scoffed. Your naivety will be your downfall. Seeing how this would go, Raj stepped forward. Now his gaze had remained steady while his eyes took on a dark look. Governor, with all due respect, I believe that the Duchess's vision for Mandalore is worth considering. Turning his attention to Raj, Vizsla glared at him. This impertinent child was almost as bad as the Duchess. Vizsla turned back to Satine. Satine remained unfazed, meeting Vizsla's glare with a determined hard stare. She would not be broken. I will continue to fight for what I believe is right. Vizsla was fuming. I will not stand idly by while you lead Mandalore down a dangerous path. You may have your supporters now, but they will soon see the folly of your ways. Maybe so, Governor, but that is not for you to decide. If you won't stand with me, then I can do this without you. With that, Satine turned and walked away. The future of Mandalore hung in the balance, but she was determined to forge a new path for her people, no matter the challenges. Mandalorians gather at the living waters. Bo-Katan Kryze was inside the mines, surrounded by the subjects of the royal family. The armorer was in front of her. Though the face behind the mask couldn't be seen, her inflection revealed a sense of purpose and resolve. Bo-Katan nervously stood before the gathered Mandalorians, her father standing proudly by her side. She took a deep breath. The Mandalorian creed hung in the air, its words etched deeply in her mind since childhood. I swear on my name and the name of my ancestors. As Bo-Katan began reciting the creed, she felt her voice steady and strong. Each word resonated with conviction as she spoke of honor, strength, and loyalty. Her father's presence beside her only bolstered her confidence further. That I shall walk the way of the Mandalore. The creed served as a reminder of the values she must uphold and the path she had chosen. Her father's gaze never wavered from hers as she continued reciting the creed. His eyes held pride, love, and unwavering support for his daughter. He had been an influential figure in shaping Bo-Katan into the leader she had become. And the words of the creed shall be forever forged in my heart. With each passing line of the creed, Bo-Katan's voice grew stronger, more resolute. She could feel the spirit of Mandalore coursing through her veins, empowering her. Finishing with a flourish, Bo-Katan raised her hand high as cheers erupted throughout the crowd. Her father smiled down at her, his eyes glistening with pride and joy at his daughter's accomplishment. The armorer steps closer, raises the helmet above her shoulders, and secures it on Bo-Katan's head. This is the way, she says. This is the way. It is followed by a chorus of voices, echoing the same sentiment. The armorer dips a wooden bowl into the waters, then holds it at arm's length in front of the young teen. From this moment on, I shall never remove my helmet. The words that flow from her lips are like a mantra she's repeated over and over and over again. She's committed them to memory, a memory etched on her heart. From this moment on, I shall never remove my helmet. This is the way, she says. This is the way. Bo-Katan's father stepped forward, his voice filled with emotion. "My daughter," he began, his words carrying a weight that silenced the crowd. "You have embraced not only our heritage, but also the responsibility that comes with it." She smiles as his hand comes to rest on her shoulder. The path ahead would not be easy, but Bo-Katan knew that she carried within her the strength of those who came before her. Their struggles and sacrifices were etched into her very being, an indomitable force that fueled her resolve. Bo-Katan stood in the middle of her parents' bedroom. On the bed was her father's armor. She was emotionless. All power and pose had gone. Instead, Bo-Katan felt only emptiness. Mandalorians were proud warriors. Death did not scare them. But there was a scar on Bo-Katan's heart that would never heal. She picked up the helmet, running her fingers over the familiar designs and scratches that told the story of battles fought and won. But now he was gone, taken from her, as so many of their brethren. Bo-Katan felt a rage burning deep within her, a desire for revenge that threatened to consume her. She was confident and brave and a fierce warrior. Her skills in combat were beyond that of most others. But in that moment she felt lost and alone. Her family, her clan, her people all torn apart by tyranny of those who deemed themselves new Mandalorians, a name which felt sour in Bo-Katan's mouth. She clenched her jaw, trying to hold back the angry tears. She couldn't afford to show weakness. The silence that had once befallen the room was broken, and Bo-Katan's attention was drawn towards the door, but she looked away just as quickly. Satine had walked in. She was different than when Bo-Katan had saw her last. Her body seemed more filled out, more mature. She had curves to accompanying her womanly look. While Bo-Katan was the younger of the sisters, she started her physical development by the age of 9. Satine had always been more delicate and graceful of the two, with her fair skin and soft features. But now there was a strength in her gaze that Bo-Katan had never seen before. It was as if she had grown into herself, embracing herself as Bo-Katan had done the day she took the creed. The sight of her sister had Bo-Katan thinking of how Satine had been favorited by their mother, the one destined for greatness. Bo-Katan was the spare, the replacement sibling should something happen to the heir. She had ceremonial duties, represented the royal family at events, but she didn't have any significant responsibilities in terms of ruling or governing. That is why, after all, her sister was sent to Coruscant, to learn what she needed to in order to eventually step into the shoes of their father. This came far too soon. Satine explored deeper into the room that used to be a source of solace for her, but now seemed like an empty, lifeless space. As she ran her fingers across her mother's desk, she noticed it was covered in dust. She brought her hand close to her mouth and blew on it, causing clouds of dust to scatter around the room. She closed her eyes and let the memories flood back to her. The sound of her mother's laughter, the smell of fresh ink on paper, the sight of sunlight streaming through the window. She wished she could hear her mother's voice once more time, feel her comforting embrace. As she opened her eyes, something caught her attention. In the corner was their father's Besbev, a traditional Mandalorian flute forged from Beskar iron. That wasn't just a musical instrument, but a melee weapon as well, one with a sharp tip not too dissimilar to a quill stylus. Satine thought seriously about running her hands over it, as if willing herself to draw a memory. But then she caught Bo-Katan's gaze. There were many nights coming here to father and mother's room. Father playing his Besbev, mother singing. She got sad thinking about it, of a life that once was. "I remember," Satine gave a short laugh. Do you remember father trying to teach you how to play? Gods, you were awful. But you never gave up, although I don't think your skill ever improved." Bo-Katan chuckled, shaking her head as she picked up the Besbev and ran her fingers over its smooth surface. So many memories coming back to her. She started to play. Satine closed her eyes and let the familiar notes fill the room. In that moment, they felt connected to their past, to their family, and to each other. The echoes of their parents' love and guidance lingered in the air, reminding them that they were never truly alone. The music was a comforting balm, soothing the ache in her heart. It lulled her for a moment, until the notes faded out. Okay, maybe she had improved. Bo-Katan was still holding on to the instrument when Satine opened her eyes. She'd swear on all of Mandalore there weren't tears in her eyes, and she'd take it to her grave if she had to. and if Satine had seen them, she didn't say anything. The sisters fell into an uncomfortable silence after that. Satine wanted to say something to Bo-Katan, but it almost felt like a vice pinching at her tongue. What she wanted to say, she just couldn't. Eventually, she managed, softly, "I know this is hard for both of us, but we need to remember that we're sisters first and foremost, and we need each other to get through this. I need you, Bo." Bo-Katan felt a lump form in her throat. She knew that Satine was right, but it was still difficult for her. She had spent years pushing her sister away, building walls around herself. Now Satine was back, during the worst times. What Bo-Katan was feeling, she couldn't describe it, or even begin to try to. Without feeling anger bubbling around the heart she tried keeping closed off. Satine was persistent. She kept trying to reach for sister and break down those barriers. She thought bringing up memories of their childhood would have helped, at least to remind Bo-Katan of the bond they shared as sister before. Bo-Katan thought seeing Satine again would feel different, but the only thing she was feeling at that moment was a heavy weight on her shoulders. Frustration, rage, everything she'd been holding on to all this time. Satine was her only remaining support system, but she couldn't bring herself to appreciate it. It was difficult to think about her sister without thinking on all the reasons for her absenteeism. Their father was dead. He was dead. And Satine wasn't. Here, Bo-Katan clenched her fists, trying to push down those overwhelming emotions threatening to consume her. She knew she had to stay strong for all those people counting on her. Well, counting on Satine, she supposed. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself before speaking. "Satine," she said, a voice strained with emotion. I don't know how to feel right now. I thought seeing you again would bring me some peace, but all it's done is remind me of everything we've lost. Bo, that is not fair." She stopped when Bo-Katan shot her a pointed look. "Stop. I can't do this right now." Bo-Katan looked away, unable to meet Satine's gaze. Before her sister could raise objections or even try to plead for herself further, Bo-Katan stalked out of the room with her head lifted and a bite in her throat. The waves had pulled them under again, and Satine lost grip on Obi-Wan's hand. Her mouth opened in a wordless scream, water filling her lungs. The fast-moving current continued to push and pull the teens away from each other, churning their bodies over and over beneath the surface. As Satine fought against the powerful current, panic surged through her veins. She desperately clawed at the water, struggling to find something to hold on to. Her mind raced with fear and determination as she refused to give in to the relentless force of the waves. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Satine caught a glimpse of Obi-Wan being tossed around by the currents just a few feet away. Their eyes locked for an agonizing second, filled with terror and longing. They both knew they had to fight against this merciless torrent if they wanted any chance of survival. Summoning every ounce of strength within her, Satine propelled herself towards Obi-Wan, pushing against the raging waters that threatened to consume them both. The deafening sound of rushing water filled her ears as she struggled to stay afloat. She reached for him. So close. Just a little bit further. Her fingertips brushed against Obi-Wan's hand, a fleeting touch that filled her with both relief and longing. But before they could fully grasp each other's hands, another violent surge of water tore them apart. Tears mixed with the rushing torrent as Satine watched helplessly while Obi-Wan faded into the distance. Satine accepted her fate. The ceremonial event was commonly referred to as Kote Kiram, a culturally significant Mandalorian death ritual, specifically designated for warriors who had met their demise with exemplary bravery and valor. Translated into Galactic Basic as Glory Death, this sacred rite had been preserved and passed down through generations. Glory Death. It seemed appropriate. The sun began to set over the grand estate, casting a solemn and melancholic glow upon the somber scene. The air was heavy with grief as Satine, now adorned in regal black attire, stood alongside her sister Bo-Katan. Together, they were preparing for a funeral. It was a small affair, the funeral, attended only by a few mourners. They gathered around a single towering pyre's built, surrounded by many smaller others, and on those others were dozens of bodies, meticulously constructed from aged timber and adorned with intricate Mandalorian symbols. The scent of fragrant herbs permeated the air, mingling with the burning incense which wafted gently through the crowd. As dusk settled in, a hushed silence fell over the gathering. Satine stepped forward, her voice carrying a sense of both sorrow and determination as she addressed those assembled. She spoke eloquently about her father's unwavering dedication to Mandalore's people. With each word spoken, memories were kindled in hearts throughout the crowd. Memories of times when the Duke had been there for them, times when he had guided them towards hope and prosperity. Satine's voice trembled slightly as she concluded her heartfelt speech, her voice filled with reverence. Bo-Katan stepped forward next, holding 2 ceremonial torches aflame with flickering orange light. With measured steps, she approached the pyre in which their father's body lay. Sniffling back her tears, Bo-Katan gently placed the torch against the pyre, igniting the wood and allowing the flames to dance and consume it. As the fires consumed the pyres, creating a symphony of crackling noises and casting eerie shadows across the courtyard, the mourners observed in respectful silence. Bo-Katan broke that stillness with fierce battle shouts, prompting others to join in, sharing stories of the Duke's previous triumphs. The shouts reverberated through the air, stories which painted vivid pictures of a person dedicated to Mandalore. Satine stood listening intently to every word spoken, occasionally stealing a glance at her sister, whose gaze remained ahead of her, eyes downcast at the dancing flames in front of them. Slowly, the mourners began to disperse, leaving behind glowing embers and fading echoes. The sisters stayed close to the pyres, observing as they turned into ashes. As the remaining embers slowly diminished, Satine attempted to hold her sister's hand, but Bo-Katan swiftly withdrew. Obi-Wan had been watching from some distance away. He didn't like funerals. He found them to be somber and melancholic occasions that reminded him of the fragility of life. They were about loss and about pain. They stirred up emotions. The wind whispered, carrying with it the mournful sound of a lone trumpet playing a haunting melody. Qui-Gon had stood by him in silent reverence. Obi-Wan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to push the thoughts away from him. The halls were filled with drunken celebration and feasting, music loudly playing in the background. The smell of roasted meat and ale wafted through the air, creating a festive atmosphere. Laughter and cheers could be heard above the crackle of fire. Tables were lined with an abundance of food and drink, from juicy roasts to sweet pastries and hearty stews. Warriors helped themselves to the delicious spread, filling their plates and mugs with the tempting offerings. As the night wore on, more drinks were poured and songs were sung, adding to the joyful ambience of the celebration. It was a night to remember. However, Satine had little desire to join. She should, being the new Duchess of Mandalore, in name only for now. She supposed there would be an official ceremony sooner rather than later, and it would be as she would expect. For now, she distanced herself from the festivities, standing alone against a pillar by the window, quietly observing other celebrators with a bot of emotional detachment. These were supposed to be her people. She was supposed to show care and love and support, but instead, all she felt was nothing. Satine figured it came with the grief, and the rest would present itself in time. Despite being surrounded by people, she couldn't help but feel isolated in her position. Her mind drifted. She shut her eyes momentarily. The music around her swelled. She tried allowing the melody to lull her into a sense of solace, but it didn't seem to work. Satine suppressed her emotions and took a deep breath before shifting her focus back to the crowd. Bo-Katan stood among them. While Satine possessed determination and ambition, Bo-Katan was known for her sarcasm and fiery temper. Outwardly, Satine appeared content as she smiled, waved, and pretended to enjoy herself. However, deep within her, there was an inner turmoil desperately struggling to break free. But amidst all this chaos inside her mind, Satine knew one thing for certain. She couldn't let these emotions consume her. She had a duty to fulfill, a responsibility to lead Mandalore towards a better future. Satine wondered if anyone truly understood the struggle she faced or the sacrifices she made for Mandalore, or if anyone really cared. She was adept at hiding behind masks, the dutiful ruler, the composed diplomat, while keeping up appearances and keeping her true emotions' safety tucked in the prison of her mind. Obi-Wan had walked up beside her. She hadn't yet noticed, Not until he was practically shoving a glass into her hands. Satine accepted it without words, and the Jedi Padawan proceeded to bring his own glass to his lips. A smirk graced her mouth when Obi-Wan sipped his beverage and immediately started coughing. He inspected the glass and the red-colored liquid swirling around inside. Very strong stuff this is. Obi-Wan hacked out his wording, grinning slightly at how he almost perfectly portrayed Master Yoda's cadence. I suppose if you're not accustomed to its taste. Satine trailed off as she, too, lifted her glass to her lips for a sip. Mandalorian wine was a potent drink crafted from fruits and wild rice, known for its intense flavor profile and hint of bitterness. Still, Obi-Wan found it worth a second try. As he took another sip, the bitterness hit him in full force. Not a fan? She teased, raising an eyebrow at him. Obi-Wan shook his head, trying to hide his distaste with a forced smile. He could practically hear his master's own words, grace and humility. It's certainly unique, he replied with diplomatic tone. Satine laughed outright at his response, her eyes gleaming with amusement. It was a refreshing feeling to laugh. You don't have to drink it if you aren't enjoying it. I won't think any less of you. That's when Bo-Katan walked over, a goblet in hand. You, she sharply jutted a finger at Obi-Wan. Who are you? I don't know you, do I? Tyne, you didn't tell me you had a date. Satine rolled her eyes. Obi-Wan felt his cheeks redden. Padawan Kenobi, this is Bo-Katan Kryze, my sister. Bo, you're drunk. Pfft. No, I'm not. Bo-Katan waved off the accusation, which was soon followed by a hearty gulp of ale. She wiped the back of her hand on her mouth. Wait, Padawan Kenobi. So, you're a Jedi then. Tyne, we don't slum it with scum. Beer would be ashamed. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. Out of from the corner of his eye, he noticed Satine's face reddening with could-be anger or embarrassment, maybe both. I assure you, I am not what you call scum, and I highly doubt there would be any shame in my company. Bo-Katan let out a loud laugh. It mingled with the clamor of others. Oh, I like this one, Tina. He's got some fire in him. She clapped Obi-Wan on his backside, almost causing him to spill his drink. Oh, firm butt too. She rolled her eyes at her sister's antics and turned to Obi-Wan with an apologetic expression. Please forgive her. She can be quite forward at times. Obi-Wan put on his best smile. There's no need to apologize. I've dealt with far worse than this. There was hardly a time he could recall where he hadn't crossed paths with someone acting out of school, for whatever reason. Drunk or otherwise. The younger Kryze now turned her attention back to him. You want to know what I think? I think... She took pause, letting her words continue to drift while she thought of what she wanted to say next, then lifted a finger and pointed toward Satine, but not at her sister's face. I think her boobs have gotten bigger. She used to be so flat. Now look at her. Don't tell me you haven't. Tell her she's got nice boobs. Obi-Wan's smile faltered for a moment, taken aback by Bo-Katan's blunt statement. He cleared his throat and shifted uncomfortably. Satine's face felt flushed. Bo-Katan huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Fine, fine. I'll behave, for now. She shot a mischievous grin at Obi-Wan before taking another sip of her drink and eventually wandering off. Chapter 3. The throne room was brightly lit, decorated with tapestries that draped the walls and gilded decorations reflecting in warmth and power. A grand chandelier hung from the high ceiling, casting a warm light, giving an ethereal quality to the space. Satine's footsteps echoed softly as she made her way towards the grand throne. As she reached the center of the room, she gazed up at the imposing seat before her. It stood on a raised platform, adorned with intricate carvings and embellishments that spoke of power and authority, with velvet cushions that once held past monarchs. Now the color and style changed to reflect her own tastes. Taking a deep breath, Satine closed her eyes for a moment, letting her thoughts take her back to a time when she didn't have to think about ruling or power, when being a child was the one request ever made of her. She could almost feel the warmth of her mother's embrace and hear the joyful laughter of her sister echoing through the halls. But those memories were now replaced by something else. Opening her eyes, Satine straightened her posture and took a step closer. In her solitude, she felt a connection to something greater than herself. It was as if the room itself held a mysterious secret waiting to be unraveled. She could almost hear the whispers of her parents. if she tried hard enough to listen. With each step closer, her determination grew stronger. She knew sitting there would feel awkward, and she didn't know if she was ready for it, and yet it symbolized her journey towards self-discovery and understanding. She hesitated before ascending. The cold touch of aged stone sent shivers down her spine as she settled herself on the throne. Satine felt a surge of energy coursing through her veins. It was as if the weight of history and the stories of those who came before were now intertwined with her own being. She glanced around the room again, taking in every detail from the stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the floor, to the dust particles dancing in the sunlight. The soft fabric enveloped her like a comforting hug. She remembered her lessons well, taught to her by some of the best navigating politics, diplomacy, ruling. All things she knew would guide her now moving forward. The door to the throne room opened once more. Satine's gaze lifted as Tal Merrick, Prince of Kalevala, walked in, his stride exploding with every confidence one would expect in a prince such as him. A smile illuminated her countenance, for Satine had been anticipating his arrival. "It is good to see you again, Merrick," she offered. He returned her smile, his eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and fondness for a long-standing childhood friend. "And it is excellent to see you as well, my lady," replied Merrick, his voice so smooth and warm. As Merrick approached, their gazes never wavered. He took her hand and placed a gentle kiss on the back of it. She hadn't changed much at all from the last time they saw one another, though. He still remained the elder of the two, and she the younger, from a physical standpoint. While not the ideal conditions the Duchess now found herself in, Merrick had to admit the role seemed well suited to her. Though both natives to Kalevala, Satine had come to Mandalore as a baby. She took her first steps here, right here, in this very room, and spoke her first words. She was indeed fortunate enough to have witnessed Mandalore's grassy plains and vibrant wildlife before they were devastated by wars. "The circumstances in which we find ourselves are grave," Satine stated, her tone carrying with it a sort of sadness she tried to swallow back, but in the end couldn't completely hide. Merrick had nodded solemnly. "They are indeed." Merrick curiously eyed Satine's detached gaze, then looked behind him as General Tor of the Royal Guard, accompanied by Prime Minister Almec and Deputy Minister Jarek, strode in through the doorway in what looked like a bit of a rush. They each bowed their heads, but it was General Tor who spoke first. "Your Highnesses, I apologize for the intrusion, but there's been further activity in the city." Satine's eyes widened with concern as she straightened, her sadness momentarily forgotten. "What kind of activity?" asked the young Duchess, her voice tinging with a deep sense of urgency. Captain Tor exchanged a quick glance with Almec and Jarek before responding. "More civilian casualties, Your Highness, and we've received reports of increased unrest. The whole system has been plunged into chaos." Satine's brows furrowed as she proceeded the information. The city had already been on the edge for months now. Merrick spoke up, trying to compose what Satine might be thinking. "What about our security forces? Are we able to maintain control?" General Tor sighed heavily, a weariness in his tone. "We're doing our best, but the situation is becoming increasingly difficult to manage." Satine clenched her fists, frustration bubbling up inside her. "General, have the troops asset in the evacuation of our citizens. I won't be responsible for anyone else dying under my watch." Tor shared a look with Merrick and with Almec and Jarek. He and Merrick seemed to share the same thought. In hindsight, evacuating that large of a population would be a logistical nightmare, given the amount of chaos it would cause, not to mention the scarce amount of troops they already had. This would only dwindle their ranks. The general said as much. "With all due respect, Duchess, we don't have the numbers to begin with, and what you're suggesting will stretch what we do have." Satine's frustration grew. She chewed on the inside of her lip. She understood where the general stood, and attempting to evacuate such a large population would only further strain their resources, but doing nothing at all would be riskier in her mind. Taking a breath, Satine took a moment to compose herself. Letting emotions cloud her judgment would do her no good. "I understand, General," she replied in a steady tone, though underneath it all, a turmoil she did not want to full accept. "But if we don't do something, more innocent lives would be lost." She glanced around at the faces of those gathered in the room. searching for signs of disagreement or doubt. I suggest we focus on prioritizing key locations for evacuation, she continues, her tone determined. We need to identify area where our citizens are most vulnerable and concentrate our efforts there. Merrick had been holding back this entire time, and she knew it. Satine Kryze, still the same soft-hearted person I once knew. He could see the way her brow creased and the other raised on her forehead. He'd definitely gotten somewhere. While that is admirable, it doesn't win wars. Satine's eyes narrowed. No, it doesn't win wars, but it does preserve the values we fight for. We're not just soldiers, Merrick. We are protectors of our people, and that means making tough choices that prioritize their safety. Almec and Jarek exchanged glances. That frustration Satine was attempting not to let bubble over was starting to reach its breaking point, and it's now turned to anger as she glared at Merrick. She need forget momentarily that they were friends once. My priority is to my citizens, Merrick, and I will protect innocent lives by doing what is right. Merrick scoffed, crossing his arms. And how exactly do you propose we protect these vulnerable areas? You heard General Tor, we barely have enough troops as it is, and spreading them thin will only make us more susceptible to attacks. We can't afford to spread ourselves thin by trying to save everyone. Satine took a breath, once again trying to compose herself. We may not have the numbers, but we have to strategize, she said in a firm tone. We need to mobilize our forces efficiently, prioritize the most critical locations. I refuse to believe that sacrificing innocent lives is the only way to achieve victory, she continued. We exist to protect and serve, not to abandon those who rely on us. Almec spoke up, his voice filled with skepticism. But even if we manage that, Duchess, there's no guarantee that all our citizens will be safe. The enemy could easily find ways to infiltrate or attack other areas. Satine nodded solemnly. I understand the risks involved, she admitted. But we can't let fear paralyze us into inaction. We have a duty to protect our people, even if it means taking calculated risks. Jarek chimed in, his tone thoughtful. Perhaps we can also explore other options, he suggested. Negotiating safe passage for our citizens, or seeking assistance from neighboring systems, could alleviate some of the burden on our limited resources. Satine looked around the room once more, her gaze lingering on each person before settling back on Merrick. You may see me as soft-hearted, but I will not let fear dictate my actions, she declared firmly, and then, standing from her throne, started walking towards him. Gone was the innocent childhood gaze she once had. In place, a sight fit for the Duchess of a kingdom. We will do what we can to evacuate our citizens while still maintaining a strong defense against our enemies. Merrick stared at her for the longest time before finally relenting with a sharp nod of his head. Very well, he grumbled begrudgingly, not at all too happy about this. Satine held her ground, unyielding in her resolve. Being compassionate didn't make her the weak person he thought. It made her human, and she was nothing but determined in her ideals. In the quiet solitude of the room, Obi-Wan Kenobi meditates. He's focused his mind, centered his breathing, slowed his heartbeats. He found himself connecting with the Force, releasing all distractions and worries, allowing himself to be fully present in the moment. As he delved deeper into his meditation, Obi-Wan felt a surge of clarity and wisdom wash over him. He could sense the ebb and flow of the Force, guiding him towards a greater understanding of the universe and his place within it. With each breath, he felt himself becoming more in tune with the balance of light and dark, finding strength in his resolve. His mind was clear, his heart open. In his moment of total stillness, Obi-Wan found solace in knowledge. The Force was with him, guiding him every step. He allowed himself to release any lingering doubts or fears that may have clouded his mind. He focused on letting go of attachments and desires, embracing the present moment. He found clarity and purpose, knowing what it meant to be a Jedi, to serve as a guardian of peace and defender of justice in the galaxy. The tranquility of Obi-Wan's meditation was shattered as the door swung open and slammed against the opposing wall. He startled, and his eyes slowly opened. In walked Satine, clearly irritated about something. Obi-Wan wanted to know what, so he could get back to his meditation, but even then, he knew he wouldn't be able to focus. For whatever reason, he seemed to care a great deal about Satine's well-being, mental or otherwise. He liked to consider them friends, or friendly acquaintances at the very least. He was fine with that. Force knows how long it took him to think of her less as part of his mission, and more so a companion. And yet, maybe there was something else to consider as well. No, he would mentally scold himself. Personal feelings should not supersede duty. Trouble, though, was how damn irritating and persistent Satine's presence could be in his life. Obi-Wan couldn't just ignore it and hope it would go away. The Force was screaming at him, as if telling him he needed her, that it was just as important as the lungs that gave his body oxygen, or the heart that gave his body life. It was, though Satine hadn't noticed him at first, strolling right past him to stare at the wall ahead. She heaved aside, settling her hands on her waist, where her midsection melded with her hips. Satine was muttering to herself. Not easy enough for Obi-Wan to get the full context, but he understood that her lips were moving, and whatever she was saying was laced with irritation and frustration. Obi-Wan cleared his throat. Satine spun around, her heart rate trying to catch up with the rest of her, her eyes widening. "So I'm fluent in basic Twi'leki, and somewhat in Shariwook, but I'm afraid I don't know this mumble language you speak. Would you mind translating for me, Duchess?" At first his face remained passive, but then a slow grin started to spread across his lips. Her face flushed red. She straightened up, crossing her arms defensively. "Oh, it's nothing important," she dismissed. "Are you so sure about that?" Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow, still grinning. "It sounded pretty intense to me." Satine rolled her eyes, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips despite herself. "Fine. She lifted a hand to her head, pushing her fingers through her hair, taking in a long breath. "Just frustrated. I made a choice, Obi-Wan, and I do not know if it was the right one, but a choice nonetheless. Not all decisions we make are ideal ones. What matters is that you made the choice with good intentions and a clear mind." Satine sighed, exasperated. "Yes, well, come." "Excuse me?" Obi-Wan patted the open area in front of him. "Sit. Meditate with me." I don't think." Satine was hesitate, and she wasn't sure it was her own heartbeat she was hearing, or Obi-Wan's, but it was something. He had since shut his eyes again, but upon her hesitation, he cracked one open. Again, he invited her to join him. This time she did. She wasn't sure what meditating would do, but she trusted in Obi-Wan. So, she sat down, crossing her legs. As they sat in complete silence, Satine felt her mind begin to quiet, and her breathing slow down. She focused on the present moment, letting go of the worry and the frustration that had been clouding her thoughts. Obi-Wan could sense the tension leaving Satine's body as she surrendered herself. He gently guided her through deep breathing exercises, helping her find peace and stillness within herself. She soon felt a sense of calm wash over her. She was able to let go of the stress and anxiety that had been weighing her down, allowing herself to simply be in the moment. She focused, quietly listening to Obi-Wan's even breathing, feeling a sense of connection and unity with him. Satine's eyelids opened slowly, just slightly, and a grin emerged. "Admit you looked. Just once. How could you not?" "I what?" Obi-Wan's eyes remained closed. "At me. Well, you know." He sighed. "Satine, we are meditating. I will admit to nothing." She rolled her eyes and shut them again, allowing her hands to fall gracefully to her knees as she took in a breath. Obi-Wan merely grinned. Bo-Katan clenched her fists, her jaw tight with anger. Her eyes blazed with fury. Whatever was within her reach became a projectile, hurled across the room until they'd smack against the walls and come clattering down on the floor. She paced, the sound of her boots echoing in the small space. The weight of her emotions pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. How could this have happened? How could she have been betrayed by someone she trusted? Her mind raced with thoughts of revenge, of justice, of reclaiming what was rightfully their heritage. Satine was just kidding herself, throwing away everything their legacy, and for what exact? This silly notion of peace. Her sister was living a fantasy. Bo-Katan knew that the only way to truly honor their people and their history was through strength, not weakness. She had seen firsthand the destruction that came from appeasement and compromise. It only led to more suffering and loss for their people, As noble as Satine's intentions may be, she was naive to think that peace could ever be achieved. Their legacy deserved nothing less than unwavering dedication and resilience. And then there was this Jedi. The blood in Bo-Katan's veins pumped white fire. This so-called Jedi was a threat to their way of life, their traditions, their very existence. She would not forget Galidron, how the Jedi slaughtered Mandalorians, leaving all but one. How they— Bo-Katan clenched her fists until nails drew blood from her palms, and she watched the ringlets drip down her arms. She would never forgive the Jedi for what they had done. They claimed to be peacekeepers, but in her eyes, they were nothing more than cold-blooded killers who saw Mandalorians as mere pawns in their galactic games. She felt power coursing through her veins. They might have the Force on their side, but Bo-Katan had something far more powerful, a warrior's spirit fueled by centuries of Mandalorian tradition. She had realized her eyes had shut until she opened them. They ping-ponged, remaining as unfocused as the heart that beat in her chest. A glint of something caught her eye. She walked closer. Bo-Katan picked it up off the floor and dusted it off. It was one of 4 pocket knives she owned, a gift to her by their mother. This one was the favorite of hers. She ran her thumb over the worn handle, feeling a rush of memories flood back to her. Her fist clenched around the knife. A sharp intrusion to her thoughts drew her attention, and Bo-Katan reacted on pure instinct. The knife hurled at the wall behind her. Previsla sidestepped, and the blade embedded in the mahogany door frame he just passed through. He first looked at Bo-Katan, grinning, then looked at the knife, before pulling it free. "You react with hair-trigger instinct," he said, twirling the knife in his hand before tossing it back to Bo-Katan, who caught it effortless, her eyes narrowing. Saying nothing, she tucked the blade away and pocketed the knife. Visla remained where he stood, watching the girl beeline away from him to a table, and in the middle of the table was a corked decanter of red wine. Bo-Katan was quiet, and Visla said nothing. Eventually, though, he moved away from the wall, until he crossed over on the girl's immediate left. She tensed up. Visla grinned as he reached beside her, until his thick hand wrapped around the neck of the decanter. He held it up. "Care for a drink? No? Okay." He poured himself a glass, then immediately brought it to his lips. Bo-Katan remained silent, watching him closely. Visla leaned back against the table, his eyes studying her with interest. "You're a tough one, aren't you?" he remarked. "I like that." Bo-Katan finally spoke, her voice steady and strong. "I don't need your approval, Previsla." Visla chuckled, setting his glass down on the table. "You may not need it, but you certainly have it. You've got spirit, girl." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Is that supposed to impress me?" Visla smirked, stepping closer to her. "Maybe," he said softly. "Or maybe I just enjoy a challenge." Bo-Katan held his gaze for a moment before looking away, crossing her arms over her chest. "Well, you'll find no easy victories here," she declared. Visla grinned, taking another sip of his wine. "Good," he replied. "I wouldn't want it any other way." She studied him. She was convinced he had an ulterior motive for why he was here. Was he seeking her out specifically? And if so, why? Bo-Katan had no love for Visla. She respected him as a true Mandalorian, but she had no loyalty beyond that. He would always be that one person who got under her skin in the worst way. But they did share something in common, at least, their lack of care for this new regime of Satines. Bo-Katan decided to confront him, cutting straight to the point. "Why are you here, Visla?" she asked, her tone sharp and accusing. Visla raised an eyebrow in amusement at the princess's directness. Clearly, she'd rather get right to the point. He admired that. "Rumors of your discontent with the Duchess's rule have not gone unnoticed to those still loyal to our ways. And I should trust you. Why?" He chuckled. "Because we both know that Satine is weak and ineffectual as a leader, and these Jedis have adulterated her mind, made her believe in this puerile belief of peace. She'd reject the ways of the Mandalore for nothing more than this artifice." Bo-Katan narrowed her eyes, considering his words carefully. Then she turned from him, looking ahead at the wall in front of her. Her hands fell to the corner of the table with the wine, and she sighed heavily. She had her own thoughts about the company Satine kept, and she could see where her sister's misguided ways would eventually lead them. It wasn't a future Bo-Katan liked. "And what is it you want from me?" Vizsla swallowed back his wine. "I want to bring Mandalore back to its former glory, to restore our people to their rightful place as warriors. You, princess, have the strength and determination to help me achieve that." There was a surge of pride, but also a sense of caution. "And what is expected of me in return, I wonder?" "Just your loyalty, princess." Mandalorian guards patrolled the city streets, working to ensure as many citizens as they could were safely evacuated. The streets were chaotic, with panicked civilians running in all directions, trying to gather their belongings and find their loved ones. The shout of orders could barely be heard over the clamoring of loud voices. People were frantically trying to board transports, some others needing more encouragement to leave. The wind picked up. More panic. The looming threat hung heavy in the air. The tension was palpable. The guards worked tirelessly, directing people to the nearest evacuation points and helping those who were struggling still. Jelsaran was a husband and a father of 2. He worked at the hospital as an anesthesiologist. When orders came down to evacuate the city, he made the decision to stay. He knew it was risky, but he knew precautions were necessary. Jel's young son Jaun stumbled behind his father, the weight of his tiny body supported by a pair of stubby legs. In his right hand was clenched his baby sister's hand so tightly. She struggled to keep up, nearly tripping over her own 2 feet as her brother dragged her along, and she clung tight to her ratted stuffed bear. "Boor, don't go!" He pulled and tugged at his father's pant leg. "I want to stay with you." His eyes filled with thick, fat tears. Jel turned around and crouched down to his son's level, gently wiping away at the tears with the underside of his thumb. "I know you want to stay with my buddy, but Daddy is needed here, okay? You want Daddy to be able to help people, right? Okay, well, listen, can you be a big boy and watch your sister for me?" The young boy sniffled and nodded, still clinging tightly to his sister. Jel gave him a reassuring smile before standing up and ruffling his hair, then grabbing a small rucksack containing enough supplies for both children, should this evacuation take longer than expected. But his faith in their new Duchess was unwavering. They'd be back soon, he knew so. He bent down quick to give his son a hug before leaving their small home and walking to a group of people waiting to be evacuated. As he watched his children board the transport, he felt a sense of relief. Jel pressed a kiss to his palm, then held his hand up, repeatedly opening and closing his fingers into a fist as he waved them off with a "Daddy loves you" before the transport started off, and he was being corralled with others who opted to stay behind. The Rezolnare were the fundamental beliefs and customs that shaped Mandalorian culture, serving as the essence of what it meant to be a Mandalorian. It was considered a sacred code that provided guidance and meaning in life. Those who wanted to be recognized as Mandalorian were expected to adhere to these rules and incorporate them into their daily lives. Those who didn't follow the Rezolnare were called Darmanda, lacking in knowledge of their Mandalorian roots and spirit. Vizsla had committed to these tenets. He grew up with them imprinted into his heart and soul. It was the lack of true faith that he saw from Satine Kryze. She rejected these tenets. She rejected her heritage. He was right in his statement that she was weak-willed. Vizsla saw Satine as a threat to the Mandalorian way of life, as she sought to align with the disillusioned ideals of pacifism. In his eyes, this made her unfit to lead their people, as he believed that strength came from embracing their culture, not rejecting one's heritage. Her approach was as weak and cowardly, believing that it would only invite enemies to take advantage of them. Vizsla believed that Mandalorians should be warriors, ready to defend their people and honor through battle. He saw Satine's conciliatory dogmata as a betrayal of their traditions and a danger to their way of life. In his eyes, Satine was a dangerous influence who needed to be removed in order to protect their way of life. He saw himself as the true defender of Mandalore, willing to do whatever it took to ensure their survival, even if it meant resorting to violence. Vizsla excused himself. The war room was a large, dimly lit chamber, adorned with trappings and tapestries of Mandalorian symbols and imagery of their culture. The walls were lined with holographic displays showing maps of battlefields, troop movements, and enemy positions. In the center of the room was a massive holotable, and standing around the table were Mandalorian commanders, clad in their signature armor. The atmosphere was tense and focused, the air thick with the smell of sweat and adrenaline. Communication devices buzzed with incoming messages. Vizsla strode confidently into the room. All Mandalorians stopped and nodded their acknowledgement. He paid them no mind as he made his way to the table, leaning against it, studying the latest tactical information. He cleared his throat, and suddenly all eyes were on him. Gentlemen, he scanned the room, waited until he knew he had the undivided attention of his group. Since the annihilation, each clan has been split between those who support the faithful and those who follow the faithless. Satine Kryze betrays the memory of Adonai, her father. She'd see us whipped like dogs with her impractical paradigms of peace. There was an uproar of jeering. Vizsla raised his hand for silence, and the room quieted. But we are warriors, born and bred to fight. We cannot let sentimentality like this stand. The time has come for us to unite under one banner, to stand together against our adversaries and reclaim our honor. The Mandalorians looked at each other, nodding in agreement. We will not be swayed by false promises of peace or empty words of reconciliation. We will fight for what it is ours, and we will prevail. A clamoring of cheers erupted from the Mandalorians that stood around the holotable and from those in the back of the room. Furthermore, she chooses to align herself with the Jetties. It is clear to me she's fallen for their lies. His voice was filled with conviction. We must show the galaxy who we are. We are Mandalorians, and we will fight to our last breath. The room once again erupted in cheers and shouts of agreement. They were ready to stand united against the enemy, no matter the cost. Vizsla nodded in satisfaction, knowing that his words had struck a chord with his fellow warriors. With a determined look in his eyes, he declared, "Let this be the beginning of a new era for our people. Together, we will restore our honor. For Mandalore." The room reverberated with the resounding chant of, "For Mandalore," as Vizsla stood tall, grinning from each to ear. Just then, a messenger walked into the room. Bowing his head, he addressed his leader. "Pray Vizsla, he's here, sir." "Ah!" Vizsla stepped away from the holotable, arms folded in over his chest. "Excellent. Bring him in," he commanded. The messenger nodded and quickly left to usher in their guest. Moments later, the large doors swung open, revealing a figure in red and black Mandalorian armor. Vizsla's eyes narrowed. "Raj Ossit. Pray Vizsla." He removed his helmet. "It's an honor to be here." He spoke with a hint of arrogance in his voice. "We have much to discuss." Raj smirked, his green eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Indeed." As they settled themselves into seats around a table, Vizsla wasted no time in cutting straight to the chase in a matter of speaking. With a sense of purpose and urgency in his tone, he leaned forward slightly and addressed his companion with a directness that brooked no delay. "I have an important task that I believe is perfectly suited to your unique talents and abilities," Vizsla began, his voice low and measured as he spoke. The gravity of his words hung heavy in the air, emphasizing the significance of what he was about to propose. "I'm listening." Raj pulled himself out of a chair and sat down. Vizsla explained the details, outlining the plan in details. Raj maintained a rapt and attentive demeanor throughout, nodding on occasion as he proceeded the information. Finally, Vizsla finished speaking. "So, what do you say? Are you up for it?" Raj grinned, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Oh, I'm more than up for it. Consider it done, sir." "Good." Vizsla seemed pleased. Welcome to Deathwatch. Chapter 4. Explosions echo through the air, shattering the silence with their deafening force. The citizens, once proud and strong, are now reduced to lifeless bodies scattered across the pavement. Buildings that were once architectural marvels are now engulfed in flames, billowing smoke into the darkened sky. Sparks dance in the air, carried by the gusts of wind that whip through the chaos-filled city. The flickering flames cast an eerie glow upon the devastation below. Amidst the destruction, grief hangs heavy in the air. The streets are filled with sorrowful cries and anguished wails as loved ones mourn their fallen comrades. Fear grips those who remain, unsure if they will be next or if this relentless violence will ever come to an end. The explosions continue to reverberate, tearing apart what little is left standing. It feels as though hope has been extinguished, along with each life lost. Desperation taints every breath as survivors scramble for safety, seeking refuge from this nightmare that has consumed their home. The faces of the survivors huddled together, They bore the marks of anguish and despair, their eyes haunted by horrors they've witnessed. A young girl clung tightly to her mother's trembling hand, her innocence shattered by the brutality unfolding around her. A middle-aged man stood nearby, his weathered hands clenched into fists as he fought back tears. He has lost his home and his family. From behind a crumbling wall emerged an elder woman, her frail form battered but unbowed. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination that defied her age. She radiated strength as she surveyed the devastation before her. Each step took, the dust rose beneath her weary feet, that carry with her the memories of what once was, memories that fuel both her sorrow and her resolve. A young soldier bloodied and bruised, his uniform torn and tattered. He's bore witness to countless battle fought in vain. The weight of so much death had already burdened him, and he carried on. Jell woke in pain. It took several more seconds before his eyes adjusted. As they did, he realized he was staring up at a blood-orange sky from his back. He was laying on his back. He tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his side, causing him to wince. He looked down and saw blood seeping from a gash on his abdomen. Panic set in as he struggled to remember how he had gotten there. Memories flooded back in bits and pieces, the roar of overhead, the whistling birds, and then the screaming. He tried pushing himself up again, ignoring the pain. He forced himself to his feet and looked around him. Bodies everywhere, strewn around him, broken at all different types of angles. And in the distance, the sound of fighting echoed. But there was no one nearby whom Jell could see. Suddenly, someone approached him from the front. It was a soldier, bloody and battered like the rest of them. Jell blinked in confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening. The soldier reached out a hand to help keep him steady. As his eyes became more adjusted, realization hit Jell like a ton of bricks. They had been ambushed, caught off guard, and outnumbered. He began stumbling away from the soldier, leaving trails of blood oozing down his left leg. Once some of the smoke cleared, he saw it, what remained of the transport his children were supposed to be on. His heart sank. His children, his precious children. Panic gripped him as he frantically searched for any sign of them amidst the chaos and destruction. He pushed through the pain and made his ways towards the wreckage. The mangled remains of the transport offered little hope anyone could have survived. The rising violence and conflicts on Mandalore strained Satine's abilities to maintain stability. She faced opposition from both within her own government and from external forces seeking to exploit the chaos. Many believed that by prioritizing negotiation over military action, she was compromising the safety and security of her people. Much of the militarization of troops had been left to the deputy minister Jarek, as Satine wasn't much of a strategist in that arena. Her prowess lay in diplomacy over warfare. While Jarek's briefing each morning provided a general overview of political happenings and military movements, the radio gave more of a window into the outside world. The world had changed so drastically since those days. As she sat in her cozy living room, the memories flooded back, transporting her to a time of innocence and joy. It was during the early years of their childhood, when life seemed simpler, and entertainment came solely from the radio. She longed for a return to simpler times when people could enjoy the small pleasures in life without fear and uncertainty looming over them. The nostalgia for those carefree moments with her sister around the radio only intensified this longing. Bo-Katan would always be by her side, eagerly awaiting for their favorite show to begin. They would huddle together, leaning against each other as if nothing else mattered in that moment. But now, everything had shifted. The war had taken over not only their beloved radio shows, but also their lives. No more fictional tales or thrilling adventures, every station now consumed by news bulletins and battlefront reports. Gone were the days of escaping reality through captivating stories and vibrant characters. Instead, they were forced to face the harsh truth of a world at war. The more Satine listened, the further heart sank. Reports of escalating violence between rival factions, civilians caught in the crossfire, destruction which spread across once thriving cities. It was a devastating sight for the newly minted Duchess. The radio host's voice crackled through the speakers, relaying eyewitness accounts from survivors and analyzing the political ramification of this conflict. Satine couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt wash over her. She had always advocated for pacifism and diplomacy, constantly striving to find peaceful solutions to conflicts. But now she questioned if there was anything more she could have done to prevent this crisis. Quickly tiring of it, Satine switched off the radio dial, pushed herself from the sofa, and walked out to regroup with her small council. They were in the heavy throes of conversation when she came waltzing in through the doors. Satine Kryze was feeling flustered. All the people gathered around the table looked up, craning their heads to look at the young Duchess as she entered, her expression showing clear and obvious distress. Jarek and Almec stood at attention. "Gentlemen," and Satine nodded to each one of them in turn, walking herself around the table until she stood at the front of it. "Please give me some good news." All eyes fell to Jarek until he cleared his throat and spoke up. It had been nothing but more bad news on top or more bad news. He hated the idea of piling up more. Keldabe has taken heavy losses, and reports of at least 15 more civilians killed. Satine's face fell. She had been hoping for some respite from the constant onslaught of bad news, but it seemed there was no end in sight. "And what about our efforts of negotiations with traditionalists?" Her voice tinged with desperation. "Have we made any progress?" "I'm afraid not, Your Highness," replied Almec, stepping forward, his expression as grave as the white hair on his head. "The traditionalists remain steadfast in their refusal to engage in any form of dialogue or compromise. They see our attempts at negotiation as a sign of weakness and continue to rally support for their cause." Jarek chimed in, his voice filled with frustration. "We've been monitoring their activities as closely as possible, but they seem to be growing more and more organized, not to mention aggressive by the day. We cannot let them tear our people apart," declared Satine with a firm and sturdy resolve. Inside, though, she was hesitant. She couldn't let them see this, and so she buried that and her self-doubt. "I had hoped they would see reason eventually, but it seems they are determined to push forward with their agenda at all costs." Jarek gave a stiff nod. "We've been working on gathering intelligence on their leaders and other key members. Has there been word of my sister?" The room fell silent, and Satine knew she had her answer. Bo-Katan had disappeared shortly after their parents' funeral and hadn't been seen or heard from since. Still, Satine was hopeful for any sign that would tell her her sister was still alive out there somewhere. As the silence lingered, Jarek finally spoke up. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but there have been no leads on Bo-Katan's whereabouts. We've searched high and low, but she seems to have vanished without a trace." Satine felt a heavy weight settle in her chest. The loss of her parents had already shattered her world, and now the uncertainty surrounding her sister only added to her anguish. She clenched her fists, trying to push back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She replied, her voice trembling with a slight vibrato. "Please continue to keep me informed if anything changes." "Of course, Your Highness." She forced a smile, but the reality of the situation was perplexing, if nothing else. She supposed she had partly herself to blame for that. Satine took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Her gaze fell upon Obi-Wan, who up until now had chosen to remain quiet. A plethora of emotions began to stir within her chest. She felt a mix of guilt, anger, and sadness. Guilt for dragging him into this, anger for their circumstances that led them to this point, and sadness for the inevitable outcome that awaited them. "Padawan Kenobi, can we talk for a moment?" asked Satine, gesturing for him to follow her, Keening ignoring the curious eyebrow raises from Almec and Merrick, or the sideways smirk of Qui-Gon. Once alone, Satine let out a sigh. "I don't know what to do, Obi-Wan. This situation is getting more complicated by the day. I feel like I'm losing control." He put his hands on her. "Breathe. In. Out, like we practiced." "I'm sorry, Obi-Wan. I never wanted to involve you in all of this. I know it's not fair to ask you to risk your life for my cause," Satine said, her voice filled with regret. Obi-Wan looked at her with understanding in his eyes. "Satine, we've been through so much together. You don't have to apologize. I made the choice to stand by your side." Satine fixed him with a look. "Choice or obligation?" "Please, just listen," he said, as he took her hand and placed it on his chest. "Let's breathe together, all right?" She nodded, closed her eyes, and concentrated on controlling her breath. They worked together as if they had rehearsed, mirroring each other's inhales and exhales until their breathing had synchronized. She felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, and then the warmth of Obi-Wan's thumb as it brushed her cheek. He whispered softly, It's okay. It's not though. Her eyes opened. Obi-Wan tutted. Satine. Fine. Exhaling a sharp puff of air, Satine shut her eyes again, trying to keep herself as focused and calm as Obi-Wan wanted her to be. He kept leading her, providing a reassuring presence that allowed her to feel more balanced and empowered. After several minutes, Obi-Wan gave her hand a gentle squeeze. You're doing great, Satine. Just keep breathing with me. His words were a lifeline, offering her reassurance and support in a moment of vulnerability. Satine nodded her head, feeling the steady rise and fall of his chest. He instructed her to continue taking slow, deep breaths and focus on the sound of his own and the soothing cadence of his voice. His words were like that of a lullaby, comforting and serene. They guided her into a state of deep relaxation. Her heart rate gradually decreased. She pictured herself surrounded by a bright white light, which gently embraced her and removed all traces of worry and uncertainty. As she let go of her tension, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. She could feel the weight of her anxieties lifting off her shoulders, replaced by a sense of calm and clarity. She felt herself sinking deeper into a peaceful state, allowing herself to fully let go and surrender to the tranquility surrounding her. As Satine opened her eyes again, she found Obi-Wan gazing at her with a gentleness in his eyes and a warm smile on his face. Obi-Wan dropped his hands to her shoulders. Better? Yeah. Satine nodded as she pulled her hand back from his chest. Yes, thank you. I needed that. I know. Satine smirked. He felt a warmth spread throughout his body. Obi-Wan admired her, even as he tried to push away any thoughts that went beyond that of a normal friendship. She was the Duchess of Mandalore after all, and he was a Jedi bound by duty and discipline. Satine was strong, intelligent, and fiercely independent qualities that both intrigued and captivated him. The way she looked at him sometimes, like the way she looked at him now, with a hint of vulnerability in her eyes, made his heart ache with a desire he couldn't quite explain. Obi-Wan wasn't trying to look for any attachments. The code certainly forbade them. And yet, it was becoming harder and harder to resist the pull towards her. They were friends. Yes, friends, and nothing more. Obi-Wan began realizing he was staring a bit too long. Satine was side-eyeing him, lifting an inquisitive eyebrow. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling slight embarrassed, and cleared his throat, trying to play it off with a casual smile. What? All of a sudden, Tal Merrick walked up rather. He practically sprinted. Whatever he had to say, it looked important. Satine's attention was diverted. Obi-Wan followed where she looked. What is it? Please, come with me. Merrick beckoned. His voice filled with urgency as he turned away, quickly making his way back in the direction he had come from. Satine and Obi-Wan exchanged a swift glance between following after, their interests now fully aroused. She felt her heart pounding in her chest. As they rounded the corner, they entered the small chamber where Almec, Jarek, and Qui-Gon stood in front of a holographic projection. The image flickered and wavered, but it was clear enough for Satine to see the devastation unfolding. It was an attack, a full-scale assault, laying waste to the entire city. Council members looked grim as options were discussed, but it was obvious that they were overwhelmed. Heartsick, Satine turned to Merrick. How did this happen? An ambush, Captain Tor answered, then straightened his shoulders. Satine shut her eyes tight, bowing her head forward as if in prayer. Obi-Wan looked on, trying to show sympathy, but he was also looking at the faces of the others, see if he can gauge their reactions as well. When Satine raised her head and opened her eyes, it was evident that they were moist with tears that she had not yet cried. Qui-Gon glanced over as Captain Tor walked in, with very clear thoughts etched on his face that oozed displeasure and perhaps more than mild irritation. The man joined them shortly but did not immediately look at Satine, which gave Qui-Gon even more of a feeling. Captain Tor reached forward, gesturing to random spots within the hollow projection where the bulk of the devastation occurred. It was a well-coordinated attack, he explained. They knew our patrol routes and hit us when we were most vulnerable. Satine clenched her fists, her jaw tight with anger. Qui-Gon asked the question. How could they have known? We suspect there may be a mole within our ranks, Captain Tor said grimly, because there was no way to say that any other way. It was incredibly frustrating to think he couldn't even trust his own people. Satine's breath caught in her throat. betrayed from within, their own people working against them. It was a devastating blow to their already precarious situation. Obi-Wan looked at Satine. He thought about offering her a comforting hand. He truly thought about it. But instead he just offered his support and sympathizes in silence. Qui-Gon exchanged a look with Captain Tor. His brain was already working overtime, mentally going through checklists of all those he'd met already. Captain Tor continued, "We are already investigating the matter. Perhaps I may be of assistance," Qui-Gon chimed in. Captain Tor's intense gaze was like a piercing scrutiny that seemed to delve deep into one's very soul. The very suggestion by the Jetty had sounded ridiculous. It wasn't one the captain thought he wanted to entertain, and he was quick to dismiss it just as fast as Qui-Gon brought up the suggestion. "We do not require outside assistance from you." If this was meant to offer insult, Qui-Gon had remained unfazed by the captain's dismissive tone. "I understand your hesitation, Captain Tor, but I assure you that my skills and experience could prove useful. Do you question mine?" "No." Qui-Gon shook his head, keeping his look schooled. "I have the utmost respect for you and your security team." Had Captain Tor knew the Jedi Master as Obi-Wan did, he'd be able to detect the level of sarcasm in the man's tone. As it was, Obi-Wan was the only one to find it a bit comical. But he neither laughed it off or grinned, and yet Satine was able to notice the slightest suggestion of one pulling at Obi-Wan's lips. Captain Tor's expression hadn't changed. "We will handle it. Thank you. I want to see it." The others suddenly exchanged glances before looking at Satine, who remained firm and determined, looking up from the projection. "I want to see it for myself." She looked at their faces. There was tension in the room. It was rising, but she stood her ground. It was risky, yes, but something inside her urged her to go. She felt responsible. She needed to look into the faces of those whose lives were ripped apart because of a decision she made. Ignoring the doubts of others, Satine took a deep breath and started walking herself back away from the projection. Almec shook his head. "This isn't a good idea, Duchess." The warning issued fell on deaf ears. Satine could feel the eyes of the others boring into her back, but she kept moving forward. As she stepped out of the room and into the corridor, she could hear footsteps behind her. She whirled, ready to chastise Almec or Jarek or even Merrick had they rushed after her to pull her back from what they deemed to be a bad idea. Instead, Satine turned to see Obi-Wan following her. "I'm coming with you." Satine's heart sank as she took in the destruction before her. She walked through the rubble, feeling a sense of guilt and heartache. She knelt down next to a broken piece of debris, tears welling up in her eyes. Obi-Wan knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You couldn't have known this would happen," he whispered softly. "But I'm the one who made this decision," she argued, her voice breaking. "I knew the consequences. You couldn't have predicted this." Satine sniffled. She prided herself on a lot of things, and liked to think she had a good sense of humility in her, but now she felt like she had failed her people. The once vibrant area of the city had been reduced to nothing but ruins. Buildings collapsed, debris scattered everywhere, and the bodies she had to shut her eyes to keep from seeing. The laughter of children playing in the streets, the bustling market stalls filled with fresh produce, the warm smiles of neighbors, all gone. Satine felt a deep sense of loss and helplessness wash over her as she realized that no amount of tears could undo what had been done. That weight on her shoulders pressed down hard, the burden of guilt and responsibility crushing her spirit. The sounds of screams and gunfire echoed through the air, causing her heart to race with a sense of fear. People were wandering around in shock, searching for loved ones. Emergency services were overwhelmed, with hospitals struggling and others working tirelessly to rescue the survivors. She stood, and Obi-Wan soon followed. Satine walked, and she lifted a hand to level her eyes as the smoke and fog and dust from the debris made it harder to see more than a foot in front of her. Obi-Wan remained closely at her side. Their hands nearly touched. It was as if lightning had struck. 1 minute everything was fine, and the next his heart was throbbing. Satine hit something, she gasped. As she looked down and the dust dissipated, she saw a foot, and then a leg, and further up was a torso. Satine started feeling sick to her stomach, and then the fully body came into view. It was that of a small child. She could hardly tell the child was a boy, with the amount of dust and mud caked onto his face. In his arms was the shredded remains of a stuffed bear. Satine's heart dropped in her chest. She crouched, and tears welled up in her eyes as she reached to brush caked-on dirt off the boy's face, revealing such innocent features. She touched his cold hand, feeling the chill of death that lingered there. The sight was too much for her to bear, and she let out a sob of sorrow. Obi-Wan was at her side. The boy's dead eyes stared at them. He remembered Sarasi, how she swung herself through the middle, the two groups, the Melida and the Diane, and he remembered how he tried to reach for her. Most of all, Obi-Wan remembered what it looked like as blaster fire ripped through her chest, the way he caught her as she fell. Obi-Wan remembered how her green eyes were glazed and unfocused. The child he stared at. "You'll be okay," he said frantically. "Can you hear me?" He tried. He gave it his all. Sarasi attempted to raise her hand, but it fell limply as she stopped breathing. Obi-Wan tried to find her pulse with trembling fingers, but there was no sign of life, and then he was overcome with excruciating pain. Obi-Wan couldn't stand to look at the kid's eyes anymore. That's when he noticed how green they were. Despite the dust and mud obscuring a lot of his features, the green eyes were somehow still vibrant. Obi-Wan closed them. His head lifted as he heard noise coming from his left, and then his right, and soon it was coming from in front of him as well. He gave Satine a tap on her shoulder. When she looked up, they were suddenly surrounded by people. Obi-Wan had a bad feeling about this. Nothing about the looks on their faces suggested they were happy to see either of them. As the crowd closed in around them, Obi-Wan subtly reached for his lightsaber, ready to defend himself and Satine if necessary. Among those people were Jel Siran. He scrutinized Obi-Wan, furrowing his brows and tightening his lips into a frown. And then more crowded. He could sense their hostility, their readiness for a fight. Jel's focus moved to Satine, who cradled his young son's body in her arms. Jel hissed, practically venom filled in his voice. "Naritir te adik dab!" Satine released the boy. Suddenly she was afraid, and her fear permeated through the pores in her skin. Obi-Wan felt it. He knew they were in a dangerous situation. The crowd murmured amongst themselves in a language he didn't understand. They needed to leave. Before things there escalated even further, Obi-Wan tugged at Satine's clothing until she was standing. Jel stepped forward, his eyes burning with anger. "You have brought shame upon our people," he spat. "This is what you have brought to us. Death!" Satine stood her ground. As more gathered, Obi-Wan noticed several had drawn weapons. He drew his own into his hand, the blue blade igniting on contact. "Satine, we need to go. Now." "No!" Shouts erupted from the crowd. "Jeti! Arueti! Bisam! Darmanda! Demagolka!" Obi-Wan blinked, but stayed close to Satine, whispering, "What are they saying?" She didn't answer. She lifted her hands up and walked forwards, not bearing in mind the look of concern in Obi-Wan's eyes. She didn't come here to fight, that much was clear, and she wanted them to see it too. These were her people after all. "My brothers, my sisters, listen to me." Her voice was calm, despite the tremble of her heart in her chest. "Listen, I am not your enemy. My name is Satine Kryze of Clan Kryze. My father was Adonai Kryze, Duke of Mandalore. I have come to bring peace, to unite our people together." But the crowd was not swayed. They were angry, fueled by their own agony and frustration. They continued to hurl invectives and terrorizations at Satine, their anger as tangible as the fear Satine felt and tried to contain. Obi-Wan stepped forward. "Please listen," he implored them. "You are the last person who should speak, Jeti." Eyes all lifted. Another glided in, landing just 5 feet in front of Satine and Obi-Wan. His weapon was drawn as he approached. He walked forwards with a determined step in his gait, though his face remained uncovered. Obi-Wan felt a chill, the kind of chill you get when something doesn't quite feel right in the Force, like it was warning him. Satine held her ground. The stranger chuckled darkly, his eyes narrowing. "I told you, Your Highness. We all told you. We tried to dissuade you, but you would not listen. You are a traitor, Satine Kryze." He lifted his hands to remove his helmet, and Satine's breathing still midway from lungs to nostrils. It was face that was all too familiar to her, a face she had once trusted with her life. a face she had once loved, as if he was a brother to her. "Raj, please, I know we don't agree, and I know this is my fault, but I came here to put our peoples back together," he sneered. "Do you believe you can easily return here? I spent years trailing you, joining the royal guard because I admired the principles your father upheld, and now you disregard them as if they were insignificant." His eyes glared with a fury he hadn't known before now. Obi-Wan raised the blade of his weapon at Raj. "Stand down." Raj's attention shifted from Satine to Obi-Wan with a tightening grin that soon turned into a deep, mocking laugh. Satine lifted a hand to place on the hilt of Obi-Wan's lightsaber and slowly pushed it down. At first, the young Padawan didn't understand Satine's motivation. To him, he saw a potential threat. But when he looked at Satine, really looked into her eyes, Obi-Wan saw a flicker of something familiar. Compassion. Understanding. Satine's eyes never dithered from Raj, despite her nerves screaming at her to run. She should run, but she was stubborn, and she believed she could talk these people down. It was her call. She should take accountability. Jel was already kneeling by his son's body, crying out in grief, while Satine's heart shattered. Raj was enjoying this display, perhaps a little too much. Kenobi had turned into a nightmare. Probably not at all what Satine had been expecting when she made that call, but he had. He knew it would lead to this. The crowd was yelling and surrounding her and Obi-Wan. She lifted her hands in a plea, with her face surrounded by long blonde hair. "Please, I urge everyone to remain calm." This, she gestured about her, all around, in every direction, is the very thing we are striving to change, the violence that has caused so much death and destruction among our community. Raj rolled his eyes, then cleared his throat and spoke up. "Excuse me. I hate to interrupt this speech of yours, but I have something rather important." People looked towards him. "You see, the Duchess Satine may claim to want to protect you, but the truth is, she doesn't have your best interests at heart. She is only looking out for herself and her own agenda." Satine shook her head. "Do not listen to him." "You truly believe they will listen to you?" She shifted her focus from the group of people to Raj and noticed that she was losing their interest. But she forced herself not to become anxious. Satine realized quickly that their own attention had been redirected. She followed their gazes. The crowd was startled by a loud crack that resembled thunder. Despite being unable to hear or see anything, Satine vividly recalled the excruciating pain of the bullet tearing through her body. She was falling. She didn't know how long for, and into Obi-Wan's arms as he reached out to slow her descent, and she heard his voice as her vision darkened. "You'll be okay," he cried frantically, as her blood soaked through the layers of her clothing, staining his hands. "Can you hear me?" Satine's muscles were tight, her breaths coming in rapid and shallow. She was sweating heavily, and the steady pounding in her chest suggested her heart rate had risen significantly. She witnessed large groups of those who called themselves traditionalists advancing towards her with weapons drawn. The sky had been obscured by smoke from burning buildings nearby. Satine was overwhelmed with fear as they neared her, surrounded by the sounds of gunfire and explosions, knowing her fate was unavoidable. Her thoughts were consumed with concern for others, intensifying her sense of powerlessness. As Satine explored her subconscious further, the clarity and strength of her dream escalated rapidly. As time went on, she felt more and more consumed by a profound fear that seemed to saturate every part of her. No matter how hard she tried to escape this frightening world, she remained stuck in a never-ending cycle of terror and hopelessness. Satine's nightmare continued to unravel in front of her. She became more desperate and frantic in her pleas for assistance. She felt overwhelmed by a sense of being engulfed in a sea of darkness, with no possibility of finding a way out. Satine's return to conscious was gradual. At first, her head was pounding, her body ached all over, and she could barely blink her eyes open due to the blinding light. Eventually, she became aware of her surroundings, the sterile smell of disinfectant, the faint clamoring of voice around her. As her vision cleared, Satine realized she was back in her room, not in the streets of Kalevala, and she was there alone. She tried sitting up, but a wave of dizziness washed over her, forcing her back onto the soft bed. Satine groaned and closed her eyes, trying to remember how she even ended up here to begin with. Oh, wait, that's right, she was shot. Once that realization kicked in, Satine followed a hanging bag of saline fluid to an IV drip protruding from her forearm and then to a bandage taped to her abdomen. She still wore her trousers, but her shirt had been removed to expose her wound. Whoever removed it left her bra on, though considerate of them. Satine tried sitting up again, this time fully aware of her limitations and choosing to proceed with an air of caution. She managed to get both forearms planted on her bed, and she coped to get herself into an upright position, but that was as far as she managed. The door to her quarters swung open. In walked Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, and his eyes were immediately upon her. She felt small underneath them, as if she'd done something she wasn't supposed to like, reaching for the last piece of pie without bothering to ask her sister if she wanted it. Only in this case, it was going into the city alone, except she wasn't alone. She was with Obi-Wan. He had come with her, not them. Still, she shouldn't have. She knew that now that Qui-Gon was looking at her the way he was. Satine, realizing she was semi-naked, and this was Qui-Gon Jinn here, reached for something to cover her chest. Then she looked around. "Oh, good. You are awake," he said in that tone of his, the one where Satine questioned if it was genuine or just for show, and then he walked over. Satine nodded, feeling just a bit incredulous and self-conscious. "Yes, I'm awake," she replied, trying to sound as if she was composed despite the current state she was in. "How are you feeling? Do you require any assistance?" She shook her head. "I'm okay, thank you, Master Jinn. Just a bit sore." As he walked closer, the grip on the bedsheet that covered her modesty had tightened. "That is to be expected." I was shot." Qui-Gon nodded. "She has conscious awareness of what happened," he thought. "Yes. The projectile passed through your abdomen just above your pelvis and exited cleanly with minimal damage." He came to stand right above her, inspected the drip line, then cautiously dropped down onto the bed's edge. "May I?" Satine nodded, and Qui-Gon peeled back the bedsheet. The area had been properly irrigated with antiseptic and cleaned thoroughly, with a Bacta patch applied over the injury. It wasn't as effective as a full immersion in a Bacta tank, but it was quick and convenient and would suffice. Qui-Gon peeled back the patch to inspect the area. It seemed to be healing nicely. He rummaged in a pouch dangling from his utility belt and procured a second patch, which he ripped into within seconds, using his teeth to gnaw away at the packaging. He removed the first patch and carefully applied the second. Satine watched him with curiosity. "You've done this before." "More than a few times. Many of times involved treating a wounded comrade or his own Padawan, because Obi-Wan was still a boy and still got himself into plenty of scrapes, and it was Qui-Gon's duty as his master to tend to every last injury." As Qui-Gon finished up, Satine reached for a top that just wasn't there. The Jedi Master was kind enough to fetch one for her, and she pulled it on. There was something amusing to him. "You gave my Padawan quite a scare, Your Highness." Obi-Wan Satine blinked, tugging at the hem of her top. "He was there. He's all right?" His was the last face she saw before her vision had darkened, but she remembered the look in his eyes. He was terrified. Qui-Gon nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, though he has asked about you. When neither of you returned, Captain Tor tried reaching you through comms, but communications were down, so we went out after you. The person who shot me has been apprehended," he finished. Satine nodded, then slowly sat up more until she could swing her legs over the side of her bed. This jostling did cause some discomfort, but she waved away Qui-Gon's hand to help her up, instead pushing her own two hands against the bed's edge until she was standing. "Perhaps you should stay here and rest up, Your Highness," suggested Qui-Gon, but he was very quickly dismissed on that notion. Satine started for the door, taking things one small step at a time, and the Jedi Master followed closely behind her. When they reached the planning room, Jarek and Merrick were there, waiting, and somewhere in the corner with Captain Tor stood Obi-Wan. They seemed surprised to see her up and about so soon after the incident. Not to be deterred by limitations, Satine entered with no guided assistance. Obi-Wan moved away from the computer console. He started forwards, and Satine so happened to notice a darkened stain on the lower portion of Obi-Wan's tunic. It looked like dried blood, most likely her own. Her stomach twisted. It was hard for her to forget that scream as she fell. He looked fine now, and pleased to see her. Satine could only offer him a gentle smile. "I'm pleased to see you're all right," he told her with a gentleness to his voice. Duchess Captain Tor righted and offered a short bow of his head. "Procedures are being put in place all over the city for tighter security, and many of the citizens are being questioned as we speak." "They are not to blame for what happened," Satine argued, then put a comforting hand on Obi-Wan's shoulder. The captain nodded. "Of course, but with all due respect, Your Highness, we still need to know what led to this." "I know what led to this, Captain." Of course she did. She was the one who issued the order to evacuate everyone, leaving people vulnerable and troops stretched thin. The resentment was bound to come back on her twofold. "Now, I am to understand the shooter was apprehended, correct?" "Yes, Your Highness, and is currently holed up in our cells." Satine first looked to Obi-Wan, then to Captain Tor, before everyone else in the room. It was probably an unconventional move, but she was the unconventional type of person, and she knew it was a decision almost no one would get behind. But she made it. "I wish to see him." The looks in the room were what she expected them to be. Confusion. After what happened in the square, they probably weren't anticipating her to be so eager to look her assailant in the eye. It was the cause of controversy, a clamoring of voices that slowly began to overlap each other, everyone offering up their very unwarranted opinion on the matter. It was Satine raising her hand in protest that silenced them all. She was already halfway out the door when Obi-Wan sprinted after her. They walked down one hallway, and then another, banking right, and then another left down a third hallway. She mentally noted every twist and dooring, as if committing their route to memory, when in fact these halls were just as she remembered them to be. Finally, they came to an elevator. The air grew tense as Satine braced herself. Inside, a deafening silence enveloped them during their descent. Satine could feel the blood pounding in her veins, or it could be the heart in her chest, or just Obi-Wan's loud breathing that unnerved her. She tried to focus on the smaller details, the flickering overhead lights that cast shadows on the wall that created an unsettling aura to their surroundings, the hum of machinery that resonated through her bones, the eerie soundtrack to their journey. At last, there was a jolt and a metallic screech. The elevator had come to a halt. Obi-Wan walked closely behind Satine as they stepped out of the elevator, and then more so as she continued walking to the cell block where her assailant was kept. The man almost seemed to be waiting for them as he sat there, his back pressed up against the wall, his right leg bent inward, while his left remained stretched out in front of him. And when they did come to a stop in front of his cell, his whole head lifted, and his eyes burrowed in on them. Satine was the one to take a step forward, while Obi-Wan remained just a hair behind her, but ready if need be. "They say you're the one who assaulted me. You would be correct." "Why? I have done nothing to you," the man scoffed. "You have done everything to me and mine, Your Highness. Your very existence is an insult. Watch it." Obi-Wan took a step, and then another, and then Satine's hand was on his chest to keep him still. The man chuckled dryly, finding the take quite amusing. "You should keep your boyfriend in check. There's no need his kind around here. He's not," she sighed. "He's not my boyfriend." A deep crimson blush spread across Obi-Wan's cheeks. Instinctually, his hand fell to the hilt of his weapon, and his fingers closed around it. The man, noting this, and the change in the Jedi Padawan's complexion, gave a hearty laugh. There may have been a denial from the Duchess, but Obi-Wan was more than a little obvious, even if he wasn't saying it. Satine, not realizing, continued, "I forgive you for your transgressions." It was a comment that invoked an eyebrow raise from Obi-Wan and a sideways grin from the man, but she tried remaining compassionate. "This is probably not something you were expecting to hear from your victim." "Oh, Duchess, let's not start discussing victims here. You're hardly in the position for it at all." Of a sudden, the man lurched forwards, hands gripping the bars. Obi-Wan had his hands on Satine, pulling her back, and 2 other guards were put on alert. "You have no idea what's coming." Her heart started to race, but she remained steadfast. "What are you talking about? What's coming?" The man, slowly recoiling from the bars, began to laugh in a way that sent a cold shiver down her spine. Satine had known fear before, but this was something from the depths of her worst nightmares. She was curious and needed to know more, But then the man's jaw clenched, and then foam bubbled out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain as his body convulsed. Obi-Wan screamed to be let in. One of the guards sprang forwards with the keys and unlatched the metal door. The man's eyes rolled back into his head, and a guttural scream that would have escaped him was otherwise silenced. And then, his body stilled. Satine remained on the outside of the cell. Obi-Wan pressed 2 fingers to the man's throat, then leaned back on his haunches. "He's dead." He looked back over his shoulder at Satine, who looked on completely horrified. Obi-Wan inspected the man's corpse, finding traces of what looked like a neurotoxin, made to look like a crystal, with foam-like properties when activated. A suicide pill. What did he mean? Something's coming. Chapter 5. Bo-Katan threw herself down on her knees in front of the toilet and retched. Whatever she had in her stomach came back up tenfold, bile stinging the lining of her throat. She kept going until there was nothing but dry heaving. As she stood up, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, Bo-Katan felt a wave of nausea hit her again. She stumbled towards the sink and splashed cold water on her face, trying to calm herself down, then ripped off a sheet of paper towel, dried herself up, and tossed the soiled rag into the rubbish bin. Vizsla stood in the doorway, his arms crossed. "Are you done?" "Am I Bo-Katan scoffed, glaring. "Yeah, I'm done," she croaked out, then beelined it to a chair nearby, unceremoniously plopping down into it. Good. Bo-Katan was having a hard time, feeling the room spin around her. She closed her eyes as the nausea continued. Vizsla fetched a glass of water and handed it to her, watching as she took small sips. She might only be 13, but Bo-Katan was the kind of girl who thought she had her shit together. She thought she had everything figured out, despite the obvious setbacks. But then her mother died, and her sister left, and her dad died, and, suddenly, Bo-Katan was forgetting what it meant to have her shit together. This, whatever this was, she couldn't process. Bo-Katan stood up quickly and walked to the window. There wasn't much out there to really see, though, but there was something oddly comforting about looking out it. The sun was just starting to set, casting a warm glow over the city below. It was nice. She stood there for a moment, letting it soak in, completely lost in thought. Her jaw clenched and she took a deep breath. There was no way of knowing why she did what she did, how her fingers closed in around that water glass, the thought process involved. But there it was, and the water glass was flung across the room, where it collided with the wall and shattered, a hail of broken glass raining down onto the floor. Raj looked at the broken glass on the floor, then at Bo-Katan. She was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling quickly. "You have a talent of throwing things against walls. Has anyone told you that?" Rolling her eyes, Bo-Katan let out a frustrated sigh and ran a hand through her hair, trying to calm herself down. "Yeah, I may have heard that somewhere before." Vizsla concealed a smirk. She turned away from him and looked back out the window. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to gather her thoughts and figure out what to do next. Bo-Katan stood there in silence, unable to shake that bad feeling in her gut. Vizsla and Raj were chatting about something, probably something Bo-Katan wasn't supposed to be hearing, or maybe she was, and this was all purposely orchestrated. But when they were done, Raj had exited the room. Now it was just her and Vizsla, and she had questions for the man. Gripping the window's ledge, she took a breath. "Did you know?" "Did I know what?" Bo-Katan turned, one eye narrowed and the other rather wide, with her eyebrows to mirror this. "Someone shot my sister. This wasn't supposed to happen." Her nostrils were flared and her breath exhaled in quick pants. Vizsla stayed composed, his face showing no emotion. The attack on the Duchess Satine was rather unexpected, but you must put that behind you and look towards our cause, keeping Mandalore in the tradition of our ancestors. Bo-Katan's eyes blazed with fury as she stomped across the room, and open palm slapped Raj across the face. The sting of the impacted matched the burning intensity of her gaze. His right hand became a fist, which then uppercut the girl in her midsection. She stumbled back away from him, gasping for air. She glared at him. With a swift movement, she lunged forward, tackling him to the ground, raining blows upon him with relentless fury. For such a small child, Bo-Katan wielded an unprecedented amount of power. Eventually, A pair of arms had pulled her off of Raj and to her feet. She struggled and kicked and tried writhing her body free, but where Bo-Katan was strong, Previsla matched her strength, and then some. Bo-Katan clenched her fists, and her jaw tightened, anger simmering just beneath the surface. She then took a deep breath. "She is my sister," she hissed. Satine may be lots of things, and she and Bo-Katan might not agree, but despite their differences, she still loved her sister, and did not cater to the idea of harm against her. Raj pulled himself up, wiping at his bloodied nose with the back of his hand. "You cannot let this distract you." His gaze softened just slightly, and his tone seemed gentle and yet firm at the same time. He walked closer, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "The Duchess Satine would rather see us at the heels of dogs than acknowledge our warrior traditions. You must forget you ever had a sister." Bo-Katan's eyes flashed with defiance, but she nodded slowly. She knew Vizsla was right in his stance. The Manduad needed people who would fight for them, to uphold their traditions and protect their way of life. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her shoulders and squared her jaw up. "You're despicable," she acknowledged, and Vizsla adopted a sly grin. She knew he was right, but it didn't make letting go any easier. "I will do what needs to be done. That's my girl." He smiled approvingly and squeezed her shoulder before taking a step back. "We have work to do, Bo-Katan. The time for action is upon us. We must gather our forces." Bo-Katan nodded resolutely. "I am ready. You have no idea what's coming." Her heart started to race, but she remained steadfast. "What are you talking about? What's coming?" The man, slowly recoiling from the bars, began to laugh in a way that sent a cold shiver down her spine. Satine had known fear before, but this was something from the depths of her worst nightmares. She was curious and needed to know more, but then the man's jaw clenched and then foam bubbled out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain as his body convulsed. Obi-Wan screamed to be let in. One of the guards sprang forwards with the keys and unlatched the metal door. The man's eyes rolled back into his head, and a guttural scream that would have escaped him was otherwise silenced. And then his body stilled. Satine remained on the outside of the cell. Obi-Wan pressed 2 fingers to the man's throat, then leaned back on his haunches. "He's dead." He looked back over his shoulder at Satine, who looked on completely horrified. Obi-Wan inspected the man's corpse, finding traces of what looked like a neurotoxin made to look like a crystal, with foam-like properties when activated. A suicide pill. What did he mean? Something's coming. Yes. What did that man mean? It was a question that boiled over and over again in Satine's brain. It sounded so ominous and dark, like he was issuing a warning to her. A cryptic one, but a warning nonetheless. Almec, Prime Minister of Mandalore, was perturbed. He didn't get perturbed that often, almost never actually. But today he was, and he didn't like it. His expression on his face was stern, his blood pressure elevated. Qui-Gon couldn't possibly be suggesting what Almec thought he was suggesting here. Was here? To be honest, he was more than just a little skeptic about this plan, and the fact Merrick was staring at him wasn't helping. Almec was the leader here. He was supposed to have solutions, answers. He had none. Maybe that's why he was willing to entertain this whole thing. Jin knew keeping Satine on Mandalore at the moment was no longer an option. He sighed, rubbing at the spot between his eyes. "So, allow me to understand something here. You want to smuggle the Duchess off planet, yes?" The nod from across the table had his indigestion flaring up. "Are you suggesting we abandon our duty to protect her and the people of Mandalore?" Qui-Gon leaned forward earnestly, his Jedi robes flowing around him, the edges just a little bit singed. "Prime Minister, I understand your concerns, but this attack only proves that the Duchess's life is at risk here. We need to consider all options." Almec sighed heavily, contemplating this dilemma before them. "You are correct." Eyes turned to Merrick, who, up until now, was silent. The Prince of Kalevala leaned forward. "I don't think any of us would deny that Satine's safety is paramount," he responded with, looking directly at Qui-Gon with a certain level of dissection. "But smuggling her off-planet would be seen as an act of weakness by many, and it could undermine everything we stand for." Calm and composed was a gift Qui-Gon had, However, underneath that tranquil exterior, impatience simmered within him. It was a flaw he struggled to overcome, but one that occasionally seeped into his interactions. His disagreeable nature often made itself known in situations like these. Qui-Gon had always been one to question authority and challenge conventional wisdom. This tendency sometimes led him to be evasive when dealing with those who held different opinions. Jarek cleared his throat. If I could play devil's advocate here. He paused and waited until he was sure he had all the attention. Our first responsibility is to safeguard the Duchess and maintain stability. If smuggling her away temporarily achieves that goal, it might be worth considering. Qui-Gon's gaze shifted from Merrick to Jarek, his expression remaining somewhat impassive. A sense of relief washed over him. His impatience had subsided. Very well. Up until now, Obi-Wan been silent, merely absorbing what the others had to say. They were all talking around him, not at him, but he was understanding Master Jin's strategy well enough. At least he was trying to convince himself he did. But just as he assumed to understand his master's thought processes, he couldn't ignore what he knew of Satine, and how she would accept all of this. Or not, because the Duchess of Kalevala never struck him as someone who liked to bend for anyone when her mind was made up. Yes, smuggling her off-world seemed like the best idea they had, but could they convince her of that? Obi-Wan had reservations, and he wasn't shy about voicing them. I don't see Duchess Satine being persuaded very easily. She needs to realize this is for her own good. Jarek countered. The situation in Keldabe is deteriorating rapidly. With one assassination attempt, it makes me wonder if the Duchess Satine's enemies won't try again. Qui-Gon looked determined. We will speak with her. Blinking, Obi-Wan felt reluctant, yet he understood the urgency of the situation they faced. She may be stubborn, Jarek added, but she also cares deeply for her people. We just need to make her see this is the best option for everyone involved. Satine had overheard muffled conversation from down the hall and decided to move closer, getting a sense the tone hadn't been what she liked, and she was right, as she entered the room and caught them in the midst of conversation and did not like what she heard. If there was going to be talk involving her, it made sense to include her. The fact they weren't consulting her truly bothered her. The best option for who, Deputy Minister? Her eyebrows were raised and her arms crossed. She looked at everyone who stood around the table in turn, feeling such a strong sense of displeasure. For the interest of your safety, Duchess, Almec argued, not quite believing this strategy himself. A bitter pill to swallow that he still had to convince himself on. She felt like laughing in disbelief, as if they believed that the assassination attempt would stop her from pursuing her beliefs. I am more than capable of taking care of myself, as I am bound to come across impediments in my pursuits. Obi-Wan shifted uncomfortable. Before anyone could respond, Satine added, What of my people? Duchess. The Padawan cleared his throat and caught Satine's sharp gaze. That narrowed stare made him feel small and insignificant. This assassination attempt only proves one thing. Someone wants you dead. Satine scoffed, then smirked. Padawan Kenobi, have I not once before told you that I have dealt with threats against my life before? Why should I then hide now? Oh, maybe because this situation is different. He was beginning to feel a rise in his anger and the frustration at Satine's lack of care for her own personal well-being. The threat against you is very real, and I, for one, actually care. Qui-Gon sensed the tension brewing and cautioned his Padawan to be wary of his overstepping in this situation. Obi-Wan was aware of this, but chose to goad the pre-verbal beast further. As one to see it happen firsthand, he wasn't keen on the idea of Satine putting herself out there in the line of fire again. She wasn't a Jedi. She couldn't possibly understand what it meant. His hands rested on her shoulders. You have no idea. Padawan! Qui-Gon snapped, and this time his Padawan listened. Satine wrenched her arms free. Her eyes flashed with anger. I may not be a Jedi, but I am not helpless damsel in distress either. I have my own ways of dealing with threats and danger, and I will not cower in fear just because someone wants me dead. Her heels clicked together as she turned about face and then stormed off. Beskar was known for its exceptional strength and capability of deflecting blaster bolts and lightsaber blades. When combined with carbon and ceridium in the forging process, Beskar became both lightweight and pliable. A talented Noralor, or metalsmith specializing in working with Beskar armor, had the facility to shape the metal into various shapes while controlling its strength, color, and other qualities. The expertise of this was exclusive to the Mandoad, with severe consequences for anyone who shared this knowledge with non-members. Bo-Katan carefully slid the shiny Beskar chestplate over her head, feeling the weight of its protective strength settling on her shoulders. She adjusted the straps to secure it in place, making sure it fit snugly against her body. She next fastened the gauntlets onto her arms, the metal gleaming in the light that shone through the window as she flexed her fingers. She stepped into the leg armor, each piece clinking softly as she moved. She secured the thigh plates and knee pads, and then donned her helmet, watching her reflection appeared in the visor. The Death Watch had a distinctive Mandalorian helmet with a black T-shaped visor and an intricate heads-up display. Her armor was sleek and futuristic in color, with a unique dark blue color scheme with silver accents. The armor was lightweight yet durable, providing adequate protection while allowing for freedom of movement. It exuded strength, power, and honor, reflecting her status as a formidable warrior of Mandalorian tradition. The helmets looked like the wearers' faces, and every suit was tailored for the individual, using the armor of respected ancestors that had melted down and remake to outfit a brave war chief or clan leader. Bo-Katan had inherited her family's armor, which had been passed down through 3 generations. Although it was originally meant for her sister by birthright of the oldest, Satine chose not to follow in their traditions, while Bo-Katan embraced them, and the armor became hers. The armor was a symbol of honor and strength for Bo-Katan, reminding her of the legacy of her family and ancestors who had fought bravely in battles long past. Each scratch and dent on the metal had a story to tell, a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who had worn it before her. Bo-Katan reflected on her sister as she donned her armor, realizing just how steeply their paths had diverged. She would never have agreed to the attack in Keldabe if she had known Satine was the intended victim. While their beliefs differed, Bo-Katan's principles would not have allowed her to condone any harm coming to her sister. She couldn't shake the guilt that weighed heavily on her heart. She had always been the more aggressive, ruthless one compared to Satine, but now Bo-Katan had questions. She remembered the fierce debates they used to have, how they were a constant source of ire between them, but strangely a bond that kept them connected, and Bo-Katan had a difficult time letting go of it. Now, as she gazed at herself in the mirror, clad in Beskar armor, Bo-Katan couldn't help but wonder where it all went wrong. How did they end up on opposite sides of a war that tore their family apart? Bo-Katan sighed heavy, feeling like this burden was her own. She wasn't going to fall apart like she did before. Before was dead, and the minute she walked out would be burying the corpse. Her heart was hammering in her chest. She took slow, even breaths. It was easy to imagine her sister, Satine, the rock, the pacifist, the freaking saint. But Bo-Katan knew what needed to be done. She marched out of that room with a sense of purpose, hearing a rise of clamoring voices as she ventured further down the hallway. Above the cacophony of voices rose Vizsla's. As she emerged into the main chamber, all eyes turned towards her. Vizsla stood tall, and Bo-Katan squared her shoulders. She projected all the confidence and authority she could muster. "Ah, welcome, gentlemen. Allow for me to familiarize you with Lady Bo-Katan Kryze," a squadron of voices murmured under their breaths. Slowly, Bo-Katan raised her hands to her helmet and removed it from her head, shaking her hair free, her copper-red tresses cascading over her shoulders. She nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping across the room as she took in the faces of those gathered, faces shrouded by helmets of blue, silver, copper, and black. The way their heads tilted suggested some were curious, others skeptical, but none dared to challenge her presence there. "Lady Bo-Katan is a warrior of Mandalore," Vizsla continued, and Bo-Katan felt a surge of pride at his words. "She has proven herself, and I trust you will treat her with the same reverence you would show me." The meeting continued as planned and concluded fairly quickly. Bo-Katan stuck around as Vizsla spoke to a few others, and she recognized Raj among them. Her right hand instinctively tightened into a fist. She wanted to hit him again, and he probably knew she did, which is why before he walked off, he looked at her through his visor and grinned. And then It was just Vizsla and Bo-Katan in the room. He took a moment before he walked up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder blade to gently guide her away, and then he stopped next to a computer console. Vizsla removed his helmet then, tucking it just under his armpit. "We are prepared to execute our plan." His voice as he spoke was firm, carrying with it a sense of tenacity and authority. His goal was to win over Bo-Katan Kryze. Showing anything other than sureness was not going to do that. Her chest expanded as she drew in breath, and then her chest felt tight. Her heart was aching so hard. Every beat was screaming, as if warning her. "Vizsla." He sensed her hesitation. "Bo-Katan." Her next inhale was very slow, very deliberate. It was almost like she needed to psych herself up for what she knew needed to happen. She believed in their ways just as much as Vizsla did. This shouldn't be so hard. And yet, here she stood, at the precipice of it, and she was afraid of choking. Bo-Katan straightened her posture, meeting Vizsla's gaze with absolute determination in her eyes. Her heart was beating so hard that she felt the blood rushing in her ears, completely drowning him out. She knew she had been distracted by her emotions. Anger and fear have driven her actions, instead of lucidity and castigation. After taking a moment to collect herself, Bo-Katan reminded herself of one core value. Strength is in discipline. Bo-Katan's expression beneath her helmet had tightened. "I remember fragments, but mostly Boor's face as he told us Mama had died there. The Jettii have caused much pain and suffering," Vizsla stated, and he was clear in the unyielding tenor in his voice. "Yes, that day is well burned into my heart. There was little love lost for her amongst those who saw no value in her ideals the Duchess Satine has echoed after her. My Mama was well loved by her Aliyat." Something twitched in Vizsla's eyes. "It would discomfort you to know it had been the weapon used by the Jettii that struck her down. I saw to the body myself. The burns in her skin were not made by any blaster, but that of a plasma blade." Her expression darkened as she processed the information. They hadn't been told what killed former Duchess Aura Kryze, only that she had fallen. They didn't see the body before her ceremonial creation. They didn't see the hole in her chest that burned through her. Bo-Katan was beginning to understand why. Vizsla continued, his voice filled with bitterness. "The Jettii claim to be peacekeepers, but they bring destruction and chaos wherever they go. They had no respect for Mandalorian traditions or our way of life." Bo-Katan felt a surge of anger. She had little love for them to beginning with, even before her mother's death. Now, hearing that they were responsible for her murder only fueled her hatred. She took a breath, refocusing her mind, honing in on the task at hand. "What of the Jetties? They will be protecting the Duchess." Yes." Vizsla nodded in acknowledgement, stroking the chin of his helmet. "It wasn't as simple as just eliminating the Duchess of Mandalore. She'd be surrounded not just by her guards, by the Jedis she kept company with. That young one especially, he seems fond of her." The words felt bitter on his tongue. "Our peoples have a disparaging history with the Republic and with the Jedis. We eliminated many on Galadron as they did our brethren, but not enough. You won't get to her without going through them." Vizsla's hand squeezed her shoulder. "Allow me to worry about that." Bo-Katan felt a shiver rush her spine, but she ignored it, and nodding in her understanding, with a determined glint in her eyes. She wanted to trust in Vizsla's abilities as a warrior and leader. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood at the archway that separated Satine's bedroom from the anteroom. He looked through to the balcony and to the curtains that had been drawn. Satine had been pacing, throwing strings of words together Obi-Wan hadn't recognized. It was easy enough to tell from the sharpness of her movements that it would be best for him to keep his distance. She was angry. He got that. What they were asking of her was enormous. Satine had no desire to comply with this request of theirs. Obi-Wan could hardly blame her, but he knew it was for her own good. He took a deep breath and stepped into the room, his presence causing Satine to stop in her tracks. She spun on the heels of her feet, her eyes flashing with anger when she saw him. "What?" Her voice was stern and showed more than a little exasperation. Satine was clearly not in a suitable disposition to be dealing with this right now. She was obviously not thrilled to see him just standing there, staring at her. Obi-Wan took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. "Satine, I know this is not what you wanted, but we need your cooperation here. Your safety is paramount." and the threat against you is very real. Obi-Wan, you— There came a knock on the door, followed by Merrick pushing it slightly ajar and poking himself inside. He scanned the room first. Your Highness, apologies, Satine gave Obi-Wan and Merrick a piercing glance, causing any sense of relaxation or calmness to disappear. When she addressed Prince Merrick in a way that implied he should not be bothering her right now, Obi-Wan's attention shifted towards them. Not now, Merrick. Merrick swept himself in a great bow, perhaps in an attempt to hide his awkwardness at interrupting a private moment. He then walked away, giving the Jedi apprentice a brief glance as he departed. Satine chose to ignore Obi-Wan and return to what she was done, pacing. She didn't exactly know why she was doing this and nothing else. Perhaps she was annoyed at the notion of hiding. It didn't seem very prudent to her. She could also assume that Obi-Wan was sent here to convince her otherwise, and not that he was here on his own volition. Force forbid he check on a friend out of devotion and not obligation. I wouldn't worry, he tried reasoning. Satine shot him a look, her eyebrows pulled tightly against the bridge of her nose. Obi-Wan's heart was suddenly in his throat. She derided, her arms crossed defensively. Oh, please, spare me the Jedi rhetoric, Obi-Wan. The conception of hiding feels weak. She sighed with a little frustration. I did not return to my home just to flee again. Obi-Wan's expression softened as he approached slowly. I know you're strong and capable, but this is different. This threat is coming from within Mandalore itself. You need to trust us on this. Release your pride. Again, Satine scoffed. I don't think you have a firm grip on what it is you're asking of me here. Maybe not, but I do know you can't stay here. Satine's eyes flashed again. And who are you to tell me where I can and cannot be? Obi-Wan took a deep lungful of air, trying to remain unruffled in the facet of her intractability. There was a flash of something in his eyes. I'm not trying to control you. I just want to keep you safe. Well, because that's your job, right? Obi-Wan respired, trying to keep his breathing rate and heart rate regulated. My feelings for you go beyond just fulfilling some duty. Satine's expression softened, slightly, a flicker of vulnerability passing through her eyes at that moment. At Obi-Wan's sudden confession, the tension in her stance had eased up just a bit as she looked into his eyes, searching them for any hint of insincerity. But all she found was genuine concern and affection. Hardly aware of his own motion, Obi-Wan had reached out for her, grasping her shoulders and gently stroking the exposed skin at the crook of Satine's neck. He felt her pulse leaping, and a gale of balminess whelmed through her as she beheld Obi-Wan's eyes. He thought about pulling back, but she didn't seem to object. He stared longing at her lips, wanting badly to kiss them. Satine seemed a bit speculative to his presence, the way he held her. She reached up a hand to cup his face, feeling the smoothness of his jawline against her fingertips. Obi-Wan pressed in closer, and it looked like he was drawing nearer to her mouth, just about to slide his lips across her own. But then she jerked back abruptly. I can't do this. Satine gathered her arms around her and walked away from him, ignoring how her heart was still pounding in her chest. And Obi-Wan pretended not to be hurt as he watched her walk over to the balustrade of the balcony that overlooked the city. An explosion nearly brought them both to their knees, and a second one rumbled through the palace soon enough, giving them little time to recover from the first. Obi-Wan steadied himself quickly, then fled to the balcony. Already outside were the resonances of a dozen more explosions. He saw the spirals of fire, the plumes of smoke, overhear the cacophony of screams. Satine's heart sank. The door was tossed open. "We need to go!" yelled Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan snatched Satine's hand, fleeing with her towards the door. She was none too happy about being dragged around like a rag doll. He stopped suddenly on Qui-Gon's command. There were voices just outside in the corridor. Satine stepped forwards, but one of Obi-Wan's arms lifted against her midsection to push her back behind him. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, growing louder with each passing second. Qui-Gon reached out within the Force, extending his sense to gather information about their pursuers. He sensed multiple individuals drawing nearer, armed and ready for confrontation. The grip Obi-Wan had on Satine had tightened. Seeing an opening, Qui-Gon signaled for them to follow. They moved swiftly, Obi-Wan gestured for Satine to remain quiet as he drew upon the Force to help mask their presence. The footsteps just around the corner ahead of them halted, causing Qui-Gon to gesture towards Obi-Wan and Satine to stop. They listened anxiously as voices whispered back and forth. "Where did she go?" "I don't know, but we need to find her." Qui-Gon felt something lurch within his chest. He took a moment to himself, trying to focus on slowing down his breathing and heart rate, letting his eyes unstiffen a bit as he listened intently to the bustle of noise ahead of them. He motioned towards his right. "Let's go." Nodding her agreement, Satine's grip tightened to Obi-Wan's arm as they moved forward again. Around another curve, down a set of stairs, they went. A group of intruders disappeared from view. Obi-Wan and Satine cautiously continued down the next corridor, their senses on high alert as he continued drawing energy from the Force. The constant clamoring of voices unnerved the young Duchess. She glanced around, eyes filled with worry. She did her best to keep herself controlled. But Obi-Wan was getting a bad feeling, a pinprick in the Force, like someone was watching him, them. He suddenly became more vigilant, his eyes bouncing this way and that. He stopped. Satine, too. Obi-Wan summoned his lightsaber into his outstretched hand. Just then, 2 bounty hunters emerged from one corner and a third from the opposite corner. They have their blasters in their hands. As blaster bolts flew at them, Obi-Wan parried in a calculated dance, redirecting each shot with pristine accuracy. Qui-Gon lifted his weapon to deflect a second and a third bolt, his movements very fluid and precise. With every swing and parry, he created an impermeable shield around himself, his apprentice, and Satine. Satine, though lacking in weaponry, made up for it in dexterity, managing to dodge and weave her way through the chaos. She stayed close, using her presence as a distraction for the bounty hunters, while the Jedi defected attack after attack. The corridor had become an echo chamber for incoming blaster fire. And then, through the chaos, came Qui-Gon's voice, sharp and authoritative. "Padawan, get the Duchess out of here." Satine had suspected him to be a strong person with a commanding presence. Though he hadn't wavered in his fighting, Obi-Wan was taken aback by the weight of words in his master's words. The man meant to stay behind, giving the Obi-Wan and Satine a mean of escape. "Wait, master," he protested, but then Qui-Gon drew himself up even taller, if that was at all possible. The man would not be challenged. "Go." Obi-Wan opened his mouth to counter-argue, but thought the better of it, and promptly shut it, then grabbed Satine's hand and pulled her along, not daring to look back at his master, who was willing to stay behind. As they ran through the chaos, Satine could feel Obi-Wan's conflicted emotions radiating off of him. They finally reached another corridor, and as they burst out into a main room, Satine turned to look back to where Qui-Gon was still fighting, feeling that pang of guilt for leaving him behind. Bounty hunters were suddenly faced with opposition, as they were met with weapons drawn and being fired upon before Satine could react. Obi-Wan charged ahead, wielding his lightsaber with quick, precise moves, swiftly taking down each enemy with skillfully calculated strikes. Satine stayed lower as blaster fire split the air above her, targeting both the Jedi Padawan and the new Mandalorians who approached from behind. He navigated across the floor, stepping over the bodies of fallen Mandos. He shielded Satine as another bounty hunter approached with dual weapons raised. His lightsaber moved so quickly, so nimbly, that Satine could hardly keep up with it. Each shot was deflected and bounced back, creating a spectacle of sparks and energy in the air. Satine froze as people rushed past her, weapons drawn. Obi-Wan had come to a stop, and someone emerged from the chaos to face them. Satine felt her breath hitch in her throat when she saw that it was Raj, easily recognizable by his distinguishable Beskar armor. He approached with determined eyes beneath his helmet, filled with both anticipation and anger. Raj pointed his dark gaze at Satine. "Death to the Darmanda," he sneered beneath his helmet, his voice filled with venom. Satine felt a surge of fear and confusion at his words. This wasn't the man she grew up with. She'd never seen him act with such hostility before and couldn't understand why he would want her dead. But it didn't take long to remember what happened the last time their paths crossed, amongst chaos and destruction, not too dissimilar from what they faced now. Obi-Wan stepped forward, his lightsaber humming. She is an Arueti to our people, an Arue of Mandalore. She must pay for her crimes with her life. Satine tried to speak up, to defend herself, but the words caught in her throat. She knew that Raj was speaking out of anger and ignorance, but she also knew that reason might not reach him in this moment of blind rage. Before anyone could react, Raj lunged forward, swinging his blaster towards Satine. Obi-Wan deflected the shot with his own weapon, creating a shower of sparks that illuminated the pandemonium around them. In the midst of the commotion, Satine thought she saw a glint of recognition in Raj's eyes, some flicker of doubt that had passed over his face. Obi-Wan and Raj moved towards each other, their bodies twisting across the floor as they engaged in a fierce battle. They exchanged attacks and defenses with intensity and determination, neither giving an inch. Raj, agile and nimble, maneuvered between the Jedi Padawan and the Duchess with skill and confidence, but Obi-Wan had hoped to show off more skill and formidability, calling on all his years of Jedi training to aid him now. As the clash continued, Satine scrambled about on her feet and backed away, trying to find a way out of the crossfire. She knew she had to do something to help Obi-Wan, but she was unarmed, yet not completely untrained in combat. Desperation gnawed at her gut. Suddenly, she saw a fallen blaster on the ground and picked it up. The shot hit its mark, causing Raj to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Obi-Wan lunged forward and disarmed him with a swift strike of his weapon. Raj was brought to the ground, with the Jedi Padawan towering above him, lightsaber brought down low, pointed threatening at his throat. Breathing heavily, Satine lowered the blaster. Obi-Wan first looked to her with a gesture of gratitude, then refocused his attention on the man on his back, at his mercy. It would be far too easy for Obi-Wan to strike. Raj snarled. "Do you yield?" asked the Jedi Padawan. Raj hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering between them. There were two courses open to him. One, he could accept defeat. Pre Vizsla would surely have his head. He'd be branded weak, a coward, unworthy to call himself a Mandalorian. Option 2, he would not yield, and this fight would continue. He decided he very much wanted to live, and this Jetty did not deserve the satisfaction of defeating him. "I yield." Obi-Wan extended a hand, and Raj pulled himself up. As he did so, a kal, a short dagger forged of Beskar, consisted of a hexagonal blade with a rectangular cutout along the center, materialized in Raj's hand. He lifted it upwards, punching through Obi-Wan's midsection, catching him in the 8th intercostal space between the 8th and 9th ribs. Initially believing it was the Jedi Padawan crying out, Satine realized it had been her own voice calling for him. Obi-Wan was silent as the blade pierced him, his body stiffening in response but taking several small steps backwards as the blade was withdrawn just as swiftly as it went in. Raj drew his blaster and raised the kal for a final strike whilst the Padawan was distracted by his own pain. But a warning in the Force saw Obi-Wan lifting the blade of his weapon to catch Raj across the chest, just as Raj was lunging forward. The young Mandoade was taken aback by the surprise, causing him to freeze momentarily as he struggled to process what had just happened. His eyes filled with confusion as he fell to his knees, dropping both the blaster and kal as they clattered to the stone floor. Obi-Wan stumbled again, his hand reaching out for something nearby to grapple onto to steady himself. His breaths came in ragged pants, his heartbeat hammering painfully against his ribs. With a controlled exhale, he called upon the Force to keep his breathing and heart rate regulated, trying to retain consciousness for a bit longer. Satine was at his side second later as Obi-Wan thumbed his saber off. He leaned against her much smaller frame. At that same moment, Qui-Gon came rushing down the same corridor, looking far worse than when either of them last laid eyes on him. There were various abrasions on his face and arms. His clothing was singed. The Jedi Master saw the two of them, the blood seeping in steady ringlets through his apprentice's Jedi robes and hand that pressed over the wound. Qui-Gon scooped up his Padawan and started running, with Satine at his heels, and explosions firing off around him. The Kryze command camp, situated deep within the cliffside, originally used as Clan Kryze's headquarters during the war on Mandalore, was now transformed into a sanctuary for injured, and they flooded the camp in the dozens. The camp itself now resembled a makeshift haven in a war-torn land. Tents stood erect haphazardly across the grounds, their flaps billowing in the wind as if signaling surrender. Medics rush from point A to point B, from one wounded patient to another, their hands stained with the blood of their peoples. They cleaned wounds, stitched up the injured, and administered pain medication. The smell of antiseptic hung in the air, mingling with an undercurrent of fear and uncertainty. Survivors have gathered around small fires, clutching cups of warm broth that offered brief respite from hunger and despair. Their eyes reflect weariness. People were greeted by fellow Mandoad, who offered them food, water, and warm clothing. Many were visibly exhausted and traumatized. Outside the camp's perimeter, sentries stood guard. Satine was amongst them. She took survey of incoming, assigning them to different areas based on the severity of their conditions. The supplies they had were low. Resources were allocated accordingly. She tried remaining calm, despite the chaos that surrounded her. She knew not everyone could be saved like the young man who bled out in front of her, whose blood now stained the front of her clothing, or the elderly woman refusing to leave her husband's side, even in death. It burned Satine how little she felt she contributed to the efforts. Much minuscule her impact was, how utterly helpless she felt. And then there was Obi-Wan Kenobi. My feelings for you go beyond just fulfilling some duty. She wasn't about to pretend that her heart didn't pitter-patter in her chest when he said that to her, but it was not the time nor the place, and she couldn't afford such wanted attention to herself. Taking a breath for herself, Satine pushed aside the tent flap. Obi-Wan lay prone on a burlap cot, Qui-Gon sitting above him. Satine stood there in silence for a time she thought might have been too long. Qui-Gon looked over his shoulder at her with a gentle nod. She cleared her throat and walked forward, pulling up a seat. She looked at Qui-Gon, who appeared fatigued and depleted. Satine exhaled, methodically slow. You should have a medic see to your wounds, Master Jin. She was talking to him, yes, but her attention had remained on Obi-Wan. He shook his head. My injuries are superficial. The Jedi Master bade away his weariness. She nodded, her eyes lingering on Obi-Wan's drawn face. She saw the lines of pain etched into his features, even in sleep. She observed Obi-Wan closely, focusing on his even breathing pattern and the way his chest would expand and contract with each breath he dragged in. Qui-Gon pressed a hand to the side of his Padawan's face, reaching into the Force through their bond, scanning him. His other had dropped to Obi-Wan's chest, feeling for any abnormalities, picking up a slightly too quick yet steady heartbeat. An apprentice's breathing seemed stable. Concern etched on Satine's face. Is he all right, Master Jedi? Qui-Gon's lips pressed together as he hummed his affirmation. Withdrawing, he pointed towards his utility belt. If you would be so kind, the right pouch. There should be some Bacta patches and other medical supplies. Satine rummaged through it, fetching what Jin asked for, then handed it over. I have seen my Padawan through worse. Qui-Gon undid Obi-Wan's belt buckle, then slowly removed the top layer of the boy's tunic, sliding his hands beneath the undershirt plastered to Obi-Wan's body by a thin sheen of sweat. Satine quickly averted her eyes. She realized this had been the first time she'd seen the Jedi Padawan with so few clothing on his person. He'd been stripped down to the bare bones of his tunics. Satine was grateful for small favors that covered his modesty. Not that nudity bothered her. His nakedness might be a different story. Qui-Gon was tearing into the Bacta package with his teeth when Satine turned back around, blinking away the image of Obi-Wan's bare chest. He applied Bacta rather liberally over the area, then wrapped Obi-Wan's midsection with a bandage, gently lifting his unconscious apprentice with Satine's aid. Once finished, they redressed him together, and then Satine stepped back as Qui-Gon once again placed his palm on his apprentice's forehead. He slipped himself into the Force, sensing Obi-Wan's presence there. Obi-Wan, dear one, can you hear me? Yes, Master. Satine, is she okay? Satine noticed a line creasing at Qui-Gon's mouth. She arched a brow, wishing to know what it was that had him grinning. She is here with me, don't worry, dear one. You did well. Rest now and heal. The Duchess is in good hands because of you. Qui-Gon withdrew. Interesting. He stroked at his chin. What? My apprentice, he cares for you. He was worried for you, Qui-Gon said with a developing smile. Satine felt her heart swell as she considered his words and chastised herself for finding any joy in them. She attempted to push away any feelings of warmth towards Obi-Wan, reminding herself that he was simply fulfilling his responsibilities, and caring for her was part of his duty. She couldn't afford to be open-hearted, to allow herself to feel such luxuries, but deep down, she was touched by his concern. Qui-Gon noticed a conflict in Satine's eyes. Jedi Masters cultivated a close, caring relationship with their apprentices, acting as mentors and guides in a parental role. Despite this connection, they avoided forming emotional attachments, though Qui-Gon would be hard-pressed in saying he didn't love Obi-Wan like a true-born son. And while romantic feelings were seen as normal by Jedi standards and not explicitly forbidden, giving in to those attachments was a different beast. Satine sighed heavily. "What does your Jedi code say about that?" Before Qui-Gon could give an answer, Obi-Wan woke abruptly, his senses fine-tuning to his surroundings. Something felt wrong. He sensed it, almost instinctually. Satine leapt back as Qui-Gon sprang forward, putting his hands on his Padawan, offering soothing and comforting words. Obi-Wan thrashed, his body jerking and twisting away. "Master Jin, what's happening?" Satine threw herself forwards, putting her hands on him as Qui-Gon had. Qui-Gon's brows knitted together. "Padawan, Obi-Wan, calm yourself. You are safe. Please settle." Obi-Wan acknowledged his master's words and comprehended them, but his powerful Force aura was so intense with fear. Obi-Wan did settle soon enough, his thrashing subsiding, his breathing slowly returning to a more regulated pace. His eyes slowly opened, disoriented at first. "What happened, Obi-Wan?" asked a worried Jedi Master. Satine's face had pulled right beside him, her expression holding, though equally worried. Obi-Wan shook his head, trying to clear the fog from his mind. Despite the cacophony outside, he took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay connected and focused. The smell of blood and death was undeniable. He flexed his fingers, feeling a similar ache in his joints as in his heart. His muscles felt tense as he shook his hand to alleviate some discomfort. Daylight had broken, streaming through the sky above Mandalore, the interior of the tent remaining dimly lit, with shadows dancing on the floor as sunlight filtered through the flaps. Obi-Wan was reaching. Qui-Gon didn't see what for, but Satine, she instinctually gave him something to grasp, her hand, which he pulled close to him and gripped tightly. She reached forward, combing her fingers through his hair, pushing back copper tendrils that fell in front of his eyes. Relief flooded Qui-Gon, but there was something else, a deep unease emanating from his young apprentice. It was a darkness that Qui-Gon had felt before, a shadow creeping into the edges of their bond. Chapter 6. Qui-Gon sat in front of the ship's control panel, focused and steady. The cruiser cut through the empty vastness of hyperspace, its sleek silver hull reflecting the distant stars like a mirror. The hum of the engines was a soothing balm. The thrusters at the back of the ship glowed a bright blue as they propelled it forward at an even speed. They were nearing Draboon. Draboon was a terrestrial planet made up of metals and rocks with a hard surface. Most planets with similar geological features have a molten heavy metal core, few moons, and topological features such as valleys, volcanoes, and craters. Qui-Gon's hands moved over the controls, deftly adjusting their course with precision. Outside, planets passed by in a blur of color and light. Through the viewports, the endless galaxy stretched out before him like a woven tapestry of colors and shapes. The occasion asteroid and debris floated past, a reminder of the dangers that still lurked out here. But Qui-Gon pressed the cruiser on, undeterred. Obi-Wan and Satine were behind him somewhere, probably wedged into whatever space they could so they could get well-deserved shut-eye. Qui-Gon had been a Jedi for many years now, trained in the ways of the Force by some of the greatest masters in the galaxy. But even with all his training and experience, there were still moments when doubt crept into his mind. Was he doing the right thing? Was he truly following the will of the living Force? These questions lingered, like shadows dancing at the edge of his consciousness. But Qui-Gon knew one thing for certain: he would always trust in the Force to guide him. As he gazed out at the endless expanse of space before him, he felt a sense of peace and serenity. The stars seemed to twinkle with an otherworldly energy, a reminder of the power that bound all living things together. They were coming upon a small asteroid field, unavoidable, according to the ship's latest scans. blast! Qui-Gon muttered a curse under his breath. There was going to be turbulence, but he'd try to keep the ship steady, to maintain their current course. He shouted back a warning over his shoulder, unsure if they heard him. If not, he was confident that the sudden jolts in the cabin would certainly grab their attention. The craft abruptly decelerated and made a sharp turn to the right, circling around a group of asteroid fragments. However, it regained control too quickly to maintain a steady attitude, causing the ship to lurch forward violently. Qui-Gon's apprentice was indeed awake, and as the fog from his vision cleared, realized that a certain Duchess's head was pillowed against his left thigh. He adjusted his leg, quietly moving it out from under her, quickly pushing her away, not wanting to give the wrong impression. The ship continued to shake and rattle, but Qui-Gon managed to keep it under control, and, bless the Force gods, Satine was still asleep somehow. Obi-Wan moved carefully, then slouched into a co-pilot's seat opposite Qui-Gon's. His hair was an obvious mess. A few fingers tussled through each lock, and the whole unruly mop of copper was right as rain. A haircut would suffice. Maybe after this, though. He'd let Qui-Gon do the honors. The last time he tried cutting his own hair, well, it was uneven for weeks. It was a disaster he did not want to revisit. Qui-Gon glanced over at his apprentice, a wry smile playing on his lips. Despite the chaos around them, Obi-Wan always managed to remain calm and collected. "I trust you managed to get some sleep, Padawan," said Qui-Gon quietly, not wanting to disturb Satine. Obi-Wan nodded in the affirmative, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "As well as can be expected on a shaky cruiser in the middle of hyperspace," he replied with his usual dry jocularity. The two Jedi fell into a comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the stars passed by them outside the cockpit window. Qui-Gon tried to keep focus, but it was hard not to ignore the internal conflict in the young man. No matter how stoic Obi-Wan tried to be, no matter how much he tried to hide his feelings sometimes, Qui-Gon knew his apprentice better than Obi-Wan gave him credit for. "I can sense something troubling you," itemized a concerned Jedi Master, though kept his gaze ahead of him. However, the clear window offered a reflection of his apprentice's face, and Qui-Gon could see the subtle pull of Obi-Wan's eyebrows. "Your worries concern me. Is everything all right? He hesitated before speaking, shaking the cobwebs from his head. "Oh, yes, Master, I'm fine." Truthfully, he was distracted. Obi-Wan stretched his arms above his head and let out a contented sigh. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and centered himself in the Force. He could feel its energy flowing through him, little wisps in the air, tendrils in the vastness, weaving between his thoughts as easily as cold river water through the cracks and crevices of a rocky valley. Qui-Gon peeked over his right shoulder, held his gaze somewhere behind him, grinned rather wryly, then refocused. Obi-Wan had opened his eyes by this point and took note of this new look on the face of his Jedi Masters. His eyes rolled. "All right, Master, keep your secrets." "No secrets, Obi-Wan, just curiosities." Qui-Gon could sense the inner turmoil in his apprentice, the worry and uncertainty that plagued him as of late. He suspected it had to do with the Duchess. "Is there something I should know?" Obi-Wan's face felt hot, and he became aware of his own heartbeat. "No, Master, just personal matters," replied Obi-Wan, trying to brush of his master's concern over him. Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow, sensing the hesitation in Obi-Wan's voice. He liked to believe they could trust each other and share each other's burdens, but he knew even some things were too personal to do. He trusted his apprentice would make the right decision in the appropriate time, and he'd be there when it happened. Suddenly, a blip appeared on his radar screen. Qui-Gon's heart skipped a beat as he saw it. A ship approaching fast from behind. He cursed under his breath, realizing they had been followed. Without hesitation, Qui-Gon veered sharply to avoid the incoming vessel. The cruiser shuddered as blaster fire erupted around them. Qui-Gon gritted his teeth, pushing the ship to its limits. Obi-Wan's hands fell to the chair handles. Qui-Gon quickly assessed the situation, trying to come up with a plan to outmaneuver their pursuers. Thinking fast, he veered sharply to the right, using the cover of an asteroid field to his advantage. The pursuing ship followed suit, but Qui-Gon was one step ahead. The ship rocketed forward as blaster fire clipped the outside wing. Qui-Gon navigated through the maze of asteroids, using them as shields. More blaster fire, and Qui-Gon shifted controls to avoid as much as possible. The ship jolted as small pieces of asteroid debris shattered from the impact of the blaster bolts. As they emerged from the asteroid field, Qui-Gon spotted Draboon in the distance. He made a beeline for it, hoping to lose their pursuers with some more maneuvering. Satine had woken, finally tossed around by the barrage of sharp turns. She sat up rather abruptly, gripping tight to the edge of the cot. She steadied herself against the walls of the bulkhead as she stood, then walked out on semi-wobbly legs. Qui-Gon dove the cruiser towards Draboon's surface, flying dangerously close to the jagged cliffs and canyons below. Satine stumbled into the cockpit, her eyes wide with fear as she realized the danger they were in. But Qui-Gon did not falter, his eyes locked. Another jolt sent her off her feet. She caught herself on the co-pilot chair. With another burst of speed, Qui-Gon made a daring maneuver that left their pursuers behind. Obi-Wan and Satine both breathed a sigh of relief. Qui-Gon wished he could share in their jubilee, but he feared they were far from being out of danger. Alarms sounded, shrill and angry. Satine threw her hands over her ears to muffle the blaring sound. Qui-Gon realized his suspicions were correct. He forcefully pulled back on the controls. A chain of explosions rocketed the ship, causing it to shake violently. The lights both in the cockpit and on the control panel began to flicker. A fire started in the galley kitchen. Obi-Wan was on his feet in an instantly, and Satine was behind him. The Jedi apprentice snatched a ragged duvet from the lounge couch and used it to snuff out the flames. Qui-Gon fought to regain control, his hands gripping tightly to the controls until his knuckles were white and his heartbeat drowned out the alarms that continued to blare warnings at him. "Satine, get to the escape pods!" he shouted over the noise. "Obi-Wan, help her!" Obi-Wan pulled Satine towards the back of the ship. Satine stumbled slightly against as the cruiser rocked forward, but Obi-Wan steadied her with a firm grip on her arm. They reached the escape pods just as another explosion shook the ship. Satine climbed in first, expecting Obi-Wan to follow. Her protests were silenced as the door on her pod was sealed. Obi-Wan would climb into his own, and Qui-Gon joining them a moment later, climbing into a third, sealing the pod behind him. The pods launched. The three of them watched in silence as their cruiser exploded into a fiery ball of debris and brilliant light. As they drifted away from the wreckage, Satine's heart tightened inside her chest. The pods spiraled towards the surface until the blackness swallowed her up. Satine's heart raced with excitement as she slipped away into the dense forest. The trees towered above her, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. She felt a thrill of fear run down her spine, but she pushed it aside. She set herself at a brisk pace, following a path that wound through the shadows of the woods. As she ran, Satine could feel the earth beneath her feet vibrating with energy. The sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling filled her ears, heightening her senses. She felt more alive than ever before, completely at one with nature. The cool breeze on her face invigorated her as she picked up speed, her legs pumping, pushing herself to go faster and faster. Fallen trees blocked her path. Thorny bushes snagged at her clothing, but Satine pressed on, without hesitation. Satine was determined to show that she was strong and fearless, like those who had come before her. And as she ran deeper into the woods, leaving behind all traces of civilization, she felt a surge of pride swell within her chest. This was a journey of self-discovery, testing her limits and pushing herself to new heights. The adrenaline coursing through her veins fueled her determination, propelling her forward with every step. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the ancient trees whispering secrets of centuries past. Satine felt a connection to the natural world unlike anything else she had ever experienced before. She could sense the pulse of life around her, the heartbeat of the earth itself. As she touched a clearing at the core of the forest, Satine stopped to catch her breath. The sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled light on the moss-covered ground. She closed her eyes and engulfed a lungful of air, feeling a sense of peace surround her. Opening her eyes, she took in the beauty around her, the vibrant green of the leaves, the gentle sway of branches in the breeze, the delicate flowers blooming at her feet. It was a reminder of the simple joys that could be found in nature, away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. There was something special about today was the Verdgotten, a significant ceremony in Mandalorian culture where young Mandalorians transitioned into adulthood upon successful completion of their trials. They began their training at the age of 8, typically under the tutelage of a parent, in this case, Satine's mother, training in military and survival skills until they turned the age of 13, in which they were officially recognized as adults within Mandalorian society. Satine had been looking forward to this day for years, excited to prove herself. She had spent countless hours training, honing her skills, learning the importance bestowed upon her of honor and loyalty. As she stood in the clearing surrounding by family, Satine felt a surge of pride and determination. She knew it wouldn't be easy. The trials were designed to test every aspect of a Mandalorian's abilities, pushing them to their limits both physically and mentally. But she was more than ready. Satine had trained hard, studied diligently, and was confident in her abilities. The ceremony began with a traditional blessing from the clan leader, followed by a series of challenges, each one testing strength, agility, intelligence, and courage. Satine faced each trial head-on, drawing upon all that had learned throughout her training. As the sun began to set on the horizon, and the trials drawn to a close, a sense of triumph overtook the young princess she'd won. With tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, she knelt before the clan leader as he blessed her. It was a moment she would never forget, a moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter in her life. Satine first became aware of the throbbing pain behind her eyes, and then, as she came back to full consciousness, the roar of a rolling migraine rattling her skull. Eventually her eyes opened, and a fog clouded them. She tried to move, but every slight motion sent sharp waves of pain through her whole head. Satine groaned and forced herself to sit up slowly, clutching her temples as she did so, and trying to recall the last chain of events that led to her awakening on her back in the middle of the dense woods. As she tried piecing together events, the migraine intensified, making it nigh impossible for her to concentrate. Satine fumbled through the brush towards what she assumed was the direction of her escape pod. Sure enough, she came upon it quicker than she thought, but the damage to it was severe, and she wondered at all how she survived. Satine rummaged through broken glass and rent metal, searching for supplies. She found a comm link and quickly brushed off collected dust over the device's electronics. But as she fumbled with the device, trying to dial into Qui-Gon's and Obi-Wan's frequencies, Satine realized something was off. A shadow fell across the canopy, and a figure emerged from the darkness, quickly followed by more of them, and then a confederation of voices that piled on top of one another. Satine's heart began to race. She realized they were not who she thought they were. These were scavengers, pirates looking to loot whatever they could salvage from the wreckage of her pod. She hunted through the pod once more, trying to find means of defense. Ah, there. It wasn't that she wasn't capable of violence, she just preferred the opposite, but she was willing to defend herself should the situation call for it. The scavengers hesitated, sizing up the unexpected resistance. Satine had found herself a blaster amongst the wreckage and held it at arm's length. She narrowed her eyes, daring them to make a move. They exchanged scoffs and laughter, hardly taking this teenager seriously. Satine's hands were shaking just as bad as her heart trilled in her chest, but she stood her ground, her determination outweighing her fear. Satine moved back as they advanced, eventually finding herself with only a tree separating her from freedom. When one of them tried to grab for the blaster, she reacted in fear and pulled the trigger. The scavenger recoiled, holding his shoulder in pain. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she decided not to show fear or vulnerability. Instead, she locked eyes with each of them one by one, determined to project strength despite the uncertainty swirling inside her. She weighed her options carefully should she try reasoning with them or attempt to break away and run. The decision weighed heavily on her mind as the tension in the clearing thickened. The two behind her approached cautiously. The one ahead of her seemed to act as a distraction for the others. They closed their distance, and then one of them took a slowed step forward. Crunch! Dried leaves crunched beneath the black boot of one of the strangers behind her. Just as Satine turned on her feet, a strong pair of arms were now holding her back. She struggled against the firm grip, her heart pounding in her chest. Satine's mind raced with fear and confusion as she tried to free herself from the stranger's grasp. "Let me go!" she shouted, her voice filled with both desperation and defiance. But despite her efforts, the powerful hold on her only tightened, making it clear that escape was not an option. She didn't recognize these people, but she recognized the symbol they sported on their shoulders: traditionalists. Her captors were strong, their grip unyielding. They towered over her, their eyes cold and devoid of any compassion, shielded by the masks they wore on their heads. Her muscles strained, and her body trembled under their force, but she refused to let them break her spirit. In a desperate attempt, Satine used her legs to kick at one of her captor's knees. It connected with a satisfying thud, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Seizing the opportunity, she twisted her body and managed to free one hand from its confines. Satine unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards her captors. Every strike fueled by anger and adrenaline. She fought like never before. Though outnumbered and physically weaker than them, Satine's fierce willpower gave her an edge. But just as she thought victory might be within reach, more captors stormed into the area. Their reinforcements overwhelmed Satine, pinning her down once again. Despite being exhausted and bruised, she continued to struggle against them. As one approached, Satine fixed a stare. "You are a difficult one to track, Your Royal Highness." The voice was gravely, "Good. That's kind of the point," she remarked, and instantly regretted her sass when the back of the man's hand cracked against her face. Satine winced, feeling the sting of pain spread across her cheek. She held back any sign of weakness, refusing to let him see her vulnerability. Satine clenched her jaw, suppressing the urge to retaliate. She knew this encounter wouldn't end well if she allowed herself to lose control. Instead, she focused on gathering her strength and formulating a plan. As the taste of blood filled her mouth, Satine's mind raced. She needed an advantage, something unexpected, that would give her the upper hand in this dangerous game. Satine braced herself as he loomed over her, his presence overwhelming. But just as he reached out to grab her arm, she swiftly ducked beneath his reach and lunged towards his belt. With a quick motion, Satine grabbed hold of an ornate dagger that jutted out from a pouch on the man's belt. The weapon felt cool and familiar in her grasp. Before the man could react to her sudden counterattack, Satine swiftly turned and pointed the dagger at him. Her eyes burned with determination as she held her ground. The man's expression shifted from surprise to a twisted grin, his eyes narrowing at Satine's defiance. He was larger and more imposing than she was, but her resolve remained unshaken. "Put the dagger down, girl," he growled, taking a step closer, trying to intimidate her into submission. His voice oozed with arrogance and superiority. Satine tightened her grip on the hilt of the dagger, refusing to back down. She had endured enough suffering. "No," she spat defiantly, her voice laced with venom. "I won't be just another victim." 3 others narrowed their approach. Satine weighed her odds. They weren't exactly great, but her mother's stubbornness screamed like an alarm in her blood. Suddenly, the hum of a lightsaber sliced through the staleness of the mid-afternoon air, stealing the tense atmosphere between them. 3 of them had no prayer, their bodies falling dead at Satine's feet. Obi-Wan moved with swift precision, the brilliant blue of his weapon casting eerie glows with vibrant hues. The young Jedi apprentice moved quickly, utilizing his whole body and skill. When a 4th assailant approached, Obi-Wan charged forward, pushing him back with a determined effort. Despite his own exhaustion, his youth allowed him to dodge and counterattack quite effectively. They kept trading punches and blows, blocking a downward strike, spinning to the right and kicking to the left. The assailant realized the danger too late. Obi-Wan's blade caught him just beneath his sternum. His eyes widened, but his expression of death shielded behind a black visor. Obi-Wan thumbed off his saber as he turned to face Satine, who stared blankly at the bodies that surrounded them. Carefully he inched towards her, and finally extending a hand outward. "Satine. Satine, the dagger. Give me the dagger." Satine slowly registered what just happened, and as she looked at Obi-Wan, her breathing taking a minute to compose, her eyes filled with a mix of shock and grief, she missed him pleading with her, but saw his outstretched hand, and eventually surrendered over the weapon. Obi-Wan took the dagger in his hand, before sheathing it at his belt. He tugged at her arm to pull her close, then enveloped her whole body. His fingers combed through her hair as he kept her head held against his chest, whispering soothing words to her. Satine clung to him, feeling the warmth of his body calming her racing heart. The pair eventually double-backed to their respective escape pods, but there wasn't much to be found out of either, other than the blaster Satine found in hers, and maybe some ration bars, and a toolkit in Obi-Wan's. They set off to find Qui-Gon shortly thereafter, and they spotted him just beyond the tree line. The Jedi Master, albeit bruised, appeared fine, and he lucked out more than they did a med kit under the jump seat, another toolkit in the back, and some sleeping rolls as well. Qui-Gon tossed them both each one sleep roll. "Let's go. I'd like to start making progress before it gets too dark," and he paused, looking around the unfamiliar territory. Satine's stomach grumbled. Obi-Wan tossed her a ration bar. She ripped into the package with enthusiasm. She first took a whiff, and it didn't at all smell appetizing, but she was hungry, and being selective wasn't in the cards. Besides, she might like it. Satine took a bite. Her face twisted. "Yeah, definitely not. Do either of you know how to fish?" Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Satine walked for some time, until they came upon a stream teeming with fish, and stopped. All three of their stomachs were growling. The ration bars only did so much. This seemed as good a place as any to make camp for the night. Obi-Wan and Satine had uncoiled their sleeping rolls. Qui-Gon fashioned himself a makeshift fishing pole out of branches from a veshok tree, sharpening the edge with a retractable pocket knife he found amongst the belongings in his escape pod. There he stood, at the edge of the clear, babbling stream, waiting patiently. He focused his senses, reached out in the force, feeling the tug of the fish beneath the surface. With lightning-fast reflexes, his fishing pole darted out, finding its mark. He pulled out a shimmering silver fish that wriggled in protest. The sun was drawing low over the distant hills, setting an orange glow over the tranquil scene, and a soft wind had picked up, bringing with it a light chill to an otherwise balmy afternoon. He managed 3. While he cleaned and prepped their dinner, it was Obi-Wan and Satine responsible for the gathering of the firewood. Their breaths were visible in the dwindling light. They walked in silence, twigs and dried leaves crunching under their feet. They returned with a small bundle, and Qui-Gon was getting the fish fitted onto a couple pairs of skewers he fashioned out of some twigs. Satine produced the blaster she retrieved from earlier and handed it to Obi-Wan. She somehow lost all of that bravado she had from earlier and couldn't stomach the weight the blaster gave her. He accepted it, gladly, then crouched low, firing off a low blast at the base of the fire bit. The orange glow flittered across his face, casting shadows that flickered in time with the crackling of the wood. With a small stick, he carefully prodded at the embers, coaxing them to retain life until they leapt up into a warm, comforting blaze, the heat of the flames lapping at their flesh. Obi-Wan leaned back on his haunches, watching the flames dance and twist in the night air. The warmth from the fire washed over them quickly, chasing away the chill of the evening as he and Satine sat there in silence. Satine caught herself smiling at him, amazed how the flickering light of the fire gave Obi-Wan a very otherworldly radiance to his appearance. They picked at their meals in moderate silence, listening only to the crackle of wood that fed the flames, until Satine spoke. "Master Jedi, I assume you have a plan from here on out, correct?" "Mandalore had fallen into severe political unrest," answered Qui-Gon, in a straightforward manner. "We will stay here until such time Prime Minister Almec can keep things under control. My people want change. A majority of them stand behind me. Correct, a majority of them stand behind you. But as your assassination attempt proved, your enemies are everywhere, and caution is our friend." Satine looked like she was sulking. As someone in the political limelight all the time, she wasn't not familiar with assassination attempts. It's funny. Really, she remembered having a similar conversation with Obi-Wan not too long ago. She exhaled, her cheeks puffing out. "I dislike this idea of hiding." "I'm sure you'll be back home soon enough," quipped Obi-Wan, grunting a bit as he attempted to separate fish skin from the meat. Qui-Gon passed over the retractable blade, and his Padawan accepted with a nod. "You're used to this." Obi-Wan arched a brow. "And what is this?" "Always on the move, from here to there. You hardly know when you'll be at the temple again." "This is true, but that's just the life of a Jedi." We must always be prepared to go where we are needed, and sometimes at a moment's notice. Obi-Wan could hardly count on more than 2 hands the amount of times he'd actually spend more than a few weeks at the temple versus flitting off to another mission elsewhere in the galaxy. He had to admit, it did get exhausting. Satine slumped her shoulders. I suppose I understand the necessity, but don't you ever tire of it? Yes and no. Obi-Wan paused a moment, considering his answer. Yes, because it can be lonely, but at the same time I find purpose in helping others and doing what is necessary. I suppose I can see the value in that. She nodded thoughtfully. It must be rewarding to know that you are making a difference. That is what my goal is for Mandalore. To make a difference. To take my people away from the warrior-like ways of our ancestors. Do you really think that's achievable? Satine's brows lifted, then narrowed. Anything is achievable with the right motivation. The evening sketched out until the trio had finished their meals. Qui-Gon had been silent the whole time, finding interest in listening to the conversation instead, drawing on parallels from his past, even before he met Obi-Wan, and stories of the High Republic. He opted to take the first watch, so Obi-Wan and Satine could get some rest. Obi-Wan was asleep the second his head hit the bedroll. Satine took a bit longer. Qui-Gon waited until they were both asleep. He broke off some branches into smaller, manageable pieces, using them to stoke the hunger of the fire, to keep the flames burning, keeping the warmth to the immediate area. In the morning, they'd be on the move again. Satine picked a high tree and began to climb. She climbed, and she climbed, until she reached the peak. The tree bark was rough against her bare hands, but she knew where to put them and where to stick her feet for maximum support and leverage. She scooted as high up and as far over as she possibly could, then raised a hand to eye level as the sun brightened over the distant horizon. The morning mist clung to the valleys below, creating a mystical atmosphere that enveloped her senses. It was a breathtaking sight, one that made her heart swell with awe and wonder. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying with it the scent of pine and dirt. She could hear the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant chirping of birds as they were waking. It was as if nature itself had orchestrated a symphony, and it was all for her. Satine's gaze wandered across the landscape, taking in every detail. In the distance, she spotted a winding dirt road snaking through the forest, its path marked by careens. Beyond that, a field dotted with vibrant wildflowers swaying in the breeze. And further beyond that, a quaint little village with red brick and mud and moss-covered rooftops, with smoke that puffed from the mouth of chimneys jutting from those roofs. She felt connected to something greater than herself, as if she were part of the magnificent tapestry of life. A smile played at her lips, and she closed her eyes for a moment to fully immerse herself in the tranquility of the moment. Obi-Wan stood at the bottom, waiting. The rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets the further she descended. The air was heavy with humidity, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Reaching a sturdier branch, she paused to catch her breath. Her hands retained a decent grip on the smaller branches, and yet she moved swiftly and still silently. Soon enough, Satine is standing on solid ground once again. Obi-Wan stared slightly longer than he meant to, realizing the tightness in his chest was his heart constricting inappropriately. Satine cleared her throat, and Obi-Wan pulled himself back out his own mind. A slow flush crept into his cheeks before he could sputtering an apology that didn't really feel like a genuine apology, but more so something a toddler might think of last minute, when caught doing something he knows he shouldn't. Obi-Wan scratched at something behind his ear. There was nothing there. He just needed a distraction and something he fidgeted. He took in a lungful of air, puckering his lips at the exhale he released. His heartbeat had settled. As he regained composure, he refocused himself into the moment. They meandered to Qui-Gon, who was smoldering the flames from breakfast. The Jedi Master stood, brushing ash from his palms. "What did you see?" "There's a small village, about half a day's walk from here," offered Satine, in a straightforward tone. "We can restock supplies there." She walked past them, rolling up her bedroll and throwing the strap over her shoulder, then headed over down the path ahead of them. They ambled along the dirt path, with Satine leading the front. The sun peeked through the branches above, casting dappled shadows on their faces. The sounds of nature enclosed around them, chirping birds, buzzing insects, and even the distant rumble of a river cascading over rocks. Obi-Wan remained on his guard. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, his Jedi instincts heightened by the unfamiliar surroundings. The dense foliage created an intricate maze, with hidden dangers lurking within its depths. His hand instinctively moved towards his lightsaber, ready to defend himself if necessary. Satine paused for a moment, sensing Obi-Wan's unease. She reached out to him and pushed his hand down. "Relax. With you? Hardly." She gives him a look that he ignores. Qui-Gon walked up between them, lightsaber drawn but not yet activated. If there was anything he'd pick up thus far, it was to always be ready. For anything. Call him cautious, but he didn't feel like chancing it. His towering frame could be intimidating to some, but he looked down on Satine with a gentle gaze. "There's no telling what lies in these woods, Duchess." Obi-Wan pressed forward, and Satine followed behind. Qui-Gon took up the rear, keeping his lightsaber at his side, but his thumb only scarcely above the switch. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Qui-Gon's senses heightened. He could feel an eerie presence lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The dense vegetation made it difficult to see far ahead, but Qui-Gon trusted his instincts. The tension in the air was palpable as they continued their journey. From the general outside observer, the trio would appear quite abnormal. To Qui-Gon, it was simply another job. And at the end of the day, not a literal day, more so a figure of speech, he'd move on to something else, the Council, and he'd forget all about this. He's sure of it. While many Jedi focused primarily on the unifying force and its connection to all living beings, Qui-Gon believed that one must also understand and embrace the living force. This philosophy led him to have a deeper understanding of life and death than most other Jedi. His unorthodox methods often put him at odds with other members of the Jedi Order, particularly with Mace Windu, who disagreed with his unconventional views. Nevertheless, Qui-Gon remained dedicated to serving and protecting others, always striving to do what he believed was right. This master and apprentice relationship he had with Obi-Wan had been anything but an easy one. From time to time, their personalities would clash. Despite his difficulty in grasping some aspects of his master's personality and interests, Kenobi admired Qui-Gon Jinn deeply. He saw Qui-Gon as wise and noble, who had a profound understanding of the Force. This admiration fueled Kenobi's desire to please him and earn his respect. Despite Kenobi's young age and limited experience, Qui-Gon saw potential in him and chose him as his apprentice. Qui-Gon recognized Kenobi's intelligence, quick thinking, and strong connection to the Force. He knew that Kenobi had the potential to become a great Jedi Knight and wanted to guide him on that path. They stopped for a moment in the shade of a small grouping of evergreen tress, large and slow-growing but perfect for a brief respite. Obi-Wan found himself a spot in which to relieve himself. In the meantime, Satine found a nearby stream. She splashed some water in her face, letting the nippy water wake her fully. She wet her hand again, rubbing it across the back of her neck to keep her cool. The weather here could get very warm very fast. As Obi-Wan returned, Satine was on her feet. "Very good. My turn. Do you need an escort, Duchess?" The tips of her ears burned. "I think I can manage to pee by myself. Thanks." And off she was. Sometimes Qui-Gon felt grateful for his ability to tune out the world around him. His focus was on his own breathing as he tried ignoring such an awkward exchange. It was clear that there was more than just friendship between them, even if they hadn't openly acknowledged it yet. Obi-Wan swallowed hard, feeling exposed under his master's gaze. He tried to steady his breathing, attempting to regain control over his racing heart. Master Qui-Gon. Jinn's piercing blue eyes bore into Obi-Wan, assessing him with a mixture of concern and expectation. The weight of his master's gaze felt like a spotlight, illuminating every doubt and insecurity within him. Obi-Wan clenched his fists at his sides, willing himself to remain calm. He had always strived for perfection, seeking to uphold the Jedi code in every aspect of his life. But now, faced with Qui-Gon's penetrating scrutiny, he couldn't help but feel exposed, as if all his flaws were laid bare before him. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself. Inhale, exhale, repeat. Slowly his racing heart began to slow its frantic pace. With each breath, he let go of the self-doubt that threatened to consume him. Chapter 7. They arrived by mid-afternoon. By the time the sun had ascended further into the sky and its rays illuminated their path before them, they were immediately struck by the quaint charm of the village that exuded an old-world charm that seemed frozen in time. The cobblestone streets were lined with cozy cafes and charming boutiques and tiny houses on either side, each gilded with colorful flower boxes overflowing with blooms. The villagers went about their daily activities, setting up stalls with fresh produce, handmade crafts, delicious baked goods, while artisans showcased their handmade goods in stalls along the main square. As Satine made her way through town square, the aroma of freshly brewed calf wafted through the air, enticing her senses. The air was filled with the scent of spices and flowers, creating an intoxicating mix that energized her senses. The village was steeped in history, with ancient stone buildings standing tall as testaments to its past. The scent of freshly baked bread wafted from a nearby bakery, mingling with the aroma of blooming roses from a nearby garden. Walking through felt like steeping into the pages of a storybook. Despite its small size, the village was a humming core of activity. Children played in the fountain, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. The three of them looked like the odds one out here. Their clothing stood apart from villagers. Qui-Gon stood there, his tall frame and distinctive Jedi robes unmistakably drawing the curious eyes of the local populace. One would assume they'd never seen a Jedi before. He surveyed the surrounding buildings with focus, searching for an inn amongst them. Obi-Wan and Satine, meanwhile, explored. They moved through the narrow streets and alleyways, keenly observing those around them and gaining passing eyes. Obi-Wan was on alert. The duo paused at a market stall where a merchant was busy arranging vibrant and exotic fruits. Obi-Wan careened his head for a look. The merchant flashed him a toothy smile and pushed forward one of the apples from his cart. Obi-Wan tried politely to decline. "Oh, I couldn't." "Take the apple," Satine chastised, accepting one for herself. "This war has affected so many worlds. Small villages such as this one often suffer the most, but they are hospitable nonetheless. Be grateful." Obi-Wan accepted the apple, polished it against his sleeve, and took a bite. He nodded his thanks to the merchant with a respectful bow. The merchant's smile widened. Satine moved ahead, her eyes studying the patterns of the villagers' movements, the way they interacted with each other, and the undercurrents of their conversations. Despite the war, there was a sense of resilience and strong community. She found it both heartening and symbolic of what they were fighting to preserve. Obi-Wan quickly caught up to her. "You seem to understand these people well," he remarked, his tone admiring. "I've spent a good deal of time around villages like this," responded Satine. Her demeanor was calm, though her eyes flicked warily toward the darker corners of the alleyways they passed. "It's often the small communities that show the true heart of a planet. Despite my people's turmoil, life here goes on with a certain purity," he mused. "It's a sobering thought. Our actions ripple through places like this, for better or worse." Satine nodded in agreement. "That's why it's crucial we understand what we stand to gain and what we stand to lose. These people are the essence of what I'm fighting for." They continued on. The streets were a labyrinth of stone, where vendors called out to potential customers, haggling over goods. "Keep your eyes peeled," Obi-Wan murmured to Satine as they passed by a stall displaying fabrics. "Something feels off." As they rounded a corner, a group of children dashed past them, laughing and chasing a ball. Obi-Wan's eyes followed them, noting how their innocence belied the tension he could sense in the air. His turned his attention back to their immediate surroundings. His hand instinctively brushed the hilt of his lightsaber, more for reassurance than a preparation for some action. Satine spoke next. "I believe the rumors could be true." Obi-Wan shifted his gaze to look at her, after he bit into his apple. "That they have sympathizers here." Her voice was hardly above that of normal conversation level. As they reached another junction, Obi-Wan paused, sensing Qui-Gon's presence nearby them. "Come on." He inclined his head towards his master's direction. They began to make their way towards Qui-Gon, their steps quickening as they left the more crowded parts of the market behind them. Moments later, they reconvened with Qui-Gon outside the inn. Qui-Gon raised an eyebrow, slightly inquiring about their findings, then gave the door a push. Stepping inside was like entering another world. The cozy interior radiated warmth and comfort, with a crackling fireplace serving as the heart of the common room. The walls, lined with rich dark wood, were adorned with local crafts and vintage photos that told takes of the village's history. Sturdy wooden tables invite patrons to sit and stay for a while, whether for a hearty meal or for a pint of locally brewed ale. The innkeeper, with an equipped smile, received them as if they were already the oldest of friends. "How many rooms will it be, folks?" Qui-Gon glanced at Obi-Wan and Satine. "Just 2 rooms, please." "2 rooms it is, then. You'll find them quite comfortable." The middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a warm demeanor smiled and then, looking past Qui-Gon, noted Obi-Wan and Satine standing behind him. "So it's Mr. and Mrs." Qui-Gon blinked rapidly. Obi-Wan nearly blushed. Satine, she was at a loss. Qui-Gon would have been the first to correct the middle-aged woman, but there was a humor to this that he quite enjoyed. "Kenobi," Obi-Wan interjected briskly, clearing his throat, though not without a quick, furtive side glance at Satine. "But we're not married," Satine finished, her tone a touch sharper than she intended, though her eyes sparkled with a trace of amusement that mirrored Qui-Gon's. The innkeeper chuckled heartily. "Begging your pardon, dears. Well, I do hope you find everything to your liking. Breakfast is served at dawn, and if there's anything you need, just let me know." Qui-Gon offered a polite nod as he reached across the counter for the keys. "Thank you. That will do nicely." As they made their way to their rooms, Obi-Wan felt the warmth blooming like red wildflowers in his cheeks. Satine's expression was unreadable, but there was a certain softness in her eyes when she glanced his way. "Mr. and Mrs. Kenobi?" teased Qui-Gon once they were out of earshot, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Obi-Wan shot him a pointed look that mingled exasperation with the smallest hint of embarrassment. Satine simply raised an eyebrow, the ghost of a smile gracing her lips. He took the key from Qui-Gon. "I need a shower." Once inside, Obi-Wan released the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The room was simple, furnished with the basics: a bed, a desk, and a small ensuite bathroom. He walked straight to the refresher, closing the door behind him, as if it could shut out the dizzying thoughts tumbling through his mind. The sound of the running water became a soothing balm as he stripped off his travel-worn clothing. As the hot water cascaded down over him, the tendrils of tension began to unravel. Here, under the steam and behind closed doors, he could allow himself a moment of vulnerability. Here, his thoughts drifted back to Satine, her graceful movements, the subtle fragrance of her hair, the way her eyes seemed to hold a universe of secrets just for him. It was complicated, this thing between them. Duty and emotion were tangled in a delicate, precarious balance that he didn't dare disturb. Satine darted after Bo-Katan through the dense forest, their laughter echoing among the towering trees. Their footsteps were light, barely disturbing the floor as they dodged branches and leapt over roots. Satine, the elder of the 2 sisters, paused for a moment to catch her breath. She tucked a strand her blonde hair behind her ear and watched as Bo-Katan continued on ahead, her fiery red hair streaming behind her like a comet. Her exuberance was contagious, and Satine couldn't help but to smile. "Bo, wait up!" Satine called out. Bo-Katan turned around, her eyes sparkling with impish delight. "You're too slow, Satine," she gently teased, her grin wide and mischievous. Satine rolled her eyes playfully and picked up her pace. She loved these moments with her sister, moments that felt so ordinary, despite the turbulent times they faced. In the woods, they could just be children, free from the burdens of political responsibilities and the weight coming down on them from war. They reached a small clearing, a favorite spot of theirs. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Bo-Katan flopped down onto the grass, her laughter subsiding into contented giggles. Satine joined her, lying down and gazing up at the sky through the treetops. Bo-Katan looked over at her sister. "I wish we could stay here forever," she said softly after a moment, her usual bravado gone. Satine reached out and took her sister's hand, giving it a small, reassuring squeeze. "I know, Bo, but no matter what happens, we'll always have each other." Bo-Katan's expression turned serious. "Promise?" "Promise." For a while they lay there in comfortable silence, 2 sisters savoring a brief respite from the world's worries. No matter the path their lives would take, this moment was indeed theirs, and it was perfect. Satine sat at the edge of the bed, water dripping from her recently washed hair. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the coolness of the air against her skin. The sounds on the outside were a distant hum, barely audible through the thick curtains that covered the windows. She took a deep breath, inhaling the soothing scent of lavender from the freshly laundered bedsheets. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to gather her thoughts and ground herself in the present. She had been through so much in the past few weeks, her life a whirlwind of emotions and upheaval. Now, in the quiet solitude of this room, she finally had a moment to reflect on all that's happened. Satine's thoughts drifted to that of her sister, and how much the siblings had changed since they were young. The memories of her childhood were so vivid and tangible that she could almost reach out and touch them. She remembered the endless summer days they spent exploring the woods, and the laughter that would echo through the trees like a melody. Back then it seemed like nothing could ever come between them. They were a team, inseparable, sharing secrets and dreams under the canopy of stars. But life had a way of twisting the path, pulling them in different directions. Satine's thoughts grew heavier as she recalled the arguments, the misunderstandings, and the distance that had crept into their relationship over the years. It had been so gradual that she hadn't noticed until they were miles apart, not just in distance, but in their hearts. She sighed, feeling the weight of regret settle in her chest. Satine knew that time and circumstance had created a chasm between them. Satine rose from the bed and beelined across the floor to the floor-length mirror on the other side. Her towel loosened from her body. She ran it through her hair, then combed her fingers through to pull apart the knots and tangles. The fabric felt rough against her skin, not at all like she was used to. It wasn't soft, nor very pliable. In the midst of her drying off, the door rapped with the sound of someone on the opposite side knocking. Satine scrambled to get the towel around her body in time, but the door was opening. She scarcely managed to cover herself. When Obi-Wan walked in, she had a curse for him hanging off her tongue. Satine's eyes narrowed, frustration writ on her face. "You have got to be the most oblivious Jedi in the galaxy," she hissed at him, barely managing to keep the towel secured around her. His eyes remained neutral, as if her threats and her angered tone didn't faze him. Nothing about her nakedness fazed him. If she hoped he'd be embarrassed by it, she would find herself sorely mistaken. "You must not know many Jedi, then," he said without missing a beat. Satine's anger didn't dissipate. "Is there something you needed, or are you just here to test my patience?" she snapped. There was some amusement that flashed before Obi-Wan's eyes at the way Satine's face scrunched up. He tossed her over a pair of trousers and a high-cut shirt that was designed to hang down past her butt. "I'm sure I got your measurements right." Satine inspected the clothing choices, then lifted a single brow. "Wait, how do you know what my size is?" "I'm observant." Satine gritted her teeth. "Get out." Obi-Wan stepped back, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, but the apparition of a smirk tugged at his lips. All right. I'm gone." As he turned to leave, Satine tried shaking the confusing surge of emotions. Anger at his intrusion was front and center, but underneath that, something else simmered. An odd mixture of curiosity and a strange feeling she wasn't quite ready to examine too closely. When the door shut behind Obi-Wan, Satine released an exasperated groan. She then slipped into the clothing he provided, still frowning in consternation. They were the perfect fit, right down to the weight, the top snug at her waistline. Thoughts of Obi-Wan distracted her. She had known him for years, their paths crossing frequently on Coruscant. But moments like these left her feeling like she hardly knew him at all. Qui-Gon Jinn took a thoughtful sip of his drink, his eyes narrowing as he glanced across the table at his apprentice. They were seated downstairs, in the furthest corner from the front door of the inn, their conversation in hushed tones. The faint hum of conversation and clinking of glasses surrounded them, creating a clock of anonymity perfect for their clandestine discussion. "Obi-Wan," the Jedi Master began, his voice low but firm, "Satine's safety is paramount. Even now, as we are off Mandalore, we need to anticipate every possible threat. She has many enemies, and her stance on peace does not sit well with many factions." Obi-Wan nodded, his face reflecting all the weight and burden laid down upon their shoulders. Indeed, the primary concern right now is to ensure she remains hidden. Qui-Gon leaned in closer. We will need to change locations frequently to avoid detection, but we must also consider who might already be tracking us. Agreed. An innkeep walked by with 2 pints of Ebla beer. One was placed down in front of Qui-Gon, and then she looked to Obi-Wan, whose brows raised in question towards his master. Qui-Gon nodded, and another beer was put down in front of Obi-Wan. The innkeep walked away, leaving the 2 Jedi alone with their drinks. Qui-Gon took a long, thoughtful sip from his pint, savoring the rich flavors the Ebla beer provided. Obi-Wan, still hesitant, gingerly lifted his glass as though it were a lightsaber in need of careful handling. "Master," Obi-Wan began once again, keeping his voice low enough to keep their conversation private. "I must ask, how do you expect to keep flitting between locations with no ship to do so?" His raised eyebrows gingerly danced on his forehead. Qui-Gon set his glass down and leaned back in his chair, his serene demeanor unruffled by the seriousness of the topic. "Patience, Obi-Wan. The Force often guides us to the answers we seek, but not always in the ways we expect." Nodding, though still harboring his doubts, Obi-Wan took a tentative sip of his own beer and found the taste surprisingly pleasant. As they sat in silence for a moment, the atmosphere that surrounded them seemed to grow a bit warmer, more welcoming. Just then, Satine made her way down the staircase into the main area. She searched the vicinity, finding the 2 Jedi sitting in the far back. Satine elbowed her way through the minimal crowd of patrons until she reached their table, and then promptly took a seat next to Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was now acutely aware just how fast his heart was beating. The rhythmic thud echoed in his chest, a poignant reminder of only moments ago when he walked in on Satine. He'd be lying to himself if he said he hadn't seen anything. But now that his master was here, Obi-Wan had to put on a good show of decorum. The innkeep breezed through again, with another pint of beer. This time she placed it down in front of Satine. The middle-aged woman walked off, leaving Obi-Wan with a gentle smirk on his face. Satine reached for her beer and brought it up to her lips, then tilted it back and swallowed some down. She chugged and chugged, her throat bobbing as the liquid coursed down her esophagus. Obi-Wan sat there stone-faced. He forced his mind to keep focus. Qui-Gon seemed amused, watching the way in which his apprentice seemed to squirm while watching the Duchess gulp down her drink. Satine eventually put it down, smacking her lips together with an ah sound. She appeared quite satisfied. "What?" Obi-Wan looked completed, gobsmacked. "Did you think I don't know how to drink?" Obi-Wan grappled to conserve equanimity. Qui-Gon chuckled ever so softly, his eyes twinkling. "Would you care to share what has you so captivated, Padawan?" Obi-Wan glanced at his master, silently cursing the older Jedi's keep perception. "It's nothing, master." Satine's laugh was musical, filling the room with an unexpected lightness. "Oh, Obi-Wan, you always did know how to dance around the truth," she said, her gaze locked onto his. "But there's no need for pretense among friends, is there? If something is on your mind, it's always better to speak it." Obi-Wan shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He could feel Qui-Gon's eyes on him, silently urging him to relax. One look at Satine, and he noticed how her brows were wriggling on her forehead. Obi-Wan's face flushed ever so slightly. Satine's smile softened. "Very well," she said quietly. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she added, "But remember, we're among friends. There's no need for decorum here." Qui-Gon shook his head with a bemused expression. "Perhaps we should find a topic that is less intoxicating," he suggested, throwing his Padawan a lifeline. Obi-Wan exhaled, grateful for the shift. The night sky was a deep canvas of indigo, speckled with stars that gleamed like tiny diamonds. A gentle breeze carried the sweet, earthy scent of pine and freshly cut grass. Center stage was a robust and crackling bonfire, its glowing flames dancing energetically and casting a warm, flickering light on the faces gathered around. The bonfire was encircled by a semicircle of well-worn logs and wooden benches, creating an inviting space to sit down. The heat from the fire was just strong enough to ward off the mild evening chill. Beyond the immediate glow of the flames, strings of lights were draped between the trees, forming a glimmering canopy overhead. The gentle golden lights harmonized beautifully with the soft luminescence of the fire. A makeshift dance floor had been set up, marked by colorful rugs and lanterns hanging from branches. The rhythmic beats and melodic tunes floated through the air. People swayed, twirled, and stomped their feet in joyous abandon, the music providing the perfect soundtrack to their evening revelry. Laughter, chatter, and the occasional cheer punctuated the night. Children scampered about, their gleeful shouts mingling with the music as they played games. The mood was light and carefree, a timeline blend of camaraderie and celebration. The party continued, an oasis of joy amid the uncertainty that often hung over their lives. And yet, amidst the jubilant cacophony, Qui-Gon's presence was a silent sentinel. His robes fluttered lightly in the evening breeze, and his hand rested lightly near his lightsaber, ever at the ready. In the soft shadows just beyond the bonfire's glow, Qui-Gon stood with a calm and steady demeanor. His mind was attuned to the subtle changes in his environment. Every laugh, every rustle of leaves, and every distant sound was noted and processed. Among the participants was Obi-Wan Kenobi, though he mostly stayed silent as he watched the comings and goings of others. Satine, however, seemed more able to relax and enjoy the moment. Obi-Wan smiled. He admired her tenacity. He had always admired her strength and resilience. Her commitment to her people was unwavering, making her a respected and beloved leader. As the music swelled, a group of young villagers approached the Duchess, pulling her toward the makeshift dance floor. He had to chuckle. Her laughter rang out, clear and melodious. For a while the burdens of everything seemed distant, almost forgotten. As the night wore on, Satine and Obi-Wan's eyes met, and for a brief moment the world seemed to pause, and his heart seemed to beat harder inside his chest. She walked over. "Padawan Kenobi," she greeted, a hint of playful formality there in her tone. "Come join me." Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. "I am okay here." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "I do not believe you for a second," she teased. "You need to learn how to enjoy yourself beyond staring into the distance." Obi-Wan's lips quirked. "I assure you, Satine, I am quite content where I am. Besides, I don't dance." She tilted her head, challenging him with her gaze. "As contest as a Jedi can be, perhaps, but what harm is there in stepping out of your comfort zone every once in a while?" He hesitated, glanced around at the villagers who were immersed in their carousing. The atmosphere was light. He then looked back at Satine, who was patiently waiting, her hand extended towards him. The warmth of her smile was infectious, and for a moment he allowed himself the indulgence of the carefree environment. "Very well, I guess," he finally conceded, taking her hand. "But just one dance." Satine grinned triumphantly as she pulled him to the dance floor. The villagers cheered and made space. The music slowed a bit, becoming a gentle melody that invited peaceful moments. As they began to move, Obi-Wan discovered that the steps came naturally. Satine moved with grace, guiding him effortlessly. "See?" she whispered as they continued. "This isn't so bad, is it?" Obi-Wan met her gaze, his heart softening. "No, I suppose not." A cheeky glint caught in his eye. He twirled her out away from him, then pulled her back in, and Satine was pressed tightly against him. My Obi-Wan Kenobi, I thought you said you didn't dance." "That is true," he responded. "I don't, but I never said I couldn't." He spun her again, but took care when he dipped her low, snapping her up very slowly. Satine smiled warmly, her hand falling to his chest. "You do have a way with words," she murmured, her eyes meeting his. Obi-Wan met her gaze with a softness that contrasted starkly with the steely resolve usually found in his eyes. "Words are a Jedi's weapon just as much as a lightsaber," he replied, his voice low and warm. The night air around them buzzed. Obi-Wan and Satine moved together seamlessly, their rhythm becoming more instinctual with each second. The intimacy of the moment enveloped them, creating a bubble of quiet contentment. Satine's smile deepened, her fingers tracing gentle, unseen patterns over his chest, savoring the heartbeat that tied them to the present. And yet, here we are, without any words at all. She knew the constraints of their positions, yet in this moment they felt distant, almost irrelevant. Obi-Wan was unfortunate enough to share a room with Qui-Gon. His master took the bed. Obi-Wan took the couch. Not that he could bunk up on the bed. Anyway, with Qui-Gon's massive frame taking up the bulk of it. The mentorship they shared was a profound one, rooting in mutual respect and a deep connection with the Force. But sometimes the personal discomforts were undeniable. Were it an option for them to share, Obi-Wan suspected he would still end up on the couch, seeking solace away from the rolling snores that echoed like thunderclaps in the small room. As a Jedi, Obi-Wan was trained to find calm even in chaos, to quiet his mind against external disturbances. Tonight, lying on the couch, felt like a true test of that discipline. Drawing deep, measured breaths, he focused on each rise and fall of his chest and tried to match his breathing to the tempo of Qui-Gon's snores, creating a Force harmony that might coax him into sleep. But no matter what he did, Obi-Wan could not get comfortable, nor could he get himself into a restful sleep. Groaning, the young Padawan eventually surrendered. Grabbing his pillow off the couch, he got himself up and trudged out into the hall. Satine's room was at the far end. Gathering his resolve, he breathed deep and then gently knocked on her door, the sound barely audible over the cricking of frogs outside the window. He thought about turning back at least a dozen times and chastise himself for acting impulsively. Maybe the couch wasn't half bad. Finally, the door slid open, and there stood Satine, her eyes groggy. She raised a balled-up fist to her face, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Obi-Wan?" she asked, in a voice that immediately made him feel foolish for doubting his decision. "I'm sorry to wake you, Satine. I couldn't sleep," he admitted, staring down at his pillow like it held the answer to all life's problems. "Can I stay with you?" He looked at her with pleading eyes. Satine stepped aside, opening the door wider. "Come in." Obi-Wan stepped into the room, the ambient light of the moons casting a soft glow across the simple furnishings. Satine closed the door gently behind him and gestured towards the extra space on the bed. He hesitated a moment, questioning his actions. Jedis discouraged attachment, yet here he was, seeking comfort from someone who had already become so important to him. He sat on the edge of the bed, placing his pillow down. "Thank you." Satine climbed back under the covers and patted the space next to her. "Come on, lie down. But one snore and you're on the couch." Obi-Wan acquiesced, stretching out beside her, close but not touching. It felt both comforting and forbidden. Every fiber of his training urged him to keep a certain distance, yet his heart longed for the solace she provided. Obi-Wan turned his head, watching Satine as she settles in, her eyes slowly closing. "Are you sure this is all right?" he asked softly. Satine's eyes fluttered open. "It's fine, Obi-Wan." He nodded, feeling slightly more at ease, yet still grappling with the complexity of emotions swirling inside him. A silence stretched between them, thick but not uncomfortable. The sound of their synchronized breathing slowly lulled him into a state of calm. It was a rare feeling, one that he seldom allowed himself to embrace fully. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked, breaking the silence. Satine sighed, her eyes remaining shut. "I'm regretting opening my door." "Right, sorry." His face flushed. Obi-Wan sighed and eventually turned away from her, allowing himself to drift into sleep. Chapter 8. The cool morning air filled the room, and faint beams of sunlight filtered through the window, casting delicate patterns across the bed. As Obi-Wan woke and his eyes slowly adjusted, he realized that, at some point during the night, he had turned back over, and his arm was now draped over Satine's midsection. Slowly and carefully, he meticulously removed every last digit that brushed against the exposed skin from a sleep shirt that had hiked up her abdomen. His movements were deliberate and gentle, ensuring he didn't disturb her. Each finger lifted with the precision one would reserve for dismantling a delicate piece of machinery. He caught a glimpse of her serene expression. Her breathing was slow, deep, and rhythmic. Obi-Wan allowed himself a brief moment to take in the scene before him. Satine's golden hair spread across the pillow like a halo, her lips slightly parted in peaceful slumber. She stretched, arching her body, her backside pushing into Obi-Wan's hips. Obi-Wan's breath caught slightly, and he froze, uncertain if her movements signaled her awakening. He stayed still, muscles tensed, attempting to minimize any further contact. His mind raced, trying to focus on the task at hand rather than the inexplicable warmth that spread through his chest down to his groin. His trousers felt tight. It was an odd and unbidden response, one that he struggled to suppress. He couldn't afford distractions, not now, not ever. He tried reminding himself of the purpose of this mission, the reason he was there, but even the repetition of his purpose didn't completely drive away the surprising physical and emotional response of his body. Slowly, Obi-Wan calmed his breathing, careful to remain as silent as possible. He couldn't let her awaken now. It was too risky. He carefully shifted his weight, trying to create some distance without waking her. The intensity of the situation made him hyper-aware of every sound, every heartbeat, and every last breath. Obi-Wan closed his eyes briefly, trying to reclaim his inner focus, a practice he had refined over the years. He saw the vulnerability of Satine sleeping next to him, her state suspended between consciousness and sleep, oblivious to the swirling storm within him. Another breath, slow, controlled. Obi-Wan eventually crawled himself out of bed and worked his way the refresher. He ran the faucet as cold as he could stand and splashed water repeatedly on his face until he felt more under control. Once he was more collected, he dried his face with a towel, taking a few deep breaths. He emerged, feeling more alert, his mind clearer. He dressed in some simple street clothes Qui-Gon had gotten for him the day before and made his way downstairs. Entering the dining area, Obi-Wan could already spot Qui-Gon, seated at a far-off table, a cup of herb tea and a bowl of 9-egg stew in front of him. The older Jedi sensed his apprentice long before Obi-Wan made himself known, and looked up, a gentle smile spreading across his features. Good morning, Obi-Wan," Qui-Gon greeted warmly. "I trust you slept well?" His tone suggested something. "I did, yes," his brows raised. Obi-Wan reached for a piece of fruit from the assortment laid out before them. There was a sense of uncertainty undercurrents in Qui-Gon's manner of tone that had Obi-Wan on edge. Did his master know something he'd like to share with the rest of the class? Qui-Gon set his cup down and leaned forward, his gaze steady. "Likewise," he replied, and gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Come, sit." Obi-Wan did as Hid was bid, and then a hush fell over them, and he became acutely aware that from across the table, Qui-Gon was staring at him in that all-too-encompassing look of his that Obi-Wan was familiar with. He took a deep breath, trying to gauge the thoughts swirling in his master's mind. Qui-Gon had a way of piercing through the surface, seeing things that others missed. It was both reassuring and intimidating at the same time. "Is there something on your mind?" Obi-Wan asked tentatively, breaking the silence. His master's gentle smile didn't waver. "Perhaps there is, but I am sensing there might be something on yours as well. Are you troubled?" Obi-Wan hesitated, choosing his next words carefully, only in the sense that, "I wonder if I should be." Leaning back slightly, Qui-Gon studied his apprentice with a calmed expression, even if he was a bit tickled by what he saw. "You are referring to Satine, I presume?" He watched Obi-Wan's shoulders tense. Qui-Gon had already known the answer. The knowing look in Qui-Gon's eyes left little room for deception. Obi-Wan took a deep breath, but didn't really say anything. He didn't know what his master already knew, or didn't know, and didn't feel like further incriminating himself. Taking that next bite of fruit seemed like the most logical step. Qui-Gon kept his gaze steady. "The heart often leads us to places where duty and emotion clash," he said thoughtfully. "It is not uncommon for a Jedi to struggle with such feelings." Obi-Wan fiddled with the fruit in his hand, turning it over and over as if it might hold the answers he sought. He finally spoke, his voice quiet. "Master, how did you deal with it? The feelings you had for Tal, how did you reconcile them?" Qui-Gon's face momentarily softened at the mention of Tal's name, a deep, unspoken sorrow briefly passing through his eyes. It hurt Qui-Gon's heart to this day to think about her, to think of what they could have been, but that was stolen from him, and he nearly lost himself to the dark side because of it. Obi-Wan observed his master closely. The older Jedi always carried himself with such poise and wisdom, but even he had his moments of vulnerability. "To tell you the truth, my apprentice," Qui-Gon continued, "it was not an easy path to walk. Loving someone deeply, as I did Tal, brings joy, but it can also bring great pain. Finding balance between those emotions, it requires a constant state of mindfulness and acceptance." Obi-Wan nodded, absorbing all of Qui-Gon's words. Did you ever regret it? He asked. His voice kept low. Loving her, I mean. Qui-Gon shook his head. No, Obi-Wan, I never regretted loving her. Love itself is not wrong. It is how we handle that love and the choices we make because of it that matter. She was my best friend, and she brought out the best in me. Her loss, it taught me the importance of resilience and the dangers of letting my grief turn into anger. If she hadn't, Obi-Wan swallowed his words a moment, knowing what he wanted to say, but trying to figure out how. If Master Tal hadn't died, you would have been with her. Qui-Gon inhaled a deep breath, as if the air itself carried the weight of his past. For a moment he was quiet, gathering his thoughts, trying to banish the tears that he sprung to his eyes. Yes, he finally said. We had pledged ourselves to each other. Had she lived, I believed we would have been together. The bond we shared was strong, deeper than any I've known. I loved her deeply, and I believe she loved me the same. Obi-Wan listened intently, feeling a mix of admiration and sorrow. He'd always known Qui-Gon as a figure of unwavering strength and wisdom, but seeing this side of him added a new layer of respect. But Master, he ventured, how do you keep your heart open after such a loss? How do you not let fear take over? I saw what happened, what losing her almost did to you. For a time there, I was scared. Qui-Gon's eyes met Obi-Wan's with a look that conveyed almost everything. By accepting that loss is a part of life. Being fearful is a human emotion, and it's natural to fear something, but we cannot coddle it. It's not about shutting off your heart, but about understanding that love does not end with loss. It transforms. We honor those we love by living our lives with integrity and courage. Obi-Wan pondered this. It's difficult, Master. The feelings I have, they conflict with everything we are taught as Jedi. And they will, Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon replied gently. This is part of our journey. To be a Jedi does not mean to be devoid of feelings, but to understand them, to master them, and to let them guide us without overpowering our purpose. Love and loss are both parts of the living force, and acknowledging them can deepen your understanding and connection to it. Do you miss her? Asked Obi-Wan. She always meant so much to you. Qui-Gon sighed softly, a faint, wistful smile playing on his lips. Every single day, Obi-Wan, he admitted. There isn't a moment that passes without her presence lingering in my heart. Satine's arrival brought a slight shift in the emotional atmosphere. Dressed in the same street clothes as yesterday, she carried an aura about her. The conversation paused as the two Jedi acknowledged her presence, and she, in turn, gave them a gentle nod, not recognizing the gravity of the moment she had walked into, but understanding there felt a subtle change around her. She joined them at the table and reached for some fruit. Good morning. Good morning, Satine, Qui-Gon replied. Obi-Wan murmured the same as he shifted in his seat. This had not gone unnoticed by Qui-Gon. Satine looked between the two Jedi, sensing something she'd missed. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said, her tone light yet considerate. Not at all, Qui-Gon assured her, waving a hand dismissively. His emotional burden was not hers to carry. We were merely reminiscing. How did you sleep? Satine's eyes lit up with a hint of amusement when Obi-Wan cleared his throat. Oh, well enough, thank you. Good. Qui-Gon brought his tea to his mouth. After breakfast, I will settle the bill with the innkeeper, and we will be on our way. Oh, Satine piped up. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan looked to her. I thought we might stay around here a bit longer. That would not be wise, cautioned Qui-Gon. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken concerns. The inn's rustic charm could easily lull one into a false sense of security. Yet Qui-Gon knew that their journey necessitated constant vigilance. Even in a seemingly peaceful locate, potential threats were always lurking just out of sight. Satine's brows came together. If the rumors of pacifist sympathizers are true, then perhaps we'll be safe here. Qui-Gon leaned back in his chair, his thoughtful gaze resting on Satine. He admired her confidence, for one being so young, unfairly forced to grow up fast, and her unwavering belief, but he also knew that idealism of hers clashed with the harsh reality of their world. I understand your caution, Qui-Gon. He nodded, his expression serious. Our continued presence here might draw unwanted attention, and we don't know who these people truly are. We must tread carefully. Satine and Bo-Katan sat quietly in the corner, their faces drawn with concern. The heated argument between their parents could be heard through closed doors. Raised voices echoed down long stretches of corridors, creating a tense atmosphere. Aura, the girl's mother, was a strong and determined woman with a fierce sense of duty, believed in the power of diplomacy. She wanted to travel to Galidron to broker diplomatic solution to the escalating conflict. Her stance wasn't seen by many as admiring, but Satine saw it as a commitment to gaining a long-sought-for peace. Their father, Adonai, on the other hand, was a seasoned warrior, a Mandalorian of old, a high chieftain of his clan, was deeply skeptical. To him, Aura's plan seemed not only naive, but perilously foolish. He feared for her safety and the potential futility of it. As the argument grew in volume and intensity, Satine and Bo-Katan exchanged worried glances. Satine, though, sided with their mother. She believed that peace was worth any risk, and that understanding and dialogue could bridge even the deepest divides. Bo-Katan, however, felt a stirring of agreement with their father. Aura's voice was bursting with passion. It rose high above all their father's stern rebuttals. Adonai's response was just as equally charged as hers, his tone laden with frustration and fear. In the shadows, Satine's eyes welled with tears. The ideals of pacifism and peace resonated deeply with her, and she longed to see this conflict reach its end. Adonai walked over to his wife. He sighed, placing both hands on her shoulders. He looked on her with the loving eyes of a husband. "My love, you mustn't go. Think of our two girls. Satine is 13 now, and soon she will take the creed. Satine has told me she doesn't wish to." The look in Adonai's eyes was as if someone open palm slapped him hard across the face. But Aura continued, "I know she is like me, in that she doesn't share the same ideologies of our ancestors. A pacifist movement has risen up, and she is drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. I am proud of her. You should be too." Adonai was a little hurt by that. "Of course I am, and someday soon she will sit on my throne. Taking the creed has always been done, throughout our history. If Satine does not take it, it will break with tradition. Our firstborn has not always been the ideal traditionalist husband." Aura felt amused by the situation. "You speak of little Bo-Katan. She is like you in far more ways than one." Aura could sense the conflicting emotions in her husband's eyes. He was a man torn between his dedication to tradition and the love for his family. Adonai drew a deep breath. "Bo-Katan is indeed more like me, fiercely loyal and resistant to change. Yet every time I look at Satine, I see a part of you that seeks something beyond what is written in our history. It frightens me, Aura." "It shouldn't, my love," Aura replied, with a softness that belied the strength of her convictions. "Our world is shifting. A majority of our people have cried for a new way of life for themselves. Change is the only constant." Satine walked through the bustling marketplace, a hood pulled low over her face. Despite the vibrancy of the stalls and the lively chatter of locals, there was an undercurrent of tension that ran through the air. The rumors she had heard spoke of a small but committed group of individuals who shared her vision. They met in secret, their influence just beginning to ripple through the planet's populace. Satine's mission seemed clear: find these sympathizers and rally them to her cause. She knew this was no easy task. Qui-Gon sure thought otherwise. Trust was such a precious commodity. Navigating her way through, shouldering past some passers-by, she caught sight of a small, inconspicuous building tucked away in the corner of the village. Pushing through the door, she was engulfed by a haze of muted conversations and the scent of spiced drinks. Inside, the atmosphere was subdued, far removed from the energy outside. Satine made her way to the bar and ordered a drink, using the moment to scan the patrons. Her eyes settled on a table at the far end, where a group huddled in hushed conversation. Gathering herself moments later, she approached. One of them, a merchant, looked up, eyes sharp. "I hear this is the place to find sympathizers," Satine spoke, keeping her voice low and soft. "And who are you to seek such company?" Satine drew back her hood slightly, just enough to reveal her identity. "I am the Duchess Satine of Mandalore, and like you, I seek to end these great clan wars and to rebuild our homeworld through reformation of peace rather than tradition of violence and warfare." Recognition flashed in their eyes, followed by a cautious silence. The second, slightly older merchant spoke next. "We've heard of you. Your reputation precedes you. Our sympathies for your losses, Duchess." Satine gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "Thank you. And know that while I appreciate your condolences, what we need now is action. Peace is a noble pursuit, and many have tried only to fail. What makes you think anything will be different? What is your plan?" Satine held his gaze, her eyes shimmering. "Because we have no other choice. The cost of continuing down the path of conflict is too great. Our people weary, our resources depleted. I have seen too much suffering. It needs to end. But I cannot do this alone. I need allies, and I know there are many crying for such change." The tension in the air was palpable. These clans are so entrenched in traditions that have defined them for generations. They listen to strength, not words. True change takes time. It requires courage and perseverance. That is why I'm glad to have run into you. Our people have suffered under this regime for far too long. As she pulled her hood back up, preparing to leave, her heart felt heavy. Whether these people would support her or not remained uncertain, but at least she had planted a seed of thought. In the quietness of the Draboon forest, Obi-Wan sat cross-legged on a flat rock, embraced by the serene beauty around him. The sun drenched the landscape in warm, nurturing light, and his robes flowed gently, blending with the natural surroundings. His eyes were closed, his expression of calm concentration. He breathed in a steady, deliberate rhythm, each inhaled and exhale merging into a harmonious rhythm. Around him, the force flowed like an invisible river, its presence felt rather than seen. In his meditate state, Obi-Wan reached out with his senses, allowing the force to connect him to the greater galaxy. He could feel the life around him, sensing the intricate web of life, from the tiniest grains of sand underfoot to the majestic creatures roaming the planet's expanse. He used this time to seek guidance and clarity. He was able to connect to a feeling much larger than himself. Towering trees, whose knotted branches formed a sprawling canopy, swathed the area in a green-tinted twilight. The soft sound of leaves rustling in the gentle breeze and the distant call of unseen creatures provided a natural symphony that seemed to resonate with the force itself. As Obi-Wan immersed himself deeper into himself, he felt a profound stillness surrounding him. The outside world seemed to fade away, the chirping of birds drifting off to silence, leaving just the rhythmic cadence of his own breath and the steady pulse of his heart beating. Obi-Wan understood the importance of these sessions, even if he wasn't always the best at them. They replenished his mental and spiritual energy, allowing him to tap into reservoirs of patience, wisdom, and strength. As his mind continued to settle, a familiar face emerged in his inner vision. Satine. Her image brought a complexity to him he didn't know how to handle, or couldn't. But then he thought about what Qui-Gon had said, and that recognizing that embracing his emotions didn't diminish his strength, but rather augment it. Obi-Wan slowly emerged from the depths of his meditation. He felt a subtle stirring of a familiar presence. There was a distinct set of footsteps that approached from behind, and a ruffle up of leaves from the forest bed that came up with them. He opened his eyes slowly, and Satine finally came into view. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude." "You didn't." The forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The serenity of the surroundings was mirrored in Obi-Wan's expression. Satine trudged forward until her feet took her to the edge of a riverbank. Obi-Wan watched her with a pensive gaze. The water's gentle current played a soft melody as it lapped up against the flat rocks and the greenest of green grass growing. Slowly, Satine slipped her feet from her shoes and dipped her toes into the water. There was a flicker of a smile on Obi-Wan's lips. His heart burst with emotions. Satine stood motionless for a while, feeling the cool embrace of the water around her feet. After a long silence, she spoke. "This place, it's so peaceful. Quite the contrast to the life I've led so far, and those responsibilities." Obi-Wan nodded, his eyes tracing the contours of her face. He rose gracefully from his position, closing the distance between them until he stood at her side. He reached a hand out to touch her, barely a finger brushing her shoulder, before he pulled back, too unsure of himself just then. Satine noticed his hesitation. They stood there together for a while longer, side by side, the river's song harmonizing with the quiet beat of their hearts. Everything else didn't seem to matter, slowly fading quietly into the background. Eventually, Obi-Wan got to unlacing his boots and then slipping them off. They were left beside Satine's shoes. With deliberate steps, he drew closer to the water's edge, slowly dipped his toes first to feel the cool caress of the water on his skin, sending ripples outward in all directions. Slowly, he submerged his feet. He turned his head to glance back at Satine. Her eyes, reflecting her curiosity and her serenity, met his. She smiled, a small, knowing smile. Obi-Wan found himself unknowingly focusing on her lips. The way they curved in that intimate, gentle smile seemed to capture his attention more than he had anticipated. It was as though the world had narrowed, and it was just the two of them. The moment felt delicately balanced, suspended between what could be and what couldn't be. Satine shifted slightly, her hair catching the light in a way that made it seem almost otherworldly. Obi-Wan's breath caught in his throat, his heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythmic pulse of the river. In that moment, it was as if everything was exactly where it should be. He thought seriously about kissing her, but chided himself. He just remained silent, yet he felt the longer he stared at her, the more his unspoken desires spoke for him. It was Satine who finally broke the silence. "The water feels nice, doesn't it?" "Yes, it does," Obi-Wan responded, nodding slowly, finding it difficult to say much more than that. There was something undeniably compelling about Satine. He forced his eyes away, pretending to examine something in the distance. The landscape stretched out before him. He sighed. The Jedi Code had been like an anchor to him, but in moments like these, it felt like a weight holding him down. "Everything all right, Obi-Wan?" Satine asked. "Oh yes, of course," he replied, his voice a bit unsteady, something that betrayed what he was truly feeling in that moment. Obi-Wan knew that truth. It wasn't just duty keeping him from expressing his feelings. It was the fear of what could be lost, the fear of a future shrouded in uncertainty. There was something about Obi-Wan that Satine couldn't put a finger to. The tone in his voice betrayed him. He really wasn't all right. There was a tension there that dangled in the air by its toes. She needed to alleviate it. She edged closer, her demeanor juxtaposed by her childlike curiosity. It all started innocently enough. The splash was unexpected, and Obi-Wan's initial reaction was one of surprise. His eyes widened, and for a moment he seemed to be calculating whether this was an act of aggression, of playful mischief. Seeing his confused expression, Satine let out a gentle laugh, her eyes shining with amusement. "Relax, Jedi," she said with a grin. Her laughter was infectious, and Obi-Wan found himself smiling. He shook his head and took a step closer. "Well, if it's a game you want," his voice carried a hint of a challenge. With a quick movement, he scooped up a handful of water and hurled it towards her. Satine gasped as the water hit her. "Oh, it's on, Kenobi," she declared, retaliating with another splash. Soon enough, the tension that had burdened them dissipated, replaced by a spirited water fight. The garden around them seemed to come alive with their laughter. As they continued their playful exchange, whatever tension Obi-Wan felt pressing on his shoulders seemed to lighten. The sparkling water droplets caught the sunlight, casting tiny rainbows in the air, adding a touch of magic to their moment. With a swift and graceful motion, Satine cupped her hands and launched a stream of water at Obi-Wan, hitting him squarely in the chest. The Jedi laughed, jovial sounds echoing along the riverbank. They darted and splashed through the river, the cool water spraying in all directions. The icy drops seemed to spark something deeper. Obi-Wan slid a bit further into the deeper part of the river, only to be met with another splash from Satine. Satine's laughter was melodious, a sound Obi-Wan realized he hadn't heard enough of. Their clothing was soaked by now, but neither seemed bothered by it. Their spirits were high, and the brief escape they found was all that mattered. Satine emerged, water cascading off her drenched clothes and hair. She quickly moved around a large moss-covered rock, hoping to find a spot to hide. The cold water sent shivers through her body, and her heart pounded in her chest. Obi-Wan's movements were silent and methodical. He approached her from behind, his steps so quiet they were almost imperceptible. Just as she began to feel relief, Obi-Wan's hands reached out, gently but firmly contacting her shoulders. The unexpected touch caused an instinctual cry to escape her lips. Startled, Satine lost her footing on the slick, uneven stone and tumbled once more into the river's cold waters. Moments later, she surfaced, and Obi-Wan was doubled over. Her expression tightened into a hard frown. Satine pushed herself up and waded to the riverbank. Obi-Wan extended a hand to help her out. She accepted, but at the last second, a malicious grin dotted her lips. She pulled, and he tumbled forward. They both fell back into the water, with Obi-Wan on top of her. Obi-Wan's initial surprise transformed into a smile, and he chuckled softly, the sound a soothing balm. Satine looked into his eyes, and for a moment, the seriousness that had clung to her like a second skin, but then it dissipated. Obi-Wan pushed himself up on his hands until he towered over her. Their playful tussle had momentarily eroded the walls they tried so diligently to construct around themselves. Obi-Wan felt the icy water soak through his robes, but the moment rendered the discomfort meaningless. His eyes locked onto Satine's. There was an undeniable attraction that neither of them had fully confronted. Satine's heart raced as she searched his face, noting the tender lines of his features, the earnestness in his eyes. Obi-Wan, too, found himself lost in the moment. His hand brushed a strand of wet hair away from her gaze, a gesture so small but laden with so much meaning. His opened his mouth, perhaps to convey a thought of feeling, but the words faltered, stuck somewhere between his mind and lips. Obi-Wan thought about what it would be like to kiss her. She murmured his names, words floating between them like a secret. His dipped his head slightly, their foreheads nearly touching. "Satine," he called, his voice a whisper tangled with longing and restraint. For a few moments, they remained like that, suspended in their own private world. But reality, ever the uninvited guest, began to creep back in. Just as Obi-Wan dared to kiss her, an explosion rocketed them back to the present. Something, far off in the distance, shattered the moment. The once still midday was now filled with chaos. Obi-Wan pulled Satine close to him, shielding her from a shock wave that followed the explosion.